The Flaming Palms are connecting into these T2s as well. They got to make sure that they're able to try and stop Siri like they were in game 1. But it's not looking like that will be the case for Elevate just yet.
Yep, smart decisions here by the side of Siri as well. Actually, choosing not to complete the Axe of Torment, going for the Master Sword first. Very good idea because, you know what, the slow from the Axe of Torment isn't going to matter that much now. You want the extra burst from that passive of your Master Sword. And I think so far, Nongshim has been hitting all the markers in this 7-minute game so far.
Yeah, they've definitely taken the pre-game 1 jitters and completely just negated them on the side of Nongshim for now. But if we look at the kind of board here, it's looking very 50-50. And considering how dominant Nongshim had of an early game, is not kind of the result you'd hope would play into this 7-minute mark, right?
Yeah, and you know what? Of all the fights, we have not had a full-on 5v5 yet. We have not seen the board being laid down. That might show us the true nature of the status between the two teams as well. Both teams making cross-map plays as well. On the top, they're going to try and onto to Kyung9, who actually makes it out unscathed at this point. Mid lane is going to be put under a little bit of pressure after that T2 has been taken by Nongshim as well.
Yeah, a good macro play from Nongshim nonetheless, even though in terms of, like I said earlier, the early game lead they had prior to getting to this point is definitely not sort of steamrolling into the way it should be. There seems to be a little bit of a lack of attention coming from Nongshim here, but the attention's not going to be in the team fights. They're definitely trying to improve their macro play, which so far Siri is doing. They've taken the T2 all the way up into the farm lane. They've taken T1 in Clash as well now, so they're definitely getting that extra little bit of gold in the turrets here, but it's still not seeming to negate too much of a difference between both of these teams.
Yeah, okay, it looks great in terms of macro play for the side of Nongshim, but here's one more benefit that they have, right? So far, based on what's been happening across the map, Elevate have not found any opportunity to try and force out the infinite fastness. And that is a big concern for me, because if you're unable to put pressure on a Siri, he will have all the time and less pressure to really perform well in the fight as well.
Yeah, I feel like once we start to get to see those 5v5 matchups, then we will see those infinite fastness being exhausted, but Kyung9 doesn't want to get caught out.
Yep, Illusion might be the first victim here of this skirmish. The exchange works out in Elevate's favor. They fight back, gain a little bit of map control. They need to get this T1 in the mid, and they might be going for more here. Siri forced back, but they will be content with just that first tier turret. Haku unable to make it in time to try and go for the re-engage.
Yeah, nice little bit of a comeback there for Elevate. I do have to give it over to Mitsura, though. Like, he seems to be the staple driving force to get Elevate back on the horse. Like, I feel like if it wasn't for Mitsura in this game too, they would have been deflated. We would have been seeing that steamroll, snowball effect that Nongshim have in the early game be taking much more devastating effect. But thanks to Mitsura, he's like, guys, no, stick into it.
Yep, taking Liberty is going to be put down as well. The stun comes in and the board is laid down. Haku now in trouble, but it's going to be saved by Illusion as well. Very nice Silky Beauty on the backlines. Kyung9 gets the kill onto the Logistics as well, and this is a big win for the side of Nongshim. They are looking for more. That T1 in the mid needs to fall.
Yeah, I feel like the world is my board there didn't quite work the way it needed to, because Haku was able to retreat into the furthest corner, which is exactly the kind of counter strat you need onto an ultimate that control him, but it's not stopped Nongshim there. They're like, you know what, we'll just head into their jungle, take some more camps. They weren't able to get the Azure goal, and we just go over to Mitsura once more. Shadow objectives now up. We're getting into that 10-minute mark. Nongshim really need to amp up the ante if they want to see through to game 3.
Yeah, this is a good performance by Nongshim so far, and they need to deal a killing blow, right? Or at least hurt and wound Elevate at this point. The wound will come in the form of a P3 exposure, primarily and hopefully onto the farm lane on the bot side, right? That's where they could really cause the most damage.
Yeah, opening that side lane for then everything to be kind of like level playing field on the side of Nongshim, so that everything's access for the side of Elevate, which means that you can see the likes of Azar trying to get a bit as much more resources as it needs to be, because we know as DRNG gets into those resources and gets those items, is going to be a little bit more effective for the side of Elevate, because right now we haven't seen the optimal Azar on this DRNG.
I think it's really difficult, right? His range is decent on a D-Rens here, but there's no initiation that seems to work out in Elevate's favor so far. Taking Liberty is great, as well as my board, great as well, but it's all about Hyde, and Hyde has not been given any chance to open a fight.
No, he hasn't at all just yet, but maybe he's waiting for that pick-off, but we're seeing a little bit catch out here.
Yep, they catch on to Haku as well, but the save again comes from Illusion. Not going to be good enough, and this could be a big fight for the side of Elevate. Logistics takes down Faye as well. Finally, something of value for the side of Elevate as they reward themselves with this Shadow Overlord. Kyung9 waiting in the brush. If they can get a good kill onto Azar here, it's going to be huge. Kyung9 staying patient. Mitsura might have to check the push. At the same time, okay, Kyung9, the opening is not available, and he will be caught out. Elevate, pounce on him, and this is going to be a huge punishment. Elevate, this could be the big turnaround. It took them 12 minutes, but it is here.
I mean, we were saying, it was like, hey, when's Azar going to activate on this D-Ranger? And then all of a sudden, he uses the Imperial Order onto Haku. Haku goes down. And then we saw that Kyung9 couldn't really approach either Mitsura or Azar because, one, the illegal immunity, and then also we know that Mitsura has the Splendor, so if he does try and go in, he has the passive, but he also has the Splendor in his kit as well. But Haku here and Faye getting pushed into the T2.
Yep, they secured a zero golem for themselves on the side of Elevate here, looking for an opening. Nothing just yet. Oh, Splendor spent. It is a big mistake. Illusion flashes out to safety, but that's a big common spell down for the next 90 seconds. And with that Elevate, they could push into this T2 on the bar.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like the stars are aligning here for the side of Elevate for a comeback in Game 2. Like I said, Nongshim had a fantastic start thanks to Kyung9, but nothing really snowballed into their way. They still have a comeback, right? Like I always say, the high ground turrets are still standing for now.
Yeah, the second seed in Philippines region here. Elevate looking for an opening, and I think they very well may get it at this point of time.
Potentially, I mean, they have the Vanguards, right? The Flaming Palms actually do take the Vanguard off the farm lane there, so Siri doing what Siri does best on the Lung, especially in that early game, being very aggressive, taking those turrets, was able to take that Vanguard down very quickly. But it does mean now the fact that the T2s are down into the side lane, that Crimson Golem is very wide open for Azar, and it was right for the taking, and he took it.
Yep, every single advantage that Nongshim has fought for in the past 13 minutes, down the drain, right? Elevate, wrestle back control. And right now, I'm starting to worry for a little bit for Siri because I don't see how they're going to be able to survive the burst coming out from Elevate. Oh, they get the catch as well, and that's the burst we're talking about. Illusion instantly deleted as Haku forced to back off defensively. Taking liberty, he's going to force the catch as well. Haku all alone, all 5 members on the side of Elevate looking for the kill, and Haku will be taken down. Nongshim, they have to stem the bleeding, and they had to stem it yesterday. Right now, Elevate in a good position.
Yeah, I mean, we saw there that Siri was kind of like trying to get a bit of a macro play down into the farm lane, trying to open up that high ground turret for the side of Elevate, open up Nongshim's, but it was just like, no, there's too much at risk here. We've lost Haku, we've lost Vision. We need to get back to base, or we are going to be the ones that drop the high ground turret first. And where Nongshim is sitting right now, 8K, well, 6K behind in gold is definitely the opening they don't want to let emerge.
Very far away, and here's the thing, when Illusion is down, there is very little counterplay available on the side of Nongshim, right? And especially you take a look at that, when there's no save for Haku, and when there's plenty of armor reduction, plenty of control coming out from Elevate, even Haku, who is a beast of a tank, can't stand against the damage of Elevate.
No, I mean, we've seen time and time again, Doom picks have been able to soak so much damage, and right now, like you say, they've got so much within the side of Elevate that's kind of just mitigating that whole opportunity for Nongshim Haku to actually perform here and be the staple that he needs to be. But we're seeing a little bit of a push here into these high ground turrets, and they're going down.
Yeah, nice catch. Haku forced to use the Blood Rage as well, but the backline is suffering. Can they get more damage though? Oh, hang on. Kyung9 saves the day. Gets the kill on the Azar. Gets the shutdown as well. And Nongshim, where is the rest of the damage? They cannot sustain. They lose their member on the side of Elevate. But Nongshim, this is a big win for them. They lost the T3, but it doesn't matter. They survive for another opportunity to come back into this game.
I mean, realistically, how much time does this give Nongshim? Yes, they were able to get the kill onto Azar. They do lose the high ground turret, which obviously is now going to come into fruition as we see the enhanced minions come through up into the clash lane. But is this going to really give them the lead they need over the Overlord here?
I mean, this is the best position they can have at this point, but Invincible Warrior committed, and it's going to be the illusion control coming in as well.
Early.
What is my ball going to be placed down? Here comes the infinite vastness as well. Kyung9 working hard onto the back lines, but Ivalice gets the heals as well. Not enough damage coming in from the side of Elevate as they get torn apart at this point, and Haku makes it work. That was the correct call, and Nongshim wrestle back some control.
They do wrestle back from control. Maybe it was the best situation they could get in the options of worse situations was, yes, we lose the high ground turret, but we get the kill of Azar, which really helped them in that team fight, as you saw there. They really lacked damage on the side of Elevate, which was able to show that the thing that we were talking about earlier, that Haku on the Dune was not able to actually soak the damage he was needing to. But with Azar taken off the board, he had that prime opportunity. And they came with they traded blows and got the resources they needed to.
Yep, the combination of Kyung9 and Illusion proves to be very useful against the line of Elevate, right? But right now, simply because of the tier 3 take on the top, it's what net them the win in this fight. And I think, take a look at what's happening on the backlines as well. A very safe positioning by Fade to make sure that they always have that Celestial Melody to get the refresh down as well. And Haku benefits quite a lot on this. And if you take a look at the fight, they actually ignore Mitsura for majority. They are looking for the important members on the side of Elevate, which are namely Azar as well as Hyde, because that is the turnaround composition from the side of Elevate.
I'd go to say, though, that Nongshim's mistake there was the fact that Siri committed onto Mitsura so early, knowing that the Splendor was there as well, because even though he dived in, he exhausted the Splendor, it still meant that Siri got taken down, which in a team fight like that, you want to make sure that you're not expanding. Like, that is not the one you want as your scapegoat, right? You don't want to be a scapegoat for Lung. Lung needs to be staying in the team fight, doing a lot of damage, and right now, team fight taking place here, potentially.
Yep, stun comes down to 2, but Haku will not survive. The board is going to be laid down, but it doesn't catch anyone. But still, it's a big win. Right now, the base is being ravaged by the minions and super minions on the top lane as well. Now, Nongshim, they're going to be issued a quarantine order by Elevate here as the dragons take to the skies and Elevate looking for the second game.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice for the side of Nongshim for a comeback there to get that Shadow Overlord, but sometimes it goes to the prize goes to the victor. Those that put in the effort here in a Jizzix is definitely just trying to keep and soak as much damage as possible for Elevate, take those skills off cooldown, but right now those high ground turrets are opening up.
Yeah, Faye gets caught out as well, and it's going to be an instant kill on him on the backline. Kyung is going 1v5. He gives his best, but Mitsura has his passive. They survive. It is going to be the second life for Azar as well. There is not enough health points on the side of Nongshim, but they do manage to push them back a little bit. Siri gets the kill on the Azar.
Oh.
There is a lack of damage coming in from the side of Elevate, and maybe this could be the defense of a lifetime. Nongshim, they do it. They push them back, but how long more? Because it is still far away before the goal evens out for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like we've not seen teams come back from no high ground turrets. It just makes it so much more harder, and especially the fact that Tempest Dragons coming up onto the side that isn't necessarily the weakest on Elevate, right? Like, they've got a minion wave already pushed. They have their high ground turrets still in place, so the Tempest Dragon may be the winning condition here, or will we actually see a Dragon Seal from the side of Nongshim this time around? But we could see another one from Mitsura if they start it on the side of Nongshim and Mitsura comes through. He's like, you know what? I fancy another $500.
Oh yeah, I mean, we are looking for the next Dragon Slayer in this series, right? I mean, Mitsura already has one under his belt. Now the question is, are they going to allow Nongshim to start it just so he can get the steal?
Imagine that. It's like, yeah, we made sure we got game 2 to go to the 20-minute mark, just so Mitsura could get another Dragon Slayer.
Yeah, exactly. And now bear in mind, this is plenty of Sage's Sanctuaries coming into play, so multiple lives. Ivalice gets caught out, forced to use his ultimate, Unending Sorrow, no catch as well, and it is a potential turnaround. Azar gets caught out of position, and this could be a big opening. Nongshim, they get the punish as well, the catch coming in, Haku going in, and suddenly Elvin gets cracked open. Hyde and Logistics are just left Haku. He is not going to force the issue here, but the base is under threat on the side of Nongshim, so they have to go back. Can he make it in time? Illusion does have some weight here, and it is going to be enough for now. It's falling a bit low. Hang on, Illusion, you have to give your life for this. One more hit does it, and looks like they will not go for that attack here. So Elevate, they managed to stave off the aggression by Nongshim, but it's not over just yet.
No, literally, if that was a moment of hesitation longer for Illusion, that game would have been over. MVP minions almost had it, but that was a really good fight there from Nongshim, though, right? Being able to take off Mitsura, taking off Azar as well of Ivalice. And we saw that Hyde there was stuck in a rock between a hard place and a rock. He just had no way to engage or scarce to engage. But now the Tempest Dragon is up.
Right, Dragon Slayer available for the taking. The knockup comes in, and who gets the steal? It is going to be on the side of Nongshim. They get the Tempest Dragon, but they need to survive the next fight as well. Mitsura working hard, sliding stones as well. But here comes the turnaround. Splendor committed by Mitsura. Can they get the kill? Sage's Sanctuary. First life down for the side of Siri. But Nongshim, they're still having a lot of power. If they kill them now, it's going to be great. It just takes falls first. Time going to be taken down successfully as well. Now just Mitsura and Ivalice. No damage, no life between the two of them as Nongshim look to end this game now.
Yeah, what a comeback there from Nongshim, able to use that Sage's Sanctuary on Siri there to use it as a little bit of a bait, like kind of like dangling that golden carrot on a stick, like hey, chase me, and then all the while in the back, Kyung9 being the true MVP, keeping those minions off of that base. But it looks like we could be seeing Nongshim taking the base here.
Ivalice needs to get that last cannon card here. If he gets it, it's over. If the defense is made and Elevate, they lose the first life of Ivalice, but the next wave of minions are coming in. The Tempest Dragon flies down. Can they do it? But it's not looking good. Nongshim, they will take the win. They wrestle back. Game number 2. Nongshim take it.
Yeah, beautiful play around the Tempest, and then just the after effect of the Tempest was just too strong for the side of Elevate. And this is exactly the position that Nongshim really wanted to be in, right? They didn't want to see themselves in that same spot where Impunity were already 2-0 up ahead and then switch all around. But this tit for tat in terms of the rounds taking one side to the other is definitely a boost for Nongshim and Faye, yesterday's birthday boy.
Yeah, they were looking so hard for Azar, and unfortunately Azar just was a little bit too open. Out in the open, actually gets scouted out by Siri, and Siri always says yes to freebies.
Oh yeah, I mean, I say freebies. Yes to freebies, absolutely. It's the British mantra, I think, at this point. But that was a really good game by Nongshim. Yes, they had a good early game, which we were saying it didn't seem like it was actually paying dividends into the mid game. Like the snowball effect wasn't quite happening the way that we thought it was. But then it was only to Elevate's potential that they were able to bring that back. But then it was just that overall brawl towards that late game that really made that game 2 absolutely banger of the quarterfinals, I think.
Yeah. Once again, I think this really falls into both Kyung9 as well as Illusion. Really good job of helping the team kind of circumvent all of the aggression coming from Elevate, right? Certain moments, Illusion always saving Haku's life here. And Haku, he just went for the traditional full tank method with the Sage's Sanctuary as well. Blood Rage, everything committed. But it's also because of that particular behavior that allowed Siri to catch hands onto Azar. I mean, Azar was pretty much even throughout the entire game, but simple positioning did the trick for Nongshim.
Yeah, like I was saying, the Azar on the Dirangid took a little while to activate. We didn't see it towards that kind of like 10-minute mark where we start to see the Imperial Order come onto Haku and actually show real effect that he wasn't able to soak up as much damage. But speaking of not soaking up as much damage, he takes the 40% damage taken for the side of Nongshim, which is around about your 190k, which is huge. But this gold graph really says it all, right? Nongshim Red Force at a solid early game. Domination from Kyung9, fantastic performance on the Mayin, even going against Hyde's Dharma as well. But then, as we saw towards the late game, Elevate started to amass some crucial influence in that game too. But then it was only for Nongshim to come back and be like, hey, we beat you with the neutral objective. We baited you with that Sage's Sanctuary from Siri. And that was definitely the defining moment for Nongshim to come back.
Yep, so let's take a look. It is going to be Siri taking only 14% of the damage thanks to the plays of the team, dealing close to 30% here. 28% in the bag for Siri in total hero damage dealt as well.
Yeah, and only dying once is pretty huge testament to this player's skill on the Lung. But now, both of these teams have been expanded the Lung so early on in this best of 7, right? So it's only going to get more tricky for both of these teams. But man, Kyung9 here with this double kill was huge.
Yep, and also forcing them to commit the flash and then dying after. That was a huge deficit for the side of Elevate. At the same time, I think Hai was trying his best to find any knockups he could get across the lineup, but the only person available was actually Haku. And Haku was happy to take that trade any day because the saves would have come in from Illusion. The sneaky kills coming in from Siri also helped out a lot in this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like this was a bit of a mistake by the side of Syria, just kind of trying to focus Mitsura a little bit too much, but ultimately it did open up the side of Elevate, but what an absolute banger of a game too, though. This is definitely the comeback that Nongshim needed, but it was to the testament of Elevate, though. They were able to bait off this early game victory for as long as possible.
Yep, you know what? At this moment, I thought the game was going to be over, but Siri actually made full use of that Sage's Sanctuary, and even if he had to commit the first life, it was really the riding the winds that changed the fight, because he pushed everyone out, and that was a saving grace for the side of Nongshim. And this was a bad fight for the side of Elevate, because Azar was dead right from the get-go.
Yeah, and we noticed how effective Azar was there. And I mean, this was almost the part where Elevate came back, right? If it weren't for that split-second decision-making from Illusion, it would have been GG Game 2 to Elevate, but no thanks to anybody on their team other than the minions.
Yeah, so we know what the formula is. If you're winning, you need to end the game as fast as possible. And if you're losing, just drag it out, man. Get to that Tempest Dragon and make sure you secure it, because it was the Tempest Dragon that really changed the whole scene on the side for Nongshim.
Yeah, you got a Tempest, drag it out. But that was it. That was the clean win there for Nongshim towards the end. Not clean overall, because there was a lot of scrapping, especially towards that mid to late game, meaning that it was the first Tempest Dragon of the day this far. No steal from Mitsura, though, so no Dragon Slayer going over to these teams just yet. But I feel like there's definitely something brewing. There is a $500 waiting to be flirted over to one of these teams within this series.
Yeah, honestly, if you're playing Yixing and you get a Dragon Slayer, I would be super impressed. Look, the damage from taking liberties is great, but like, is it enough to steal? It's not like Gun and Mo. It's not Fever Barrage from Marco. You know that it's a stretch.
Would you be that impressed that you would double the Dragon Slayer benefits?
Hey, I ain't giving no freebies here, but yeah, I would love to see that, right? $500 for whoever is a Dragon Slayer, $100 for every single member, simply because they help to create that scenario, that situation as well.
Yeah, definitely a detriment to these players that are able to steal these neutral objectives, but hey, Game 3 is just around the corner, right? So what are we feeling going into this one?
I think we might explore even more tanks going into the jungler. We have not seen too many Agudos so far. We have seen the Mankey already in the first series, which I'm quite surprised by. But you know, these hero picks also then allows your opponent to go for big true damage heroes. Like Elevate was teasing the Dianwei just now. Dianwei is a very good counter pick against Agudo because of the amount of shred he has as well. But hey, it really comes down to it. Nongshim, they like to have heroes who have very big CC, AoE CC as well. And so far, they're playing that to a T. They have not used their trump card yet. To me, in my opinion, their Sun Ce. That is something that I'm waiting for on the Nongshim side.
Would you say the trump card's actually the Sunset, not the Dharma?
Yeah, I would believe. I mean, Kyong9 has been really successful with his Sun Ce, even from qualifiers all the way up to this point today. And I think that is one of the many options they can explore.
Plenty of options to explore, but we are going to be taking a short break for these teams to go to the situation room and think what they're going to go and do for Game 3. So make sure you don't go anywhere, guys. Short break coming through.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, stars in light. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
I will send you back home on the board. Indonesia isn't far anyway.
Kebolehan Anda tiada tandingan untuk kami. Nikmati perlawanan terakhir Anda.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Season 3 Invitational of Honor of Kings. And we were just hearing there that there was a hint of boats, so maybe the Game 3 draft, there'll be a sunset coming through.
Yeah, you know what? It's not that far away. Yes, the concept is not that far away as well. So definitely, I think Sunse is definitely up for contention between the two teams. Obviously, Kyung9, a very proficient Clash laner. We've seen his performances in the qualifiers leading up to this day as well. It was a very scary combination with the Dolia, and I believe, yeah, they just used the Dolia, so I'm not sure what the combination is going to be for the Sunse as well. But definitely control for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, they've already taken those two great support picks off the side of Nongshim, so Faye is going to have to kind of like draw into more of the, not the obscure, but maybe the tankier side. Or we could see the likes of the Liang come through, which we saw yesterday. Definitely towards the latter part of the series is when we start to see picks like the Liang, the Ming as well.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, we have seen teams adopt the traditional Liang strategy, right? Which in this case can be paired up with the Garden Mo, it can be paired up with the Princess Frost. Essentially, the utility of having a Liang is not just to only stop the very important damaging heroes, but also set up for a free kill for your team.
Oh yeah, I mean, you don't want to kind of, this is the thing with the Liang as well, right? You don't want to just use that suppression willy-nilly. It's kind of, you have to make the most of it because you're a sitting duck at that point. Like, if you stay around and you're just in suppression, somebody can come from the backside and just take you down. But here is the overall global ban pick this far, so both teams already exhausting the Orgrim. But other than that, this is, as well as the Dolia as well.
It's pretty much an open field, at least in the farm lane, right? We still have heroes like the Arlie, we still have heroes like the Soyue. Plenty of high damage, high mobility, high burst function heroes. And at this point, I think we're in for a seesaw ride here, right? It's still back and forth because there's too many things to consider. The hero pool is still wide open.
Yeah, I feel like Elevate can't feed into Kyung9 in the early game because that's what we saw. That was the devastating blow in the start of the ripple effect in that game too for Nongshim Red Force. But like I was saying, they were able to get that great early game, but not able to convey that snowball effect into the into the late game. Yes, they ultimately got the win, but it wasn't as convincing in that mid game. So I feel like that's where Nongshim need to really polish it up if they do get the early game lead again. But I'm pretty sure that's going to be on Elevate's cards to say, look, we can't give them the early game because we really struggled to come back there.
Yeah. You know, side note, we want to thank all the viewers, especially coming to our channels and watch. We do read your
Absolutely.
comments as well. And I think I agree with you guys. I think at this point, Elevate definitely does have a stronger macro game, but Nongshim have improved tremendously. So I want to see what kind of draft they have on both sides to really make use of the strength to out macro your opponents, because that seems to be the key to winning so far.
I mean, that's one of the greater details of some of these amazing teams that have graced us for the first time in Season 3 Invitational, is that these teams that are going to go on to do bigger and greater things are the teams that necessarily learn from those mistakes very early on. And we've had some Season 3 teams, not going to mention any, but they did not learn at all, and now they are on their way home, you know what I mean? So definitely a truer, a better talent and a better trait that Nongshim are showing for hopefully some of these other teams that didn't quite learn as fast as they did, because hey, they're in the top 6 for now, but can they make it to the top 4? That's what we're looking for in this best of 7. But Dolia and Diadea Bandit once more, it does leave open the Arlie for Elevate, so Azar getting another slippery marksman into the farm roll.
Yep, so one of the benefits of the Arlie obviously is her mobility, so she's able to have good solo plays across the map. You can kind of leave Arlie alone for her to farm and try and make plays elsewhere on the map as well. Now, the big thing here is what does Nongshim have in mind? And I like this idea. Yep, we were teasing it already. The Sun Ce is going to make it out into the hero pool here for the side of Nongshim. Now, we all know how strong Kyung is on this Sun Ce. So we have to see this work for the side of our JPKR region.
The Yixing coming through as well for Illusion is just going to make sure that they're able to get that ultimate control. They're kind of the saying, look, hey, Mitsura had this pick last game, did good with it considering the outcome of the match, but we're going to do better. And the fact that they've paired that up with Young Nine's Sun Ce is absolutely devastating. But if we do look over to the side of Elevate, they've definitely got access into the back line for the banks of the lane. That's dual Death on Sunset is going to be pretty huge for Elevate.
Yeah, it's actually a very strong hero to have, because it counters 2 of the picks you have here on the side of Nongshim, namely the Soyue and the Yixing as well. Simply because Death at Sunset will be able to get out of the World is My board with no difficulty at all. At the same time, you also force the Soyue to expand 1 stack of his passive, which will dwindle his escape and defensive mechanisms.
Yeah, interesting for Nongshim to keep focusing the support pull for the side of Ivalice, right? They just want to try and maybe force out a tank, because they are banning out all the beautiful enchantresses. And there we go, even the beautiful enchanter himself, Sekir, gets taken out for the side of Nongshim. But do you think that they're setting up a Motsu here for the side of Nongshim, or even like a Zhongfei, just to make sure they're able to create that distance for Show You to shine? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, exactly. The 2 heroes that you mentioned, exactly the point they were looking at. I was actually considering a Zhangfei for Elevate as well, right? The ability to give the Leaping Savior shields is going to be monumental in team fights. Now, Elevate, they want to look for the poke and prod, so they will go with the Menki. Menki, one of the tankier heroes available in the hero pool left for themselves. And interesting, I like the Sun Bin. Okay, Sun Bin does, if you play it right at the usage of the time flux as well as the usage of the time lapse, it could very well hurt Nongshim's game. But Nongshim, I like this draft, very early game centric pay. If they can get an early kill onto a lane or early, it destroys the entire composition.
I mean, they've already proved that they can have a great early game, right? So why not draft the early game, one of the most sort of greatest potentials in terms of early game team comps, especially the jungler there, Pei. So Haku going on to a little bit of a difference between Dude and Pei. Pei not being able to soak as much damage, but Young Nine on that big pick up into the clash lead is going to be pretty huge for Nongshim in terms of having that early game lead, I feel. But Sir Cloud was never a fan of the Sunbeam, but every time he doubted it, it came through for the team that picked it. So, like you say, time flux, the time lapse coming through, going to be really good for Ivalice, and we know that he's good at landing these shots when he needs to. That was displayed by Motsu in game 1, so I feel like the Sunbeam could have that same kind of influence in this game 3.
Yeah, I think majority of the focus on the side of Ivalice is actually to use a time flux rather than the time lapse at this point, right? Time flux, obviously, you get to have a rebate in terms of life loss, right? So you get a portion of your health back. based on the damage that's dealt to you. But I think the time lapse is actually to kind of break the combinations coming in from Nongshim, which could prove to be a saving point, especially when they're looking for example, there is a catch coming in from Kyong on that set sail, or it could even be the World is My Board coming in from Illusion, right? Having a break in between so that they can't continue the combination of stuns could prove to be very valuable for the side of Elevate.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like the Sunbin, it gives you room for error. You then get to kind of like have a second go. You are able to silence with the time lapse. It's a pretty huge disengage mechanic for the side of Elevate. So I feel like it is a good pick here. It all depends on Jizzix into these team fights. I feel like Monkey needs to have that great early game to sort of make sure he gets that passive up, to have that tankiness going into these team fights. But yeah, Elevate against Nongshim game 3. Yes, Nongshim have the early game, but I feel like Elevate have that second go. They have the do-over of the Sunbin.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, I think a lot of people, they have the mindset that, hey, Sunbin, defensive character, is used to save, during team fights, is to, save the mistakes. But when you have the advantage with a Sunbin in your team, it gets extremely scary for the opponent team as well, because Time Flux increases your movement speed. It gives you extra survivability. And imagine Zara having a lead. Imagine Elaine having a lead. Suddenly, the huge burst potential is amplified by increased movement speed, and they can come out of the blue.
Yeah, I mean, most times out of 10, we see the Elaine go for the sprint, right? So even if he exhausts his sprint, you've still got the use of that time flux, right? You're able to go in, use the movement speed increase, and then just have it gain yourself a second sprint. So there is a lot of utility within this Sunbin pick, and I feel like Nongshim banning out all those supports kind of forced them into this, but in a way, it's kind of rounded out Elevate's draft quite beautifully.
Yeah, and I think Maple Dance is also a very valuable skill set for the side of Elevate, because it does negate a lot of the different skills available on the side of Nongshim. So Nongshim, they have a very tough job, and I think it all stems from that Clash Lane fight, because it's a pure skill matchup here. Unfortunately, with the skill sets, whoever moves first with their skills loses, because you get to reposition and make your way out of the damage.
I think the most important thing here for Nongshim is make sure that Faye doesn't get taken out early, because the past 2 games, he's not had a great start, but he's definitely made up for it in the long run.
He's a Zhang Fei, he's fine.
we say that. This is against Elevate. They can do many things.
Okay, and he gets a steal with the smite as well. So that's one of the benefits. I love myself a roam smite, and of all the heroes to have it on Zhang Fei as well, because there's a potential now of actually forcing out objectives early and even stealing it away from your opponent. So I think Nongshim, just kit-wise, I like their kit a little bit better than what
Hello, that's Spanish. You come back. Yep. Hello, everyone. Hello,គ្នាយើងខ្ញុំឡើងមួយញូតញ៉ាំអីមុនហ្នឹងខ្ញុំញ៉ាំអីទៅពេលមកបាននិយាយ
Make sure they get the early game right, and I feel like that's Elevate's #1 task in this first few minutes of game 3, is to make sure that they don't get that early game. But right now,
yeah, Hyde is probably gonna die from this. He tries and will not. He gives the first blood away, and it's a perfect start for the side of Nongshim here. Not only that, they get the kill, they get the Lizard Camp away as well. So this is valuable EXP and gold going into the hands of Nongshim.
yeah, I mean, going over to the hands of Haku as well, right? Like, we know that Monkey's already got like a very slow farm clear in terms of junglers overall, and Pei is very fast and furious, but getting that first kill is going to mean that the XP lead is just ever so much edging in the favor of Haku for now. But again, this is now putting another task on Jizzix's hands. He has to make sure that growth doesn't keep maintaining.
Yep, and one of the benefits of this is the fact that if you have the lead, take a look at it. Illusion now, in his passive, under the sliding zone, he's going to have more and more effects, simply because he can keep poking without the worry that they will be taken down as well. This is the advantage of having Haku actually snowball in the early game, because he gets to put down aggression. And if you're on the side of Nongshim, you get to kind of telegraph and understand that, hey, because they're on the defensive, Elevate is going to play in such a way, they're going to position in certain angles.
Yep, again, Haku just helping himself to the enemy jungle there, well, but we're going to get a bit of a highlight here to see how we got that first blood, and it was just so much damage from Nongshim, which we know that Pei offers in that early draft, and there they go, claiming the kill. They're only ahead by about 400 gold, but This is the kind of lead that can snowball into something greater.
Hello.
Exactly, especially if you funnel the farm away from Agisics. Actually, you know, Agisics is not going to have a good time as well. Right now, it's another kill, and
no.
Nongshim, they force out the ultimate as well. It doesn't matter if they don't get the kill, they force out that big turnaround potential. Not only that, they reward themselves with the T1 on the top. Nongshim just in control.
Yeah, they know where to put the focus into this early game. They know Young Knight, he has the potential to have a fantastic early game. It's just what they do after it, right? We saw it in game 2. They weren't able to sort of snowball it into a fantastic mid game, but they're able to get the outcome that they desired. This time around, it looks like Nongshim are looking to perfect it.
Yep, and hear me out. Where is the counter initiation coming from Elevate when Hyde is not available? There is none, and Nongshim will take this fight any day.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the dream role, but if you're playing from behind, you're going to be using it defensively, which we saw from Nongshim in game 1.
And especially the series on the Soyue, you don't allow a Soyue to give you free hits. If he's getting free hits, the game is pretty much over.
Are you telling me you don't take wild wins to the face in your pub games?
No, I don't. I have good mechanical skills.
But the neutral objectives up right now for the side of these two teams. They are taking the Tyrant straight away. Faye just giving over some more damage over to Shoyu. So Siri's going to be hitting like a truck, if not already.
Yep, so the snowball effect from the lead they've gotten, thanks to, you know, Hyde feeding so much into the hands of Haku, it's going to be quite hard to turn around because Nongshim, nobody has the ability to shut down Siri at this point. I mean, Azar can try to go in, but especially when Faye does have access to the Unbridled Outburst. And once again, the Faye line serve, Elevate, they lose again. So Nongshim, they take another turret. T2 this time, much more valuable.
Oh no, they're taking the eyes off the prize as well. I mean, Young Knight, you're giving him his second tier 2 turret, which means that set sail is going to be freebies.
And it's a double initiation here, and it looks like the Unbridled Outburst will be used defensively. At the same time, Elevate, they're forced to run around the map, which is not what they want to do at this point. They're already behind on gold, 2,000 in fact. They need to be farming. But Nongshim, this is the first time their macro is so strong.
It's very strong, yeah. Definitely the balance output is definitely unbalanced in terms of the side lanes, because we kind of see here that yes, Siri is now trying to sort of take this T1, but Young Knight is definitely tipping the scales of the power of Nongshim right now, which they have to make sure they don't kind of play too much into balls. And then that's kind of like where I feel Elevate may be able to kind of find like the chinks in the armor, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Elevate needs to call a pharmacist, right? They're trying to put a band-aid on the top lane, and every time they try to put that band-aid on, then Nongshim come in and give them another scratch at the bot lane. And take a look at it. Farm T1 should be down with this next wave, which means it opens up the potential for them to go into the jungle on both ends on the side of Elevate. And as a Mankey that's behind on farm, that is not ideal.
It's not ideal, and as Haku on the side of Nongshim is already helping himself to his enemy jungle, it's not what he needed anyway. He had the green card to go into the enemy jungle already, but that opening that side lane, like you say, the T1 now down into the farm lane is going to make a lot more pressure. And speaking of pressure, Hyde here, maybe a diamond.
He's not in a safe place. Everyone locks him down, and Nongshim, they take a huge fight to count all 4 as well, the 4 remaining members. But Haku's low, so they will stave off a little bit and say, you know what, it's okay, we're not greedy, we will play the map instead. And Siri, all alone in his lonesome self, taking all the farm in the world.
He's happy as Larry. I mean, that's a farm lane's dream. Speaking as myself, if I was left down into the farm lane, just be able to stack up as much resources as possible, I would be the happiest guy. I think it was Siri's birthday, not Faye's birthday yesterday.
Yeah, putting the farm in farm lane at this point, and nobody's able to stop Haku at this point. This is a rare sight to see where Mankey is unable to tank up damage. So Haku, look at the decisions made and what he has come down to. He's forcing out the ultimates from Hyde as well. So no death at sunset for the next fight. Nongshim, they definitely want to be aggressive now.
Yeah, they need to take this T1 in the mid lane, and that's just going to open right up to the side of Nongshim. This is looking like such a fatal draft here for Nongshim in this game 3, which they definitely want to be piling on the pressure after getting that win in game 2.
Yeah, they definitely have polished up the gameplay as well. Nongshim looking so dominant in this match. And, you know, Faye, I think he's very comfortable here. He does have access to the Unbridled Outburst. At this point, Ivalice, he doesn't provide much in team fights anymore.
Yeah, I mean, look at the side of Elevate. They're every lane, their level is lower than their counterparts, so they aren't going to have that necessary damage to try and counter Faye right now. And he has the Unbridled Outburst, he has his Rage up as well, so he can just unleash that Unbridled Outburst whenever he wants to. But I feel like they're popping it up at the right moment, trying to exhaust some more distance between Siri and the rest of Elevate coming into the next team fight. But look at that gold difference. It's around about 4K. It's definitely getting out of hand.
Okay, they catch onto 2 with the board as well. Here comes the boat in the front lines. The back lines, they can't do anything. There's no access. They try for a Deathbed Sunset already committed by Hyde.
No.
But it's not going to be enough because Nongshim, they're just too far ahead. Even Haku is able to take so much damage, and Nongshim, they take 1 kill. They take the map as well. T2 in the mid being threatened, and Nongshim, they still have the option to go for more aggression.
Yeah, a little bit of a bait and switch there. They're able to get the T2 down into the farm lane and absolutely do a lot of damage into the T2 into the mid lane, as well as taking the Tyrant. So everything in that little interaction there was going into the favor of Nongshim. They got the map, they got the kills, they got the resources, literally everything.
Yeah, but Nongshim, you know, on the side of Haku,
60
he
minutes
starts the fall off maybe at the 15, 16, 17 minute mark, right? So it's a long way to go for Elevate to try and mount this comeback. And once again, Kyung9, level 12, he's just ahead of everyone. Level with Agistix is not what you want on the side of Elevate.
Yeah, level 14 Haku is crazy at this point. We was like, hey, he's going to fall off at like 15, 60 minutes. At this point, he's scaled way past that point of the 9-minute mark. He should be a lot weaker than he is right now, but Nongshim has definitely been given over all the resources, and unfortunately, Elevate's been playing into it.
Yep, and you know, for those of you that are saying that, hey, this is a timer on the side of Nongshim, that's fine. The timer on Haku matters less because late game Siri is a total beast. And right now, T3 is going to be opened up and Elevate, their base gets exposed.
Yes, that's not what you want going into the 10-minute mark with these shadow neutral objectives popping up as well. I mean, they could go, they have slim pickings. We can go for the Tyrant, we can go for the Overlord. Which one do you want to go for? We have the pressure in this lane, which to the counterpoint of Elevate is definitely the big negative. The Elevate we saw in game 1, they were clear, they were precise, they were surgical with the way they were rotating, and right now, Nongshim's like, why pick 1? Go for 2.
Yep, I love this. The double neutrals, that's a big strat. That shows you how big of a lead A2 is in. And Nongshim, yeah, they are about 7,000 ahead. I will call that a big lead.
Oh, I would say so too. I mean, it's still classed as the mid game. 7K in mid game is pretty good for the side of Nongshim, and it's showing on the Gorge. We don't mean to keep saying Nongshim's going to win this one, but they are putting the pressure onto the high ground turret down into the farm lane, so that's 2 gone down. 3-12 minutes, and close out Agistix here.
Oh, nice land on the boat as well, but they try for a kill. Heidi's giving his life for it.
Oh, no.
It's not going to work. Nongshim, they take 1 kill, and it might be even more. The Dragon is going to reach the base on the side of Elevate, going to be quickly taken down, but it's the pressure across the other lanes that are going to be a pain in the behind of Elevate. Elevate, Agistix going to mount and be that front line, but it's not looking good. The Green Roam committed defensively once again, and Misura does not have the destructive solution. Bolt comes in, and Kyung9 once again with the control, as Haku looking to clean up Agistix as well. Gonna give his life, but it doesn't matter. 4 members on the side of Nongshim. They're looking to end the game. And it is just delaying the inevitable, as Nongshim have 3 lanes of Flying Dragons.
Yeah, first blood going over to the side of Elevate at 11 minutes, but maybe more here.
They are going in for it. Siri on the back lines. T is going to be in danger, but not for long, because Nongshim now is just Agistix against the world. And Nongshim, if they have it their way, this series is going to be a 2-1. The lock away, the keep away. And Nongshim, they get 2-1 in this best of 7 series.
Yeah, Faye there towards the end. Just using the upright left burst, saying, just stay back, buddy. Like, honestly, you don't want to get hurt. You've already lost about maybe 10 kills to us. Let's just make it 10. Let's round it off as even. We like even numbers, not odds, but that was a great display by Nongshim. Again, learning even further into this series. We saw game 1, not a great display from Nongshim. Game 2, very good early game, but not quite translated into the mid to late game. Still getting the positive outcome towards the end, but then Nongshim was just like, okay, we'll play the early game, but we'll play the late. We'll play the mid. We won't even get to the late game.
Yep, exactly. And here's the thing. I know we have thrown a lot of shade onto Pei since last year, but Pei is a really strong pick, and especially when you can secure that early game lead and that advantage. Look at the result of this, right? Nongshim just had no signs that they were letting loose of any control across the map.
I mean, at Hauler TV was the one throwing the shade at Pei, right? But I mean, he's had the buff recently, so I feel like it makes more sense, especially when you're playing on the dominant foot. And Nongshim already kind of had that early game motion going into it, so all they needed to do was kind of just tweak their draft a little bit to make sure that their early game was even more ferocious. And Kyung9 and Haku in that one was just fantastic once more.
Yeah, so every time I see a Sunsa coming out from Kyung9, it is a guaranteed win. Right? I mean, you have to pay your dues at this point. You have given one of the strongest heroes over to the side of Nongshim, especially into Kyung9. And let's take a look at the itemization. I mean, I really love this on the side of Nongshim. Look, we aren't even into the later parts of the game. They can't even hit the 6 slotted items on the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, no, a true struggle in there from the side of Elevate, trying to just even match the pace. We were really hoping that the Sunbeam meant more to them going into this game 3, but it just actually didn't pay any kind of dividends for Evilus in this whole game. It was just a Haku and Kyung9 show. Maybe that's why they focused up into the clash lane as well, because they knew that if they tried to kind of get the ganks up down into the farm lane, they wouldn't have had as easy of a time with Evilus on the Sunbeam, right?
Yeah, simply because if you can shut down Hyde, like I said, there is no counter work. It requires Haku to dive, Kyung9 to dive, and even Faye to dive, right? Which exposes your backline. So if Hyde actually had farm in this game, their backline would have been decimated by Hyde alone. So it's a very smart idea. Not only do they stifle the growth, they also feed themselves, and take a look at the very steady growth coming out from Nongshim.
Yeah, definitely a lot different compared to the last goal graph we're seeing, because we saw it kind of flitter towards Nongshim in the early game, and then towards the end it was definitely in the favor of Elevate, but this time it was just kind of like a golden run for the side of Nongshim this time around. And finished off with 9 kills to 1, and all the neutral objectives going over to the side of Nongshim means that Haku rightfully deserves that MVP, right? Siri in game 2, Haku in game 3. Fantastic display. 4, 1, and 3. Damage dealt 30%. He did what Siri couldn't do.
Yep, the claws and the fangs. This guy put the tiger spirit into the team as well. So let's take a look at how this came to be. The first blood onto Hyde was such a big, important moment for the side of Nongshim, because now they actually identify a weakness that they can take advantage of in lane.
My only problem is, obviously, we're seeing these highlights and we're meant to be highlighting Nongshim here because obviously they won this game 3, but I feel like Elevate just need to basically, in this next break, be like, right, okay, they clearly focused up into the clash lane. We need to make sure we counter that going into game 4.
Yeah, it's really understanding what the win condition is, right? And the options that are available for your draft to not just win team fights, but also if you're fighting from behind, where is the turnaround capabilities on this composition you have gotten for yourself? So at this point, I think Nongshim has shown tremendous growth since we have last seen them, simply because of these little concepts that, you know, non-competitive players might miss out. So this is a big lesson. I mean, if you're looking for growth, look at how Nongshim was playing just about half to 7 months ago, and look at the Nongshim now. This is a very different JPKR region squad.
Yeah, I mean, these global teams are definitely growing at a fast rate, and we can even say the same thing for Blacklist Esports, right? Like, this team just took down a team that had years of experience. These guys have probably had, what, 7, 8 months tops? So definitely the year of the underdog so far in this Season 3 Invitational of Honor of Kings. But I just want to give a props there to Kyung9. Like, he was on Sunset. We didn't see many set sails. He didn't need to. His lane was completely decimated. But then towards the end, we got that fantastic crucial crowd control of 3. But are we going to get any more crucial crowd controls in the form of Dharma in this game 4 for Kyung9? You'll have to wait, and we'll go for a short break, guys, but don't go anywhere.
2 នាទីកន្លះ
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything sweat and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work.
Ahem.
Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, stars align. We don't gotta fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second day of the quarterfinals of the Season 3 Invitational of Honor of Kings. I am Blem, and with me is Ken, and so far, we're currently seeing a red run for Nongshim Red Force this far, but is that going to change in this Game 4?
I mean, it's knockouts day 2, right? So you definitely want to knock out the competition, and you want to do it quickly because you don't want to allow them to have that chance and space to take a breath and recompose themselves. So here's a recap of the global bans and picks. Now we're left with a couple of farm laners in the farm lane. We still have the RLE available for the side of Nongshim, I believe. Yes, and there's still the Marco. Plenty of options to explore. We haven't really hit the part where people have to dig deep into this series yet.
Not just yet. I mean, there's certain roles that it's slowly dwindling, right? Like in the farm lane for the side of Elevate, I feel like they're exhausting a lot of their top picks, whereas Nongshim, they forced out the Vong in Game 1, which means they still have the likes of the Durinja, they have the Ali in their clasps as well. But honestly, I could see that we might be getting the likes of like a Marco Polo this time around because of what we've already seen and drafted this far into the farm lanes for both of these, and maybe even Azar gets his Marco Polo this time, which we know is a stable pick of his.
Yeah, but with that being in mind, right, I would like to remind you of the performance of Nongshim in the qualifiers as well. They actually had a series against Scars where they saved the Ogryn up to the closer battle, right? Closing battle and closing a match of the series, and of which they had too much of an advantage. So I think Elevate needs to be really careful here on saving certain heroes to be able to counter the
I don't mythic skin man ទៅបាន$350 bro.
Yeah, I mean it'd be probably the first series we've seen of any of the Season 3 Invitational if we didn't get an Ogryn in any of them. And I mean, an Ogryn not to service for your team at a best of 7 is a pretty huge flex. But, oh, the scoreboards are completely wrong there. It's 2-1 to Nongshim, by the way, guys, watching at home. So Nongshim are currently in the lead. Elevate needing to try and take this Game 2 from them to try and equalize it. But there we go. Set straight. Thank you very much, guys. Well, Lu Bang being the prior ban for the side of Nongshim.
Okay, so this means they might want to go for huge burst compositions. We have seen heroes like the Prince of Lanling being executed yesterday, almost in a very clean fashion as well. This could open up assassin role junglers, something like the Jing, something like the Luna, right? These are things that Nongshim hasn't really shown in their kit yet, but I'm pretty sure they can prepare this as well.
I feel like with Nongshim, they just keep banning out this Musashi because obviously, one, it's Jizik's one of his favorite picks, but then at the same time, they're like, we're banning out the Musashi. Are we going to pick the Ogryn now? Are we going to do it? But they just keep teasing it, and they're just not bringing it out just yet. But it is going to be picking off the farm lane first pick here, Lady Sun. As I've already said, they're expanding. So far, we're into Game 4, and a lot of that farm lane's already gone.
Yeah, and this could be the traditional Ming and Lady Sun combo. So let's see what Elevate has in mind, right? They are under the red side, so this is going to be a counter pick strategy. They start off with the Princess Frost and the Dun, two very controlling heroes. I like where this is going, but what is the formula here, right? Because it's forced entry. What else is in cooking and brewing in the lineup of Elevate?
Yeah, I feel like they need a little bit more burst damage here. I feel like that's maybe where the Marco Polo will actually sit well into this team comp, because you've got Dune with the Unruly Blade. There we go. There's the Augur, and they're like, no, yeah, we're going to bring it out in game 4, see if we can take a 3-1 this far. But I feel like I like the Dune with the Princess Frost because of obviously the Unruly Blade being paired with the Winter is here, trying to get on top of your enemy team and then laying down that huge AoE ultimate. But they are going to get the Orgrin and Liempo combo for the side of Nongshim. And this is one of my favorite pairings when it comes to an Orgrin.
Yeah, it is. It's actually quite devastating for the side of Elevate because the Liempo will be the one responsible to eat up all of the CC given to the side of by the side of Elevate, right? So this Frigid Prison is not going to be as effective if they actually try to land it onto this Liempo, which will be played either by Faye or Kyung9 in the Clash lane as well. Now Elevate, they go for the Dolia. This opens up a couple of things. I would presume it's going to be the constant cycle of the Unruly Blade for the side of Elevate.
Potentially. I mean, we could see the Sunset come through for the side of Elevate as well, right? So they get more set sails, use the strategy that Nongshim would like to use, but they exhausted these two heroes in 2 different games. But it looks like Elevate are trying to just get rid of that burst damage onto the side of Nongshim, because we have the Lady Sun, which can pack a punch. She does damage over time, but it's that burst damage we need from Nongshim's roster. I feel like that's what we're missing in that mid lane.
Yeah, I don't think they will go for the Ming combination on the side of Nongshim, because if they go for the Ming, I fear there's not enough damage coming in from the side of Nongshim in the early to mid stages of the game, right? And with that, they will secure the Lady Zhen. So the classic matchup, right? Who's better, Lady Zhen, Princess Frost? It's not the hero, it's the player.
It is definitely the player, but I mean, getting to match that Destructive Deluge with the Winter is here could be quite a big deterrent for the side of Nongshim as well. But they're rounding it all out, and it's actually going to be Kyung9 on the lane here, so a very good access into the backline, and oh, we're getting a Mungya.
Okay, I like this pick. Both teams very valid in the way that they are thinking about this. Elaine, obviously, in the hands of Kyung9, will be super aggressive, and it pairs well against the Mungya, right? Because he's not the most mobile hero in the entire game. But with this, it also then exposes a couple of weaknesses on the backlines on the side of Nongshim. This puts a lot of pressure onto Mitsura. He needs to make sure his combination lands. If Mitsura does not have a good game, Nongshim will run rampant across this Elevate lineup.
There's a big potential, but I mean, pairing it with a Dolia, I mean, we've already kind of alluded to the fact that it might be the fact of enhancing the Unruly Blade, just getting a few more of those out when needs be, but could we be seeing, instead of a Missile Mayhem, just a Missile Barrage ×2, just loads and loads of ultimates coming from Mungya?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea as well, right? But that requires you to have a very solid front line. And I think that strategy best used as a keep away rather than an initiation move. Like example, they're taking those neutral objectives, then you want to make sure that you keep them away, of which I would presume their Clash lane will be the one responsible for giving them vision so that that ultimate can be put to full use.
Yeah, it seems that way. And the fact that Hyde's gone for the Byron as well. So Byron against a lane into the Clash lane. I mean, in terms of performance, both of these Clash laners have definitely performed to their best. But so far, 2 games back-for-back, Kyung9 is definitely looking like the stronger one. But in terms of actual hero matchups, Byron, most times out of 10, takes that 1v1.
I think in terms of like execution of the draft, I think it's much easier for the side of Nongshim to get their formula right. And you can definitely expect in the early stages of the game, there is going to be constant pressure in the mid as well as the Clash lane, right? You want to shut down this Princess Frost so that she doesn't have that turnaround capability in team fights. And likewise on the side of Elevate, they want to shut down, Nongshim, they want to shut down this lane. Elevate wants to shut down the lane because that will definitely be hard to deal against when your backline is exposed.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you don't want an lane on top of the Azar or Mitsura too early on within this fight because they need to make sure that Azar gets those items up. But Faye taking those blows, but he can do his Liempo this time around.
Yeah, and it's important, right? So here's the formula on the side of Elevate. If they want to shut Faye down, they have to make sure that he rotates and loses out in terms of EXP. So this means they need to go on the corresponding lanes, and which is why they need to put a lot of pressure onto Kyung9. You kill 2 birds with 1 stone here, you do another farm on Kyung9, you do another EXP on Faye, and suddenly you are much stronger in the team fights.
I mean, the attention to detail for the side of Elevate this time around seems to be like it's more coordinated around the bot side of the map, which we've seen plenty of time again. They're kind of hoping that Hyde in this 1v1 matchup can just hold his own this time around, but they got to make sure they don't underestimate the young Gnome, right? Like, he's been able to come back and throw us off guard so many times.
Yeah, and also bear in mind, okay, Nongshim, actually Faye is able to bait out quite a number of skills from Azar and Ivalice as well. So this is a big concern for the side of Elevate fans, right? Nongshim, if Faye plays his cards right, I don't think they'll ever get the perfect initiation coming in from Elevate.
Potentially, but I mean, there's room for mistakes, and Nongshim just got to make sure that their heads aren't getting too big with those 2 back-to-back wins for now. But we are seeing Elevate actually take the lead in terms of the resources by about 500 gold, which again isn't a lot. As if they can try and get first blood for themselves, okay, could be the turning tide that they need in this game for.
Yep, not going to be too aggressive at this point. This first rotation by Mitsura didn't have any much value at this point, simply because Kyung9 was playing really safe. But this rotation by Illusion could make the world's difference. I think it was actually spotted out by Ivalice here, so they're pretty much safe at this point.
Yeah, no, it definitely was cut off before it was even made to make any impact. But we are seeing that Haku is trying to evade the enemy jungle as well, get some more resources, trying to make sure that that gold lead goes over to the favor of Nongshim. But right now, we haven't seen that Organ just pop off just yet. We need to wait for those items to come through. But I do have to say that Azar on this Mungia has definitely been very oppressive, tries to keep away the side of Nongshim in the farm lane.
It might not be enough, right? Because since you allowed Haku to steal a couple of camps, look, there hasn't been an attempt to steal away camps from the side of Nongshim by the Elevate players. And this is a cause for concern, because if you allow the Organ to over-level and put you in a position where you're playing from behind, especially as a Tun, J6 is not going to be able to tank for the team, which, you know, really severely impacts the firepower coming out from Azar.
Yeah, I think that maybe they're just trying to play it safe, which can be sometimes the best scenario, especially when you're already playing from behind. You don't want to make too many mistakes in the early game, which may have been the fault of Elevate in the past 2 games. But you can kind of see where they're going with this, especially the fact we're getting to that 4-minute mark, and Haku's already contesting a lot of these jungle camps onto the side of Elevate as well, just to make sure they can try and get a lead. But Elevate, regardless of that fact, are still maintaining their farm.
Oh yeah, I think at this point, simply because nobody is playing overly aggressive, status quo, right? And until maybe this point of the match, 4 minutes in, but the neutral objectives are up, this could be the turning point for either team. So they have to be really careful about the way they take this fight. And it looks like Nongshim, they will just give it up for now.
Yeah, giving the Tyrant over to Elevate. I mean, it's good. It's good for Elevate. It's not the worst thing for Nongshim. Obviously, the Azure Golem is a lot more useful for the side of Nongshim than having to go down, rotate, and might not even get the Tyrant at that point because they already started it very early for Elevate. But they still have the chance of going for the Overlord. Haku here is having not much of an advantage over J6 just yet.
Yeah, I love the game sense coming out from Kyung9, right? He understands that, hey, hang on, it is going to be an attempt to pressure them on the back. Potential first blood, J6 on the flash away, and it's going to be a huge turnaround. Where's the backup? Everyone is leaving J6 alone, but here comes the Winter is here. They finally get the damage down, and it's going to be Faye. First blood, and suddenly Elevate come to life as J6, he gets away scot-free. In the meantime, Haku is trying to make the world's difference to the side of Nongshim, but nothing is working. And Elevate, they take this lead and they run away with it. They want to turn this around. Haku once again gets the ultimate, but it's 4 different members on the side of Elevate here. He cannot take this fight. Meanwhile, on the top as well,
Hello, Antor.
His own against Hyde. Elevate just suddenly turn up the pace.
Yeah, a lot cleaner for Elevate in this one. They're able to not only get the first blood, but it's only literally hanging on by the skin of its teeth is that T1 down. It's a
How are you doing, Antor?
A lot from that trade.
Yeah, the timing was impeccable by the side of Elevate. You know, props to J6 here. They recognize that, hey, this is the opening moment. And once again, Haku might be out of position here. They lay down, the winner is here. It's not going to be enough because here comes the knock-up onto 2. And somehow they still survive. They trade out Mitsura, but they can't get 2 kills on their own on the side of Elevate. Now it's made into a horrendous situation for Nongshim.
Play with me in my
losing
rival.
Haku this early on in the game is not the best outcome for the side of Nongshim right now.
Nah, bro.
Trying to get this T1 into the mid lane for Elevate.
I
so
don't
this
play
is
much
again trying to
PC
reap
game
the
now
rewards from that last
nowadays.
team fight, and it looks like they're able to get it.
Even
So
I do play, I don't play
definitely
the online competitive one anymore.
Munga, not quite the conventional pick we've been seeing.
Maybe I'll check it out later. I played with my friend last time, but I uninstalled it already.
Princess Frost, the dude, all paying dividends.
Look, Jin 6 is fine here. Here comes the cavalry as well on the backlines. Azar popping those ultimates as well. The flash comes in from behind. Can he get the kill though? Everyone is low on the side of Nongshim, but they make it out. The ultimate dropped by Haku as well, but he's in the middle of 5. Azar, he gets the amplify as farm. This is a huge win for the side of Elevate.
Yeah, we're slowly seeing that jungle difference in the gold lead there. So around about 600 gold just in that lane alone, right? And then if you look over to the farm lane as well.
Cause I'm suck at it, true. I'm old now. I'm old now. I have a reaction of an old man. My reaction time is 9,999 ms, bro.
Continues as it is. Elevate is just going to be an absolute monster. 3,000 gold ahead. They now have access into the Overlord.
Dare I say
quick.
they might elevate into game 4?
Yep, definitely. So, I mean, that was one of the fastest Overlord takes I've seen.
I blinked and I missed it. It was just like, oh, they're going for it. Oh, it's gone.
Yep, so it's a dangerous situation here for Nongshim.
I now have pain of everything. Knee pain, arm pain, head pain, eyes pain, finger pain. I am Iron Man.
3,000 gold they have.
And the fact that
Ain't no way.
Well, it just means that Siri can't farm up. But
wait, if I remember correctly, you married, right?
On the backlines, Kyung9 is falling low as well. 5 members strong. They don't care about the damage on the side of Nongshim. They want it and they will come for it. Now mid lane, this T2 is put under pressure again. 2 lanes, top and mid, cleared out of minions, and Elevate should have.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this looks personal on the side of Elevate, right? There was like, man, you got an early game on us. We're going to try and get one on you. But we've seen a bit of a bait here from the side of Elevate, getting a T1, taking the focus away. A T2, sorry, into the clash lane. T2 into the mid lane, just pushing back Nongshim, just pulling back on the lead that is Nongshim.
Yep, and the timing is
wait, you have any kids yet?
On the side of Elevate, right? So they take this turret.
Wait,
in the timing that
Diamond 1 in rival? Diamond 1? Bro, you suck ass. Diamond 1?
To go for the re-engage. And it's not a good situation because
you can do better than that.
Yeah, farm.
2 kids? Well, god dang.
Right? I mean, we see the Spark Forge dagger be built here onto Kyung9 just to try and get
get 3 more. Get 3 more.
What's the point at the
when you get 3 more kids, you will have 5 kids, and then you can play Marvel Rival with your kids as one whole team. 5 kids and yourself, and then you can shit talk them. You can shit talk them and they cannot talk back.
They just need a good team fight. So
why you so noob? I bond you. Why you so noob? I play so good. Why you so bad?
Playing some great vision gameplay here.
Oh yeah, and playing in the water as well. So apt for this performance so far. And with the wave breaker, just makes them slow. And look at this opening potential.
You cannot include your wife. Your wife gonna hit you.
Yeah, so far. I mean, there we go. Haku maybe getting caught in the thick of it once
And
more.
the goat,
the rest of the side of Nongshim down, but they have to pay some attention to that high ground.
Okay, they actually go in with the Flash as well, but here comes the save on the backlines. High catches the backline. Nobody survives here. Illusion and Siri, they're out of damage. Kyung9, he can't go in alone as well. They give it up, and it's going to be Haku against the
Oh no, GG. Shibal.
The chase down as High gets the killing
2 for 2.
once again. Faye taken down time and time again. Kyung9 watches in despair as Elevate just decimate the base. And game number 4, it might be Elevate's here. All it takes is just a little bit of time. And Elevate, the generals will not.
Dang, 2 for 2.
Yeah, what was once the driving force of Nongshim in those past 2 games has been resulted to being the the quaint guard dog of that base in game 4, but this is definitely looking like it's going to go the country malkin. We are going tit for tat in these rounds, 1 for 1, 2 for 2. Could we see a 3 for 3 go through?
Oh, yes, definitely. And you know what? Look, the people that are waiting for the ultimate battle, congratulations. I am on the broadcast. You will get it today.
It's seeming that way. It's definitely seeming that way. Hauler definitely got the long straw in this one, and I got the short straw as we go for this one. But to be honest, I do love this matchup. It's not like it's been sort of very coy. It's been all brawling. It's been very good plays by both of these teams in terms of the Gorge domination as well as the team fight outplays as well.
Yep. Actually, you know what? They kind of played Nongshim.
I'm eating.
Rotations by Haku in preparation for the defense of Kyong9. They also made Kyong9 play really safe. There were so many moments that Mitsura was waiting for him in the top sides of the brush. He never went out. And just the delay there actually caused them to have the advantage. And, you know, unfortunately, First Blood coming from the farm lane with Nongshim really did cost them this game itself.
Yeah, it's like what we were saying in the conclusion of game 3 was like they need to pay attention to up into the clash lane. Like if we see like the jungler like Haku go up there and sort of give aid to Kyong9, then they need to stop it. But this time around, there was just like, no, we'll just let Baby sit in the corner. He can do whatever he wants to, and we won't give him the lead. We won't bring the kills to him, which I feel like was a good call there. But Elevate in this game 4, definitely a different beast. Same kind of team we saw in game 1 with a little bit of a finesse on the Mungya.
Oh yeah, very clean gameplay, right? They understood what their win conditions were, and they ticked essentially every box or every check box that was required, right? So number 1, you give Azar the farm. Take a look at the damage dealt, 24%. At the same time, you also allow Ajisix the level and gold advantage against Haku, which is phenomenal when you're playing in a Dun Organ matchup.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at this gold graph. It's definitely reminiscent of that game 1 from Elevate there, but this is definitely the comeback they needed. They didn't want to be down another round. I mean, imagine Elevate going into this one and it's a 3-1 score. So again, good comeback for the Philippine representatives this time around. They don't want to go down in the quarterfinals without a fight, and it is going to be a Jizzix, the absolute anchor in the play style, in the playmaking. It's going to be MVP of game 4, soaking that 38% of damage.
Yep, the junglers that have arrived in this portion of the competition, just showing us what the base foundation is. Tank jungle, 30% at least. And I mean, Ajisix did his job so well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Two kills on the board as well, but we're going to be seeing how you're able to secure this MVP in these highlights. But it was definitely from that early rotation, right, that we saw down into the farm lane. This was just the onset to the onslaught.
Yep, you know what? I actually thought they were in a horrible position because Siri actually used his splash to get out way ahead of Ajisix. But it was Mitsura who actually saved the day with his Winter here. Very prominent use. Even if he gives his life, the main point was that they had the tank, and look at how much protection and freedom Azar had. Nobody was near him at all, and with those missiles flying down, it was a rainfire on the side.
Absolutely, the missile mayhem was definitely hitting in terms of just keeping the side of Nongshim away, because I mean, if that's hitting you before you're even into the team fight, it does so much damage, so you're already starting on the wrong foot. You've got your right foot in your left shoe, and it doesn't quite feel comfortable, but here it is. There's that impressive backline jump for Hyde. It's so beautiful, shutting down Siri, shutting down Illusion, so both of the big damage dealers in that team fight.
Yep, Hyde was like, hey, I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. This is exactly what you did to me in the previous games in the series. And I mean, this is redemption for Hyde. Look, we've seen the comments. A lot of you are questioning whether Hyde has the potential, and Hyde definitely has the potential.
Yeah, he played that game to great potential for the side of Elevate. He was definitely putting some respect back on his name that he lost in those 2 back-to-back loses.
Yep, and I think we will be going for a short break. With that being said, when we're back, look, it's neck and neck. Don't move away. When we're back, we will see who's able to take the lead in the 5th game of this best of 7 series.
What?
sorry, am I giving the wrong information here? No, it's not. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about this series here. Look, I'll be honest, I think the way that this series is going, we're headed into the ultimate battle for sure. Now, the issue here is who is going to enter into the ultimate battle with the momentum, right? With the emotional security, knowing that they have outplayed their opponents in that last game.
I mean, you say that, but at the same time, if you are the last point getting into that ultimate battle and you've given your all, getting into that 3-3, I feel like that is just as devastating as getting into it as on your best foot, right? So I feel like the team to lose that last game going into the ultimate battle may be on the better foot for me personally, because you're going in, you're like, right, okay, let's cleanse. Let's get back into this. Let's just choose a solid draft. Let's put all faith in coach, and we'll hopefully just outperform this time around.
All right, so with that being said, it is finally time. We go for the break. When we're back, let's see who takes the lead in this best of 7 series.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work.
Wow! What?
Blood, sweat, and tears.
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Season 3 Invitational. I am Blam, and with me is Kindofu, and right now we are definitely going tit for tat in this best of 7 between Elevate and Nongshim Red Force, but Elevate making a clean statement in that game 4 there. But now it's all to play within Game 5 as this starts to slowly come into fruition that these hero pools are definitely dwindling for both of these teams.
Yep, Lady Sun exhausted for the side of Nongshim, right? Not the result that they wanted, but hey, it's a competition, right? So I think it's really important now to kind of recognize what kind of strategy do you want to go with, right? So far, it has been the traditional tanky jungle, and then we have a huge burst in between, and massive controls coming out from the team lineup, right? We have not seen the assassin role jungles coming in. We have not seen the suppression heroes come in as well.
Yeah, I mean, we can also coin on that same sentiment and say we haven't been seeing the assassin mid lanes come through, because in Season 3, it seems to be that the draft and the meta is all about control, right? Like getting those control mages into the mid lanes, the likes of the Princess Frost, the Yixing, the Lady Jen as well. So a lot of control is needed to seem to be taking this victory. It's just all about who's got the best foot of the best hands on the controller. Let's stop talking about feet. Let's talk about hands for once. Having those hands on the control mages is definitely what they need to do, but it is definitely running low as we get into Game 5.
Okay, so both teams have already exhausted the Dolia, right? In this case, we might still see the Shangguan, but it is in a very situation-specific way.
Yeah.
Now, this time, Nongshim, they come back onto the blue side, first pick, Elevate once again on the counter pick initiative.
They love being on this counter pick, to be honest. I mean, it's serving them well. It served them well in that previous game, so it means that, like, Nongshim must be really wanting that Prio Blue pick. I mean, Lady Sun Prio Blue, was it the best thing they should have gone for? They've exhausted, again, another good farm lane in a loss here. Last time it was the Fang, but not as sort of detrimental. But this time it's the Lady Sun, so there'll be none of that kind of, like, Ming Lady Sun combo coming through. Or will we see that Erin Ming combo come through that we saw on Impunity yesterday?
Yeah, it could also be the Garo Ming, right? Garo, I mean, it's a very specific situation pick because Garo does well against shielded heroes and armored heroes. So unless that condition is fulfilled, I don't think we'll see a Garo. But in any case, the first few bans, stock standard is going to be a Diadea coming out for the side of Nongshim. And they ban out the Sunta. They know how dangerous this is. Elevate, going to take out the Mai.
Yeah, I mean, we was thinking that Elevate were going to take the Sunset last game, especially having the Dolia on their side here, but they decided not to take it, and I think Nongshim's definitely called their bluff. They're like, right, let's keep on track of what these guys have actually selected, and it's the same for the side of Elevate. They're kind of making sure that Kyogre9 doesn't get that dating Dharma pick, and they go for the Lubang as the prio pick on Nongshim. So again, this could either go into the Clash lane, which we see a lot more times out of 10 than we normally see into the support role.
Yeah, and you know what? Lubang fits perfectly into the play
Peace,
style of Shanghai
Ma.
as well. That's a very scary first pick. But Elevate, they have the Azar special. It's going to be the Marco Polo.
Last game mới na win.
Marco Polo is going to be paired with something like
Well, mình toàn last game đó, nó copy game thì nó.
The Chao this time around. So again, Nongshim, I believe it was game 3 where they banned out
Mình copy game chứ, nó copy game chứ.
on the side of Elevate, and the Chao was one of them, so they knew this was coming.
Yeah, and bear in
Bà
mind,
sân
this
gì
is a
bay
flex
smart cho
pick
đo
as well.
game thì
Dark
bỏ
Elf
lo.
can go into the mid, it can still
Yeah.
go
Bell
into the
7,
lane as
Bell
well.
7
So
knock
this
out.
really puts
Nè,
pressure
kia
on
tránh
Nongshim.
khỏe.
Once again, Elevate get the option of counter pick.
Cho lên Bell 7.
They do get the option of counter pick here, but it's going to be Nongshim Siri is going to be picking up the Ali this time. Obviously, it didn't quite perform on Azar, but it's looking like Siri is going to try and put his name on the claim.
Global ban tiệt, nãy global ban.
As well. Could be mid lane, could be jungle. Still some
Hello,
guessing
Thiên.
in these flex picks.
Okay,
Cái
you
này
know
mệt
what?
má.
Musashi definitely makes sense here.
Ní
You
xin
have
mùi
access to the
Elevate,
RD,
smart
even
đáy khá
the
nè lên.
lip step, you can kinda
Mình đi
count
ăn
it.
dáng.
But we do have a debut pick here. Elevate.
Ôi,
Wanna
Miyue,
shake things
tranh
up
mày.
with the Miyue. Miyue could go into the
Miyue.
jungle, it could go into the clash. A very prominent 1v1 hero.
ពីធីមnó khăn vớiគ្នាដល់ពេលអំបាក់ទេយកមែនមកស៊ីសងនៅតារាវិញ
In my pubs, I was like, man, I hate it. It drove me away from Clash Lane.
I mean, I just didn't have the best time fighting against a Miyue, and
Yeah.
I'm
Definitely
curious
not.
to see how Elevate is going to make life difficult for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, the ban at the Musashi, obviously that was Nongshim's card for the previous 4 games of this series. And this time around, I was like, no, you know what? We're going to ban it out. We don't want you to pick it because obviously you got the Hu1 that could still be flexed into the mid lane. But they're going to ban out the shit for the side of Nongshim. They don't want to let that control mage go over to Elevate. Again, kind of trying to call their bluff on this Dachao.
Yep. One of the weaknesses on the side of Nongshim is the fact that if they're repositioned, especially the early or the Yu1, it makes life extremely difficult for their team.
Ô, đánh bên
And it
trên
looks like
mob
they
rồi.
want to go for the big strats. So Tianwei going to be picked up by Elevate. Is it confirmed yet? It is. It's going to be locked in as well.
Elevate trả bay mầm ha.
Away on Agizix, we've seen him already in the first game of the group stages. He picked this one to round out the Gen G game, and it played beautifully. And to be honest, with the likes of the Mue, it's going to be very oppressive in this one. He's got to make sure that his farm is very fast. in that
Ooh,
early
touchy
game.
banana.
So here we go. Nongshim bringing out the Yu-Gi-Oh! Tachibana as well.
Okay, now this is a tough one to fight, right? Because both teams, look, the win conditions, Nongshim, much more mobile draft because Ukyo has a lot of mobility early as well. Yuhuan able to just weave in and out of fights, but Elevate, death ball composition, they want to be in your face.
In your face, and they want to be in place of winning an extra $500, it seems, because we have Mitsura on his newer pick, which we know he's the only player to claim the Dragon Slayer this far in Season 3 Invitational as well. But it's looking like we're going to be seeing the Angela in the mid lane, Yuan down into support role, Ukyo Tachibana into the jungle, as well as Blue Bang.
Ukyo Tachibana!
We're going to be seeing some of those battlefield commands come through from the side of Nongshim. Some hopefully hard-hitting ones, maybe placed around the Yuan, some synergy going there.
Yeah, you know what? Nongshim need to win the laning phase at this point. Because if you give the lead to Elevate, look, the chase down is one of the scary things coming in from the side of Elevate. Marco can chase, Dianwei can chase, Miyue can chase as well. The Dark Transfer, and bear in mind, there's a lot of damage that comes up unexpectedly in a 1v1 situation against Miyue. Especially if her ultimate, the Umbro Moon, it touches you, you can kind of just say bye-bye and wait to be sent to the grave.
I mean, we go with the sentiment of chase, right? But then if you look over to like Nua and the Chao, they have that CC knock around and kind of control that you need that kind of just, it mitigates having to chase as much as you would need to without these two picks. So I feel like having those two really kind of like optimizes the aggression and the chase down, like you say, on the side of Elevate. But yeah, Nongshim definitely need to try and win the laning phase with this draft. If not,
Nongshim,
like maybe game 3 going over to game 5, sorry, point 3 going over to Elevate.
Yep.
Nongshim
Now,
ត្រា
of
ផុក
course, this game is not just all about Elevate, it's going to be about
Nongshim ត្រា
as
ផុក
well.
វាលយ
Nongshim
ប៉ុន្តែ
has
បញ្ហា
really
បើសិនជា
good
Elevate បាន lead
There
គឺ
is
ចប់
a
ហើយ game ដោយសារគេ
very burst
ដំ
potential
ដាក់រយៈក្បាលជា 2 យកហ្មង
the various members on the side of Nongshim.
បើសិន
So
ជា
you
លេង
have the
ស្មើគ្នាអត់អីទេអត់បញ្ហា
Chaos Cinders,
ប៉ុន្តែបើសិនជា Nongshim fail តែបន្តិច game ហ្នឹងគឺ
and of
អុយ
course
ស្រួយហើយ
Haku on this Ukyo also offers not just huge bursts but a lot of survivability, and pair that up with the Morning Tempo from Faye with a set.
អូយ skin black តាជីបណ្ណាកប់សេរី Skin ស្អាតចុយមកអើយ
camps there just take away 2 of the hogs, and it looks like that Elevate were able to sort of just get one for themselves, but right now already forced the recall back is going to be the Chao.
Yep, instant resets. Mitsura might not want to be in this particular situation. The CFA cooldowns are pretty quick, so I think Mitsura is in for an okay save.
It's going to be interesting to see how oppressive the Chao and maybe even the Dion Wei combo works, right? If you try and like use a CF Fate onto Dion Wei, he goes in, soaks a lot of damage, use that, come back, use the either Whirlpool back in to do more Leaps of Fury. I feel like it could be monstrable here.
He definitely will be, but at this point, there's one thing they need to take care of, and which is the farm lane, right? Traditionally, I think the RLE actually does really well against a Marco Polo, especially when you have someone as proficient as Siri. So they need to make sure that Azar does not give out free kills in the sense where his life is probably going to be difficult for this next, 6-7 minutes.
Yeah, I feel like Faye's utility in this match is going to be trying to bait some of those skills from the likes of Azar, right? So just making to use the Unending Sorrow just as a false kind of anchor for the side of Elevate this time around. But if we look at the gold, it's definitely more so in the favor of Nongshim just for now, which we can't say the same as last game. So they're definitely playing with a faster pace and more aggression this time around.
Yep, this game places a lot of emphasis onto the cooldowns. Here we go. This potential first blood, the save, but no! Ivalis gets the first blood with that return. Overdue damage coming in from the Leaping Koi Tide as well. Now Elevate. This was not a victory I expected. First blood should have gone to Nongshim, but hey, Elevate will take what they can.
Take what they can, absolutely. I mean, they were needing it. They were behind on the resources, so getting that first blood gives them a little bit of extra gold this time around as well. But hey, Elevate are definitely in this one to stay. They're sick of the tit-for-tat combo. They're like, no, we want to get a lead ahead, and right now,
Yep,
just
it's not looking good.
escaping.
It's not looking good, but they do burn out those ultimates coming out from Illusion. But Azar needs to be playing a bit safe, right? Siri has not expended all of his resources yet, so there is a lot of pressure coming on the farm lane.
Yeah, you don't want to make sure you get caught down here into the farm lane on like somebody rotating from the mid like Mitsura, right? We don't want to see him come down, and then that's it. It's game over for Azar because it gives free time for Siri just to farm up.
Yep. So far, no big steals in terms of camps. And look, both junglers, they have very high rates of farm here. with the Dark Transfer being used by Hyde at this point. Because, you know, Haku is able to take camps pretty quickly, similar to RG6. I think they should be equal in this case. But a nice catch on either side will make the world's difference here.
Yeah, it seems like for now they were maybe just kind of just trying to get the lanes pushed to these neutral objectives coming through as well. Maybe a rotation here from a Jizzix. We do see the other wall brawl.
It's gonna be Siri, the victim, and right now they force out the ultimate as well.
Whoa!
Double ultimates. Is this a mistake for the side of Nongshim though? They've committed so much.
Trời má ơi.
Siri is still.
Lưới bảng là mấy mà lưới bảng mình bánh tư buôn phải này ăn rồi.
The great battlefield command there coming from the side of Kyung9 was pretty much the lifesaver of Faye.
Yeah. Okay, Haku, not sure what he's trying to achieve here. Maybe gets the heavenly hack, but it is all about the neutral objectives, right? They need to find some advantage somewhere in the map, and they will get the first iron with little to no contest at all. Elevate, I think they're perfectly fine with this. They do have that big team fight win, if ever Nongshim wants to start something.
They do, but they've got their damage increased as well on the side of Nongshim, so maybe this will serve them well going into the next team fight. Where if they do decide to take it, Elevate would be a little bit more skeptical if they do take it, to be honest. They know that their opponent's got increased damage. It's like you're already fighting on a bit of a handicap there.
Yeah, but you know, if you take a look at the Elevate's lineup, they have a lot of control.
Ngoa rồi.
Maybe you him here.
Lol.
Transfer gonna be used, and Haku, he gets a return kill here. That's a big win in the clash lane, which means Kyung9 not only gets some damage on the tower, gets a few, so there's a ceiling. Yeah, but again, where Logistics is looking a little bit low here, and I don't think Elevate will be able to handle the pressure. They actually have to commit the annihilation. So big ultimates down is not looking good for the side of Elevate. And Nongshim, here comes the burst. This is what we're talking about here. Logistics comes in, gets the Sea of Fate, comes back, but it's 1v4, it gets a stun down as well. It's going to be a lot of control coming out from Elevate. They just want to poke them out, right? They lose the T1 on the top, and Nongshim, they wrestle control, they come back into the game.
Yeah,
Thằng giờ đấy mình thòm đá. Cần mơ tới một quân lượng muốn là khơi cái đấy là quân cái đấy làm đó trong trong khỏi lên nha. Tay cái đấy game một hết một ban nó việc kháng này, bộ cái đấy hay chân á. Nơi lơ computer. Bộ gì game một ba chơi mình là bộ cái đấy bộ ấy đang đây cứ sa hai vô mà. Tại vì đang thay game từ sao việc kháng đôi computer ở đây.
Okay. 1,000, not the biggest of leads here, and we haven't seen a full-on 5-on-5 on a square fight yet.
Not on a square fight, no. We've seen the Sea of Fates, either Warpools come down into the bot lane as well.
Mà dục sâu ban lít thông cho giá rồi dục sâu là đập mùi. Dục sâu ba ta chỉ bàn nó bị ban lít thông giống mà bở viết ngon mà bở ngon rồi.
Right now, Nongshim are definitely taking the lead with about 1k gold difference, so still maintaining that gold lead that they had.
Dục sâu ban lít nhá, tập nó cứ vai all, khơi nó vai năng vô mỏng. Lên combo mùi tờ lưới bảng đang đờ châu phăng rồi.
Increase in their team fight capabilities because there is quite a lot of need for sustain for both of these lineups.
Yeah, I mean, even though we'll probably get like the blade.
Oh, smite bandit. Whoops.
Were they able to get that Azure Golem? They were. So Haku is stealing the enemy's jungle already. He's not waiting for that T1 down into the mid lane to already be taken. It's already half health, so they're just helping themselves to whatever they see fit.
Yep, and J6, he does need that Azure Golem. He is mana base. Likewise, Haku actually, this is quite the big play if they can get a kill off of it, right? So far, map control is slightly better for the side of Nongshim.
Absolutely. I mean, they got the waves pushed in both in mid and in the farm lane. If they take the eyes off the prize, that is Elevate I'm speaking about here, then they could lose a T2 at any point, right? They've got to make sure that they give equal attention to any of these lanes.
Yep, and right now, I think one of the other important markers in terms of itemization is for Faye, right? Faye is probably going for the tank build as well. If he gets the Glacial Buckler, that 20% CDR cooldown reduction is going to be very helpful for the side of Nongshim, not just to provide the stuns from the Mournful Temple, but also consistent damage with the Tragic Fury as well.
Yeah, I mean, we can see the energy core there for Lubang. He is going for the... He's
Chẳng khơi thêm Chanchi cái đấy mà lên.
First item there.
Chanchi thì lại bắt đây ta.
So far, they're definitely taking a bit of a more backseat here. Oh, okay, I say that. We did see the Fever Barrage
Wow, come back.
It's not going good. It's just going to be a big win. Nongshim, they get the double kill onto the backline on the side of Elevate as well. They do have to give away Faye, but the problem is they gave away Haku as well.
Chanchi lên, đã Chanchi lên, đã hỏi ta Chanchi thì lại bắt đây.
Yeah, Haku, Faye for Mitsura and
Flat muscle mà flat group stage. Flat group stage.
Nongshim, I feel like they're not going to get as much out of it as that trade as they would really hope so. I mean, yes, they're probably going to get a bit of a gold here and there to get some of these camps, but Nongshim are looking to take these tyrants without their jungle.
Yeah, they have the damage, no problem, right? And actually, this is the issue.
Mang khang được
They don't exactly have.
វាបាក់ដែរបើ game គេបើកប្រកួតឲ្យសំខាន់ពួកគាត់ប្រកួតឡើងដល់ stage ខ្ញុំមានតែខ្លាំងហីពួក game រលីតំណើគ្នាដែរតែឥឡូវយើងឃើញ team កូរ៉េមកឡើងមក team មកប្រកួតដែរហ្នឹងឡើងមកប្រកួតដល់លើ អញ្ចឹងគេឡើងមកដល់លើនេះរៀងខ្លាំងស្រាប់ហើយបាត់ទេគ្រាន់តែថាគេធ្លាក់នៅតែគ្រប់ stage តែប៉ុណ្្នឹង
Not gonna get the kill, but if given it is. Siri gets punished, but still Nongshim very much in the lead here.
No, valiant effort there for Siri, I have to say. Even though he died, he got the T2. He was able to scare away Hyde as well. So, I mean, Siri is hurting. We saw that he's got the Doomsday current moment. So, man, they've got to make sure they check Siri before they wreck themselves.
Yeah, I think at this point, Siri level 12. It's not that big of a problem yet, right? Everyone is pretty much on level terms in not just gold but EXP as well. The itemization, everyone's not too far apart simply because the gold difference is not that huge as well. So it really comes down to the initiation by both teams, of which Nongshim wins.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much down to that, right? Because obviously resources are equal, but if you look at the sort of the lane-in side of things, there's definitely a clear advance for the side of Nongshim, but I feel like it's just one wrong mistake, right? And obviously as the death timer gets a lot longer, that's where we can kind of see Elevate come back, right?
Yeah, but Nongshim now they have a very easy card to play, right? Because look, reset. Much faster simply because of the battlefield command, so they can take big fights as and when they require. And battlefield command CDR isn't that long.
It isn't. For a global ultimate, it definitely isn't that long. And we just saw that I believe it was the Siege Breaker coming from the side of...
They got reset, bro.
No, yes, Siege Breaker coming through as well, so a lot more damage coming from that item.
Hey.
Okay, Haku gets it.
Okay, so they do make Faye expend the ultimate. They need to make something else happen here. And Ivalis, that was a nice eye of the whirlpool if they actually wanted to commit for it, but it looks like it's going to be a...
Oh, you cannot trade, you cannot trade. Oh, he got stunned.
Instead. Now, this is a Shadow Overlord, so Ajizix going toe-to-toe against Haku, but the backup is coming as well. They have to be really careful. They lose the fight, they might lose the game here.
Yeah, I think it was very wise for Haku to actually just back off there, because if he dived in, I mean, Muir was there as well.
Okay, but good how you more tactic luôn ai mà làm tham smart.
This is where the Sea Breaker is actually going to come in. He's able to run down and do extra damage for those that are below a certain percentage of health as well. So I feel like all they need to do is just get that burst damage onto the likes of it, like a Jizzix or any squishier heroes that's normally harder to catch, and that's it, they're done for.
Yeah, but this scenario doesn't exist for long. Bear in mind, there is a 2-level advantage between Haku and Ajizix. So if Ajizix hits 15, the burst is still there, but they might not have the same result. Oh, they force out the Umbro Moon as well. Haku chasing in just to make sure they have space for Siri to get a couple of licks in.
Yeah, I mean, while those things are happening in the clash stage,
គេដាក់ឆៃពី mid ចឹងខ្ញុំប្រាប់ឲ្យថាថាលេងគឺ mid សំខាន់ជាងគេ silent នៅខាងលើខាងក្រោមវាអត់សូវខ្វល់ទេតែសំខាន់គឺ mid គេឲ្យបែក mid យកហ្មងព្រោះតែពេលបែក mid ទៅមានន័យថាយើងមើល map អត់ឃើញហើយគេដើរបានផ្លូវច្រើនទៀតគេដើរបានឆ្វេងស្ដាំទៅវិញទៅមកអត់យើងវាពិបាកទប់អត់ជាប់ទេយើងអត់ដឹងយើងអត់មានអីមើលយើងអត់ដឹងហ្មង
Yeah, I mean that's a damage limitation at this point, right? They want to try and stay.
ផ្លូវកណ្ដាលគឺសំខាន់ជាងគេ
Nongshim, let's be honest. Take a
ផ្លូវលើយើងដើរបានទៅលើផ្លូវក្រោមយើងដើរបានទៅក្រោមបើសិនជាបែកកណ្ដាលយើងដើរបានទាំងឆ្វេងបានទាំងស្ដាំយើងដើរបានពីយើងបានដើរចូលទៅលើក៏បានដើរចូលទៅក្រោមក៏បាន
I mean, right now they're not playing very carefully. They're able to get out is both Hyde and Ajizix.
Nongshim បានថៃដល់ control game បានតែមកធំផោនឹងដែរហ្នឹងមិនទៅបើឲ្យ force fight ក៏អត់ force fight ដែរ
I mean, honestly, I think they're limit testing, right? They want to make sure to see what is the actual difference in terms
ចាប់
of
ដើម
damage. And it
តើ
looks like
control
King is gonna be
control map
exposed
នេះ
here,
ហើយ
but the
នេះ
punishment may come true. Haku is
Trade
trying to go
មួយ
for the T3.
អូយ
He
វូ
gets it, but he gives his life as well. In the meantime,
Trade មួយ
G6,
trade
he's
មួយ
starting to chase in for Kyung, but Kyung does have the battlefield
តែ
command.
នេះ elevate បាននេះប្រហើយបាន overload ប្រហើយ
Resets, the dust settles. Nongshim has
overload មកហើយយើងប្រឡែងឲ្យ elevate elevate បាននេះធ្វើអីចេញបើដាច់បាត់ដាច់ចង់ color បាត់ហើយ
Absolutely. I mean, yes, Haku died, but he died with a purpose, right? He died to get that high ground turret, but now we do see Elevate able to get that Shadow high ground turret. It's going to wipe out that farm lane push as well. So they got to be careful.
អត់ចំណេញសោះដាច់មិញ
They may have just given a little bit of breathing room for Elevate.
It's all okay in my opinion, right? Right now, Nongshim, they just don't take a fight. They don't take a fight unnecessarily. They survive this pressure coming in from Elevate from all three lanes. They have more than enough damage to be able to deal with the Shadow Overlord and the Vanguards as well. The Dragons don't mean anything to the side of Nongshim. So as long as they don't give away kills, Nongshim will get back that momentum and advantage.
True, but I mean, they are definitely in a worse place now that those turrets have gone. You got to make sure that they don't overextend further now, and they're not finishing there. Elevate are looking for a push.
Okay, that's a big mistake though. Illusion actually uses his ultimate here. This might be a big opening for the side of Elevate, but they're not too healthy.
Wow.
For Licks as well. Illusion doing well to keep them at bay.
ចុយហៅយក objective មួយទៀត
For now.
Ain't no way, bro.
let's Elevate are definitely coming back in this one. They've got to make sure that they check Kyung 9 up into the clash lane. They want to make sure that he doesn't get another high ground turret, because it feels like that's where we get into in that point in the match, right? What, we were at almost 15 minutes. The objectives are definitely getting stronger now, and it's all about those mistakes, right? I mean, yes, Haku died for that last high ground turret, but it wasn't a mistake. It was completely calculated. But what followed was absolutely a devastating lead there for Elevate to get a gold lead.
Yeah, and right now it's really just about control and the setup.
Sorry, fast
both
Thailand.
teams looking for very specific situations. Right now, everyone is waiting on Illusion or Haku to get the initiation.
Hey, yo,
G6
surround
seems to
the mic.
say, I don't want to be patient anymore. He want to force out the ultimate from Faye. Force out already. Here comes the damage by Elevate as well.
see.
G6 working hard on the back lines. Kyung 9 falling low. Where else is it going to be? High gets the final touch. That's 2 down on the side of Nongshim as Elevate. They restore some control and some aggression.
ពីរដូរមួយ
Right now, they will try to reward themselves with the Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, I mean,
ពីរដូរមួយតែ
both
ដាច់ចង់
going
លើ
down
ស្មើ
is
នេះ
gonna mean that this could be a contested
តែ
carry here,
នេះ
but I
ឈិន
feel like
នេះឈិម
Nongshim
នៅសល់
don't
នេះច្រើន
overextend. Right now, Elevate's trying to cut them off.
នេះឈិមនៅសល់ control នេះឈិមនៅសល់
They
អ្នក
have
ផុក
it, right?
តែអត់ចូលដែរ
The tree that's exposed on the top. Azar now secures that Shadow Tyrant for the
ចុយ
team.
នេះឈិមលេង
Tyrant
សេះមែន
buff
what
is
the fuck
definitely useful because Elevate's true strength comes in the form of fighting. They want to go and force themselves down the lanes on the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, doing as much damage as possible is really going to try and elevate to this next game point. But right now, it's definitely looking more of an even match, isn't it? Like, earlier, we was like, oh my gosh, like, Nongshim are just kind of pushing. They've got so much pressure into the gorge. And now all of a sudden, thanks to that death of Haku, yes, it gave over a bit of pressure down into the farm lane, but Elevate are definitely doing their best to kind of just coin off that pressure down in that farm lane and just making sure that they're able to get as much back as possible from that takedown.
Oh, but Kyung 9, he gets caught out. Meanwhile, this is the opening they're looking for. It is not going to be looking good. Ivalis is low.
Hey, yo!
As well. They need more damage. As
Bro,
well, looking for
what?
an opening. Maybe committing the Fever Barrage in a little bit. Here comes the TP back into the fight. The main objective here is not going to be the fight. They want to make sure they get that
ចាំអើយ bro លេងសេះហើយ
Oh, G6 looking so low. If they've got a means to get in there, it doesn't look like it. They don't have any kind of like TP in, any long range shot from like the Nuer or anything like that. They pretty much got to let that pony just go.
Yeah, right now, Elevate, they might want to force the fight because Kyung does not have access to the battlefield command. So it
Oh,
might be a
Faye.
horrible situation. The pincer comes in. Where's the Fever Barrage? The stun comes in as well. And they all go in, but there's not enough damage coming in. Faye's a little low. Did commit an ultimate. This is a big win for Elevate. They push them away. And this is the Shadow Overlord.
free shadow overload មួយទៀត
Get rid of that super minion wave on the
Free
bot lane.
ទាំងអស់
And right now,
គ្រប់ objective ឥឡូវ free ទាំងអស់ស្អីក៏ free ដែរ free all
has more control.
Yeah, that's probably the right call.
All
for
free.
There was just kind of just push them away from that neutral objective area.
យុគឈរ
so they
យុគឈរ
get
តាំង
rid
ពី
of the
បាន lead
minions
ធំ
down
ឥឡូវ
the
ចុងក្រោយ
farm
ឲ្យ
lane.
គេ
If they
តាម
lost
តន់
that
ឥឡូវ
overlord,
ថយរហូតទៀត
it
ធ្វើឲ្យ
would
លេងចាញ់
be
បណ្ដោយ
a massive opening for the side of Elevate, a massive like amount of pressure having to rush back, defend the base, which would mean that Nongshim then gets the go-ahead for that mid lane.
Yep. So right now you can already telegraph Nongshim's movement. Right?
Styling ngay đọc lên nhá là trong khỏi miền trong khỏi đang miền tờ mới này cái trang team fight mới nắng tranh nhé ngọt rồi
Really low, jumps in, he gets a kill as well. Mitsura finishes the job, and here comes Azar looking for the opening. Fever Barrage still available, coming in. The stuns will not hit.
Free cho đàn page. Free free.
The aggression on Elevate, but the
Free
damage has been done.
Damage has been done. Both junglers are down, and to be honest, it's probably the best point for them to go down because there's no neutral objectives up. So in terms of contesting, it's not going to do too much, but it does mean they've lost quite a bit of CC from Haku, right? That single target CC to try and pick up these squishier heroes on the side of Elevate is not something they have in their grasp for another 13 seconds, and they're able to take that T2 down into the mid lane.
Yeah, so slowly but surely, right? Elevating, kind of peeling back the defenses on the side of Nongshim. And look, Ivalice just bought the Overlord's Plate Mail, which means that he feels that he can provide more value, staying alive, getting as many Leaping Koi ties, as many Saving Surges to really stop the movement of Nongshim.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, both of the jungles are now back up, and I think it's probably not more at an amp time as possible as the Tyrant is up once more. Will we see the side of Elevate be able to clean this one out quickly? But I feel like Nongshim are probably going to really try and go for this Tyrant as well, but Jizik's already kind of face pushing here.
Yep, he's pushing them in, and Siri is on the back lines, forced to run away, but Illusion gets taken down. There is no more save coming out. 2 lives, 2 first lives taken away. There's Ajizix. He lays the pain. He runs into the heart of Nongshim.
GG.
Double kill, a rampage as Elevate. The door is wide open. There is no comeback from this. 30 seconds at least as Elevate open the doors into the base of Nongshim, looking to take the lead down here in this best of 7 series, and it will be done. The will of Elevate will be given.
2 minions and a dream to get them to 3-2 scoreboard now for Elevate. And like I was saying, hey, maybe they go for a tit for tat once more. Nongshim try and take a 3-3, but because Nongshim have forced all their best efforts in that last game, Elevate can be like, right guys, let's cleanse, let's go back again, and let's make another dominant performance. But that was a great comeback for Elevate, considering Nongshim had such a great start.
This is why I'm not a gambling man, right? They took a gamble, right? It was a huge risk. If it worked out, that was the same condition for the side of Nongshim as well. It was an open door on the super minion lane, right? That was the win condition they were looking for. But going up against a draft, a composition where fighting is their best strength.
Mà ban lên đây nơi pero.
Go in with it, and it definitely paid off towards the end, right? I mean, there was certain points in that game where Nongshim looked like they had it, especially the domination into those lanes. But just kind of like the same mistake they had in game 1. They, game 2, sorry, where they had the early game lead, didn't quite translate into the mid game. Exactly the same thing happened, but this time around, Elevate had the draft that could counter that.
Yeah, and I think it's all, I mean, credits to Ajizix, but I think Mitsura played this game extremely well. The Nuwa doesn't need to be a Dragon Slayer, he's going to be a player killer, right? Let's take a look at the stats and the items as well. I mean, there was so much survivability. Hey, Hyde, what are you doing, man?
Cho mày đôi bon lâu qua ghế. Hãy cho lục bon nó còn xe tăng early game nó còn không phẳng. Đây là bộ quát xe tăng early game mình không phẳng em nữa. Mình không phẳng hiện force stick máu hiện hiện cho đôi bên đại tích máu. Lên ngay đập p lên xe p tới miền thế giới cả. Mình xe mà tầm hơn mà.
I mean, look at Siri though. I have to give props to the losing team Siri here, just doing over the 100k damage.
AP bandit kia ni lên mùi trăm đỏ game mau nó tìm oh play against game.
It happened to be an Elevate game because they were able to come back and just do what they needed to do with the room that Nongshim gave them.
Yep, they did so many things right? One of the things that I think Elevate did just a little bit better than Nongshim that really netted them the win was to force the errors here, right? Faye always had to use his ultimate, the Unending Sorrow, prematurely.
Tầm có 3 rồi kia bàn mà quên thấy hero cái hero late game.
Sustenance was important for Nongshim. They needed the survivability because they had the damage. And talking about damage, take a look at our MVP, Azar, the king of Marco Polo.
Yes, huzzah for Azar, getting that 26% damage dealt and only taken 13% of the damage. So he was a slippery fellow, just keeping his role, knowing what he had to do to get that victory from Nongshim, and played it very, very well. But here we're going to see the highlights on how Elevate came back in this game 5.
Yep, so it really came down at certain moments like this. This is where the strength of Nongshim's draft is, right? If they can catch you unawares, the stuns, the heavenly hacks, or illusion landing those chaos cinders, that's where you win the big team fights. And with the help of Chong 9,
Nó có game này lui băng lên combo lui băng ở bạn là lui băng khi mà hắc khối nó cho cả lý đâu. Combo lui băng chắp đại băng tư nè tới này hùa dòng.
Like when we saw that domination down into the farm lane where Siri was able to take all the way to the T2, it just didn't quite translate into the team fights because I feel like Agisics was just
Vậy chẳng nhom si đã skin mình out of stock. Skin chập snout man, skin it man.
In a lot of his fights, Agisics actually was responsible for chasing two members away, Illusion and Faye, which was meant to be the backup.
Man skin nhưng vô free ngay mà 27 ấy nó kì chơi gì bạn ơi vô skin free ấy.
Impressive, it worked very, very well. They knew exactly what they were doing with this Dion Wei pick, but here we go. It was a big team fight down into the bot lane, which just absolutely wiped out the entire of Nongshim, which was just crazy.
Tranh từ Nuwa vậy man, character Nuwa năng game cái lập chặn là sao Nuwa đo lên game đang màn đáy à không mà dạo phạm của cô nó tranh trả là sao Nuwa nó
Good feeling. It's a good feeling nonetheless, and it's a better feeling for
đùm mới chơi đùm mới chơi.
They're now up a point in this draft as well, so they just need one more game point, or a Nongshim going to come back with a 3-3 score.
Yeah, I think at this point it's really important. It could be it's the best situation for Elevate to deal the killing blow, because in the ultimate battle you have access to all the heroes.
You do indeed, but I believe we are going to be going for a short break before we go into this potential last game, especially if Elevate take the lead. So make sure you don't go anywhere, guys. It's getting heated up in here.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Sweat and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't gotta fear. Blood, sweat,
thằng cái đấy lên lòng nữ ban đăng đáy hạt plate ban mượn chám hồn rồi trăm thì mới pano cái AP cho lên tới cái đạp pano character lên nha nhưng 110 lần tới nhóm mắt trăm đây nè nhóm mới từ mới chóp ấy từ mới chóp ấy xây cái plate
Well, everybody, from that short break, we are potentially getting into the match point for Elevate, or will Nongshim take this next game and make it a 3-3, which would mean we get into the ultimate battle. I am Blam, and Kindofu with me here is potentially leading you guys into the first ultimate battle of the Season 3 Invitational.
Yep, I am in great fear right now because there is a chance that Nongshim may have overcooked. And you know, when you have noodles that are overcooked, it doesn't taste great. So right now, 3-2, Elevate take the lead. I want to talk about the hero pool left.
I mean, what's left? Yeah, absolutely. That is the question on our minds in that little break, right? It was like, hey, why haven't they taken this? And then I go, hey, why haven't they taken the Kaiser? And Kim was like, bro, 0% win rate. I was like, okay,
Yeah.
fast.
So obviously they have certain things that they can try to go for, but right now I want to focus on Elevate. Look, there is a potential in terms of farm lane for the Soyo to come through for the side of Nongshim. I think they haven't used that yet, right? Have they?
What for?
Nongshim.
The view. What show you?
Yeah.
Yes, they did, didn't they?
Oh,
Reused,
no.
Yeah.
Oh no! So they're left with like the Garos, the Erins.
Ôi,
Show. I mean, they
niệm xuyên first
exhausted.
pickទៀតហ៎
It's difficult
First pick
because
chẳng giảm
Elevate
hốt
still
vậy.
has the Musashi, a very prominent chase down hero.
I mean, Nongshim still have Musashi as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then it really
they banned
depends
them.
on who's gonna steal it first, I guess.
Yeah. I think it is that. Maybe that's why they've gone Prio Blue, right? Maybe they hope it'll go through the first banning phase. They need to ban out the Diadea. They can't give that away, surely. If they give that over to Elevate, and even though they go for Musashi, I don't think it's going to end well.
And also, you know, Musashi is actually in the early games very vulnerable to huge bursts. If Elevate likes to play the Shangguan, I think that's going to be a horrendous problem.
Yes, I mean, only time will tell, right? I mean, the Lu Bang has been banned off first time for the side of Nongshim. They don't want to give that over to Elevate. Will they finally get the Dharma breakthrough here? That could potentially be the Prio Blue pick, but then it leaves so much for Elevate to react to, which I'm very scared about at this point because they've been picking red side for a very long time. Well, I mean, it's going to be Nongshim for the past 2 times that have lost to get to this point, but that red side reactive picks have been very fruitful for Elevate in the past game or so.
Yeah, if I'm Elevate, I will not give the Dharma, right? In an ideal world, if you do give the Dharma, I think a Zhuangzi works well, but Zhuangzi doesn't offer too much damage overall in the late game. So I would advise against it, and so thus, Elevate, they do ban on the Dharma. Now let's see. Nongshim, yeah, here we go. They will be prioring the Musashi. Good idea, man.
Very good idea, but the Diadea is up. This is what I was on about. The Diadea is available for Elevate. They go for the Lady Sun. So again, a big pick for Azar this time around. I feel like if they don't go for the Diadea here, it's going to be a little bit of an interesting one. Oh, okay. They go for the Zhongfei. They're like, you know what? Let's leave the Diadea at home.
Yeah, and Azar looks very happy on that pick, and I understand why as well, right? Zhangfei offers a lot of tankiness, but with the Unbridled Outburst also allows very huge aggression.
Oh, the D-Range, yeah. We forgot that Nongshim still had this pick up as well, so this could be good for them using the legal immunity as well as the Imperial Order, especially trying to run down Zhongfei, and that's going to be paired up with the Sakia.
Okay, I like this. So Nongshim definitely still has some bite back in them. I think Sakir is a very apt roam to come in with this draft itself because a lot of knife rotations, a lot of heals coming in. So it fulfills the sustain criteria on the side of Nongshim. And look, Musashi is already a pretty tanky hero. And if they get the lead, he is essentially unkillable.
I mean, this is the interesting part, though, right? We've got the Lam come through. To be honest, in this series, no one's actually banned out the Liang or even taken the Liang, especially when we're considering that both Jizzix and Hako actually do play quite a few of the assassin junglers, and it's now getting to that point in this series that they would start to come through, hence the Lam now. But interesting that they've gone for that, and there's been no Liang ban here at all.
I think it's possible, but at the same time, you have to take a look at the risk that they're undertaking if they don't ban the Liang, right? Look, there is some form of counter.
Musashi
There
ta lấy
is
cái
the
pick
stun
Lam mau,
coming in
Lam
from
lên đừng mới
Zhangfei.
trên địa
There
Lam
is
nè.
also the death from below, the ultimate able to be committed from the side of Elevate. And I think those are very expensive tools to trade to try and stop Liang from getting the control down. So actually, I would put Liang in the mid on the side of Nongshim. I think it makes sense.
It could do, but at the same time, I've got a strong feeling in my groin, as Hauler would say, is I feel like Elevate may actually draft the Suya here.
Interesting. I mean, I like it. There is a good amount of CC, and with the passive as well, you get the level 25. But here we go. Debut, oh my goodness. The day of debuts today. Lupu comes into the picture here.
Yeah, Lupu with no Dolia. That's going to be interesting, though, right? I mean, it's going to be able to force into the back line, especially with his Tremor Mortals. Is going to be pretty strong, especially true damage coming through.
Oh.
But the Futsu here for Nongshim, that's going to be going over to Kyung9.
Look, it's a straight up, they want to win in the lane and then build off of that impact that they win, right? So Futsu against Lupu, it's a tough matchup for the Lupu because there is quite a lot of counterplay available. And the burst potential of Garden Mo is actually very huge for the side of Nongshim. Now, bear in mind, yes, Tremble Mortars is a very powerful ultimate, but it is also very predictable. So it does allow the Garden Mo to really just use a couple blades to land onto the Lupu, which is going to be played by Hyde.
Interesting to go for the Kong Ming here, so going for a lot more of a if you overstep, we're gonna just lay the smackdown down with the winning strategy here. I thought that maybe the Suya would have come in because obviously again more knockups. It's got that long range ultimate as well as his passive. Could have gave that over to either the Lam or the Lady Sun, giving them that obviously boosting past that level cap for those watching at home. But yeah, Nongshim going for that burst damage is gonna be really interesting because obviously able to just shred from afar. Pairing that with the Sakia, lining it up with the Mulberry Power, with the Slam knockup, could be pretty huge for the side of Nongshim.
Yep, there is a lot of control offered by Nongshim, and with Corporal Punishment, someone's gonna get spanked, dude.
It's going to be really interesting to see what happens in this one. I mean, Nongshim are going to have to start pulling out all the cards, right? At this point, I feel like going into the semifinals, either of these teams are going to have very little surprises going through because they're going all the way, baby. This could be a 3-3 or 4-2 at any given notice.
Yep, exactly. Now there's a
Nhóm vậy dễ đa, nhóm có tha Elevate ai buôn pi nhóm vậy man. Elevate ai chne hay nhóm vậy vậy gì mong. Nhóm có tha Elevate chne giảm này vừa trap Elevate trap vay pi chẳng ngại cho ban vay chung của ban vay mấy cho ban trong phố của ban này cho ban. Trap Elevate về lọ về miền trăng phây top hay miền đồng mới chọn điện.
By Mitsura with the winning strategy and even
trap
so it's really about the big ultimates in
trap cái trap này sim về hiện sipel hay bờ sân chụp pe vay phải làm sao hiện bạ này đã này đang đấy chỉ mới tắt đáy sân lô gắn một tay kia ngọc bình năng đi knock out man yes hello Jelly knock out ครั้งปะครั้งจังดังจากทางหน้าเตะมาเต็มใจก็ยังก็ท่าเกมนี้พายจะ elevate for early game character ชอนมีนlàm công minh hay Lady Sun chẳng ai force early game do mong chẳng đi đánh chi mùi cảnh máu lên cho toàn đó lên game mà toàn bên này thăm đi mà ấy bà sân chỉ elevate chẳng lên đi vô mỏ kịp mầm hăng chẳng vô mỏ số đây mình sang hà bàn trời tiệt chưa cho sầm đây chẳng cứ sầm đây bọc.
Yep, take a look at the trading of blows here. So Ajisix against Haku. It looks like Haku will walk away as the victor, the very small victor at this point of time. It's really about the force, right?
Nhóm chặt hàng bù lý nằng thời tiết cha là vậy đó chẳng nhóm chặt khu khỏi nè nhóm chặt khu khỏi chặt vitality mùi BTO ô flash tròn mùi ngó vào đó sạc kia
and it could be the first blood. He misses but he gets the first blood and this is not looking good. Nongshim now on the back foot as Elevate take a slight goal lead.
I mean, Faye's just doing Faye things, right? He gets caught at first blood most times out of 10 within those victories, but he was still able to come back.
Yeah, and take a look at it. At this point, Ajisix just taking so many of the shots on the side, from the side of...
Elevate ban lead mà kia này, Elevate ban bà hai giờ tập đi bay kia tiết hay ban objective mua tiết á. Tao rồi tập play game.
So a slight advantage going into the hands of Ajisix.
skin ឡើងគេឡើងសង្ហា skin Musashi មកដូចបិសាច ចុះបើ skin Musashi skin ហ្នឹងឈ្មោះដូចជាស្អីគេ Underworld ហ៎ស្អីគេ Underworld នេះ King of Underworld ស្អីគេ Underworld តែមិនត្រូវមកបិសាចបើគ្នានៅឋានក្រោម
This is why moments are important, right? They were waiting for the Mulberry power to be expended by the side of FaZe so they could go in with no worries. There was no counterplay with the stuns and whatnot. And this is an advantage that Elevate definitely can build off of.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
This farm the mid lane farm there to Ejizix just means that he's going to be able to try and get past Haku. But Haku is helping himself.
Yeah, at this point he needs to get whatever he can find, right? And interestingly enough, look,
Nó
both the
than
Clash
rồi,
leaders,
nó
they
này.
understand the risk of dying in this
តែមិនដឹង
1v1
ស្អីគេ
lane.
Underworld
So
តែខ្ញុំដឹង
if
skin ហ្នឹងមានឈ្មោះ
they have
Underworld ក៏
to
ទុយ
overextend
តែដឹងស្អី
this
Underworld ទេ
Now, if any one of these members takes the risk and loses, it's going to create a very difficult situation to climb out of.
Yeah, illusion mission from mid means that we may potentially get a kill down here. They want some payback, right? They want to get some more gold back off. A trade in. The couple blades do connect onto Azar for now, but all he's going to do is just make sure that priority.
Musashi នៅក្រោមលែមនៅលើ yeah.
There's still means for to take place here. They're able to get the teleport mechanic for the side of Elevate, making it easier to.
អូហ្គេមនេះបើជំនួសដល់ពេល team fight ពេលចាំងហ្វៃមានអុល
I think it still goes
ចាំងហ្វៃសេរីអុលមកហើយតមកចាំងហ្វៃបាញ់អុលទប់ស្តាន់ទៅហើយតមកលូពូជន់អុល ជន់អុលលើទៅហើយតមកសល់ម្នាក់ទៀតចូលបរោយយកបរោយ
Because like we said, the big elements matter in this game. Whoever expends their resource early or unnecessarily will lose the team fight.
Yeah, unfortunately they will. But okay, Mulberry Parry does connect there, but it's not going to do anything. Series are just a little bit too far away from the range of the Lady Sun, but it looks like we may be seeing a bit of a brawl here between Nongshim and Elevate.
Yep, they want to pull this Tyrant out, right? So that they don't have vision to stop the steal coming out from Illusion as well. So they need to make sure that they have this under control.
Yeah, Haku was just in a little bit of a weird space there for me. I mean, if they all tried to just like rush him, I feel like Elevate probably could have got the kill there, but they didn't decide to do it. They're definitely playing very respectful in this game. What could be potentially their match point, right?
Yeah, Nongshim, I think they have given up this objective. They want to look for something else. And right now, I think it's a good idea because, look, they can't afford to lose this match simply because they wanted to dive into the Tyrant Pit. And this is the big opportunity here. Not gonna hit the mark. Now, bear in mind, Ivalis still does have his Unbridled Outburst. He will
chẳng
be
phải
sending
dạng kia
himself
tan
back
đấy.
to TP. Oh, hang on.
Not just yet.
Leaping Savior, more important.
Oh yeah, just keep Azar alive. But no, to be honest, that just shows you the maximum effort of the Imperial Order, right? Just be able to just shred down that physical defense of the Zhongfei. Just make it look like
DRNG មើល skin ថ្មីនៅ server ចិនណា loy skin DRNG ថ្មី
attempted to go for the Clash Lane kill.
7 ហ្គេមហើយ
I think you can tell, right? The tension is building.
Maybe,
between
maybe.
these teams. They know they can't afford to make
តែ
mistakes.
ខ្ញុំគិតថាបើ game នេះលេងត្រូវ elevate ឈ្នះ game នេះ
like you said, the first person.
អូខ្ញុំគិតថាមើលតាមតារាងជាក់ស្ដែង elevate ស្រួលវាយបើវាយ5ស្មើក៏ដោយវាយ2 3វាយ3ស្មើក៏វាយបែក team មិនក៏ elevate ស្រួលវាយយ៉ាងណា
Specific scenarios here. This is one of them. Haku here. If he can get a kill, this is going to be huge. They don't know. Oh, gets caught out. Duel to the death. It might be first blood, and it is.
តើនិយាយរឿង elevate ស្រួលវាយ
That is
ជាង
the
ងាប់ដោយ
combination they were looking for, but they need to survive. Is everything locked down here? The steal comes in from the side of Haku. Will use his extreme speed to get out, and now Elevate. They get tied up in terms of kills, so it's a big advantage for Haku to have.
I mean, not only did they get the kill, they get the Azure Golem, right? Which is going to be a big maximum effort for Musashi here. That cooldown reduction for the extreme speed just makes it even easier for it to come through. But Illusion really playing those.
បើ game hero ចាំមើល game សល់ hero ធំឲ្យទៀត
The last hit from the bush itself, and that is going to be.
តែទៅចូលដល់ game ទី7 special game អាហ្នឹងខាងគេបាក់ឲ្យលេងគ្រប់មុខឯតា
Not the biggest kill advantage, but it does play a lot in terms of map control.
Oh, for now, absolutely. But Nongshim just.
game ទី7ចូល special game
early game. Neither of these.
តែដល់គាត់sẽ នេះអត់អត់ live ហើយពង live
But Nongshim now are definitely manning the helm, it seems. I mean, they're only ahead by about 1,000k gold, which is not a lot, but when you think about it, taking that T1 as well is good advantage for Nongshim.
Yep, and they need to kind of push the advantage here because of all of the KDAs available. Hang on, this is the lockdown as well. Yo, you will not tremble this time. It's going to be 2-on-1. Nobody gets the kill, and there is no return firepower from the side of Elevate.
ឃើញសូម្បីតែ Glow Pro ក៏តេះអូលដែរ
Themselves here.
Glow Pro có 올 trên bị khởi 올 là ta phu gì đây ta chưa mấy năng Lupu mấy cái surprise đây sao chơi mẹ 올 trên bị 올 và ta phu gì ở trên nhỉ.
And it's 4 people. They want to get this T1 really bad. Map control. And here's the thing. Establishing map control on the side lane means it opens up that window of opportunity for the
Sừng
Pinsir
Cream
with
toàn chọc
getting the appropriate gank.
cho thiên nhạc chụp bánh tèm toàn cho cha dân phiếp. Ơi bạn nè ơi. Bạn nè.
Yeah, exactly.
Dụng bánh chạm khoanh khang anh ê.
Having the level advantage.
Nhưng không ra anh ấy sẽ hết giờ. Anh ấy lại bông men priêu rồi. Nhóm chạm về Talati nó khang khổ mạch khỏi. Nhóm chạm QTP.
Either way, they could have access into Missouri. They've got to be careful though, right? I mean, we haven't seen any kind of winning strategies come through from the Kongming just yet, but here we are going to take a look at a winning highlight here. Obviously, the Tremble Mortal came through a little bit too early, whether it was a bit of a mistake, was able to get out of there.
Yeah, I mean, if you allow Kyung9 to be the one to initiate, then there is going to be a huge problem because then Nongshim gets to choose whether they want to take the fight or not. So it's important that I think Elevate also recognize that maybe they want to have the setup. Ivalice needs to be, I wouldn't want to say trigger happy, but I think they need to be more aggressive to look for openings on the side of Nongshim.
He needs to open up more. But I mean, speaking of opening up, they got the T2 down into the farm lane, right? So again, just open up the side lanes even more. But we need to just keep batting it home. They need to just open up and do something with it. Get some of these neutral objectives because they haven't got one yet. They need a Tyrant, maybe a bit of an Overlord boost. But right now, we are seeing Elevate potentially going for the Overlord. They need to get back on their stride in terms of these lane priorities. Because right now, it's not looking too fruitful for the side.
Anh vô bay bên.
Exactly.
Vô bay bên cho lo game tìm pal.
Any gold advantage is huge, and right now,
cô tụi bọn cho lo tìm pal lên là cô TP được.
For Siri to try and solo down the Tyrant here, and it will be done. And meanwhile, on the top lane, they force out the Tremble models once again. So another useful resource gone from the kit of Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, it keeps being used very willy-nilly, right? It's not being used optimally. We should be using that to dive into the backline, but that was couple blades, man. Oh my gosh. Hyde is taking them on the chin like a champ, but he's definitely losing the health.
Yep, and this is not an ideal situation, right? Slowly, Nongshim, they're closing the map onto Elevate, and looks like they are looking for their first victim here.
Black Beach nè, tao final đang tập RPA thôi.
And if Kyung9 makes the mistake of overstepping his boundaries, but look, they understand what's going on. They're actually pulling attention so that Nongshim, the other members, are able to put pressure on the other 2 lanes.
Yeah, they've got to try and do something, right? I mean, it's getting a little bit desperate for them. I mean, we just saw Mitsura actually build the Venomous Staff just to try and counter phase healing potential, but is it going to be enough for the side of Elevate? They're going for the Tyrant this time around, and Elevate maybe going for the Overlord.
This is not looking good. The should be taken by the side of Nongshim, and they might go for the steal here as well. No steal. It is going to be a steal. No. Agisics, he secures it for the team. But at this point, on the back lines, they have to sacrifice their support. So Ivalice is going to take the ball for the team. They need to return it with a kill though. 4 members, but nobody can handle Haku as Haku just goes insane. The follow-up damage though, it is going to be a 1-4-3 trade. So Nongshim, this is something they need to push forward with. The double kill secures the map advantage, and now Nongshim, the map is blue.
Quick correction, the turrets can handle Haku, but nobody on the side of Elevate can. But right now, yeah, that was a fantastic push here for Nongshim, looking to bring this to that game 4.
Yeah, and it's not looking good. Hyde here. Look, I like the potential damage burst coming out from a Lupu, especially when you get to have that perfect initiation with Tremble Mortals. But when you're playing from behind, he's useless.
Oh, absolutely useless. He's not doing well as he should be, right? But yeah, I think the excitement should be in that crowd at North Edsa right now, because it's looking more and more confident that we are getting into that ultimate battle. And my gosh, we're in the quarterfinals and we're already seeing that being played out in its entirety. But these teams need to bring it.
Oh yeah, they do. Nongshim now, they need to make sure that they don't lose this fight. Even though they're behind by about 4,000, they still have the potential to burst a singular target down on the side of Elevate. So Kyung9, he needs to play his cards right here. And look, Nongshim say they are probably baited. They're looking for the kill. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, Kyung9's probably got the best escapability out of all of them, over the, say, for example,
extreme
speeds, but He's got to get out of there. He's
Bro,
gotta get
anh
the
tia
set
khó
up
hỏi,
to
anh
stay
win
alive.
hỏi.
That's why he's able to just do what he needs to do up into the clash lane, keep that Shadow Vanguard taken down. But they're able to get the T1 down into the farm lane. Not the
Chỉ vật
biggest
dương anh này nó
on
bị
the side
dương
of
tia
Nongshim
khó.
just yet.
Yeah, but you can feel the pressure building up for Elevate here. They are being pushed back against the walls here. Illusion just has freedom of time and space to really just land those couple blades.
He's got space. He's got no worry. Lu Bu has
Vậy à, Haku á, Haku nó team mình S jungler farm. Vậy vì tha farm hộ experience hộ ấy lươn. Tại bằng ha mà team mình S cứ vì ô cả lão ghi channel hột. Nom lead up cho end game sao? Bây giờ muốn cái gì cho Mình lead up cho end game, ta lực đi hiện kịp cái ban sủa.
Because he can't get his ultimate down to try and get that reposition of the members. Here we go. Tremble models.
Trời ơi, con mình ăn mà ôi. Siêu krong rồi.
You pick Ganemo against a Lubu any day. The lockdown happens as well. Corporal punishment. They will not be able to break the T3s just yet, but one more wave will do it.
Not only that though, like
Tính là ô cả lão ghi nè. Ở ấy ô hoạt tranh như để xa game này elevate về đá vay. Nó pe trong tay trong ô cả lão có hoạt tranh này. Ở đó phơi là pe ở đó anh EV tặng tan nó. Cho game pearl rồi.
Open up the base, both lanes, mid and bot. Now, Nongshim, they understand what's at stake. They will move back, maybe try and take the Crimson Golem as well.
Làm chập kia ở chỗ tê game nè.
It's a 4,000 gold lead coming in from the side of Nongshim. The Korean Warriors are looking for that secure. They want to give us that ultimate battle.
Yeah, I mean, the ultimate way to get into the semi-finals,
Cái
right?
phần game nó vậy đúng. Bộ quạt lên thời ca tờ farm ở chởn hay đau ở chởn hay force fire ở chởn tới elevate. Qua tờ bật năng touch nè ba đây mình này dịch.
Basically proven to both for themselves and their competition for into the tournament. Looking to take the Shadow Tyrant is going to be the side of Nongshim for now, but Healing 9 just wait patiently.
Ta lên AC kia phong.
Yeah, he definitely wants to get the lockdown, right? But here's the silver lining on the side of Elevate. So the pits are actually a perfect place for the side of Elevate to make full use of their kit. So it's a very confined, small space which works wonders for the Tremble models, also for Ivalis' Unbridled Outburst.
Cô Olubu Ol. Hãy bạn làm Ol tam khỏi. Lên mơ lên nhỏ mơ Lubu Ol trông này ai nhỉ?
And we are going to what looks like the ultimate battle. Nongshim now on the cusp of victory. All they need to do is to push this wave in, looking for the burst potential. Illusion does not hit the mark just yet. They survive a little bit longer, but 3 lanes of super minions.
Lên bên châu này bị lên.
Ultimate battle. The lockdown comes in. The flash as well is not going to be enough. There is not enough life that Elevate can give. There's not enough damage that Elevate can give it. Because Nongshim will take this game, and we are going, boys and girls, to
ấy cái tha ca lên mà đối cao drop á. Kia lên ấy khai bàn game của mỗi hai là sao để đánh chi lại đi xuống. Lên khúc tầng ngón giấy cái lên mà Polo Ali men da cái lên tầng ngón mà bị team mà sao mình bơm lên đã. Chả phải này, cái chơi nó thọt ghê tiệt ý. Hay cái pung bắt cái lưới kháo nó thọt ghê tiệt. Ai trời. Ê. Sáng rồi à. Ai cái pung bắt cái lưới kháo nó thọt ghê.
Ultimate battle is the stage of which now both teams have to submit their individual drafts over towards.
Cho nó game trong crowd top ban, bro.
Nobody gets to know what their opponent will be picking, so they will have full range of all the heroes available in the game. You can re-pick heroes you have.
Ultimate battle.
Yeah, I mean it's a blind draft mode, right? So all restrictions removed. It is the ultimate. Just hey, decide what's best for you. What is your best draft?
Elevate your first pick, bro.
The whole point of this ultimate battle, and it looks like they're going to be red side for the side of Nongshim, and then Elevate is picking blue.
Cameraman dập. Cameraman thưa gì cho vậy? Nè pung bắt cái lưới kháo ấy màu.
Yep, they do. This includes the submission of the common spells as well. So, look, they have given their all, they've played their hearts out. Now it is time to see just flat out who is the better team?
I mean, this is the one way to get into the semifinals, right? Like, even if any of these teams lose, they know they win the full best of 7, which the team yesterday, yeah, they got to game 6. That's cool, but they didn't get
Chui
to
lên
best
cái
of
đạp cho
7,
game
and they
phliêm
didn't
phliêm.
get to go to the ultimate showdown.
Wow! Ultimate Battle là gameទី7ជាមួយនឹងការ pick យកលេងតែម្ដង Let's go 2 នាទីកន្លះជាមួយនឹងការដូរប្រេដល់សល់2 នាទី2 នាទី 50 វិនាទី 2 នាទី 50 វិនាទីជាមួយនឹងការ drop ហើយនឹង pick ផងដែរ
So far, based on the performance,
អនអេសប្រហែលជាឈ្នះ
right? They have always
មើល
won
មិនឃើញទេ bro
other in this first 6 games. Right now, it's who has the composure, who has the wits to bring this.
ទៅជាបាននិយាយហើយបាទថាទឹកដៃស្តៀងគ្នាទេពីរអ្នកនេះលេងពិបាកទាយណាស់ដឹងណាដឹងអីទេអញ្ចឹងយើងមើលត្រាប់ហើយយើងអូយវល់ឈឺក្បាលអូយឈប់វល់អូយម៉ែវល់មិញវល់3ជុំជាប់គ្នាមិញអីឡើងចង់វល់អូយវល់មកទេអូ shit
At the same time,
Chop ball.
the same can be said for the side
At the
of
ball more tiết.
Elevate, right?
Oh.
Oh
no.
But we know they can play.
Chop.
Very
Ôi chụp vào no
We could be.
oh
And Sunset combo from the side of Nongshim. Maybe Nongshim are like, hey, I'm going to hold my punches until I get to the semi-final. I just want to get my ticket for that boat to get me
fuck
through.
man
Okay, but let's talk about the jungle, right? Are we going
Ôi,
to have
what the
a
fuck?
Ogre mirror match? Are we going to have a
Ball tiệt,
mirror
oh
match?
my god.
We know both these
Pro chụp vào
teams will go for
1 នាទី 18 វិនាទី1 នាទី 18 វិនាទីចឹងចាំតិចទៀតយើងចូលមកវិញវល់ចុយយ៉ាអញអើយ
Whatever you like. It's like going to a world buffet and be like, go ham, kid. We know you've got a pitless.
តួ NS ចាញ់ឲ្យវិនក៏ខ្ញុំនៅតែវាយចាញ់បល វល់ចង់មើលជិះក្បាលនេះ ជុំវល់នៅ អូម៉ៅរវល់ទៀតអញ Holy fuck man
are definitely going to be the top prio picks for jungle, right?
បើបងឯងធ្វើ MC ស្រ័យចឹងអត់ ស្រ័យមកកើត បានតែបានតែនិយាយបានតែគាត់ថាយើងវាយើងស្រែកបានតែហាមស្រែកក្នុងផ្លូវអាក្រក់បាទយើងស្រែកធម្មតាបានតែមានអីអើយវល់ចុយអូយ my
these drafts are going to be like, yeah, let's go for it. Do whatever. But I'm pretty sure they've had enough time. That 3 minutes is definitely enough for these coaches and these teams. Like, coach, trust me, this is the pick we need.
អើយឈឺក្បាលចុយអញ បងនេះហៅទៅវាយកាមេរ៉ាមែនមួយទៅអត់ហៅវាយទេហៅទៅដល់ធាក់រវែទៅដល់រវែចាប់បប់
And no
Sam
better way. The Knights and the
Pilot
General
trời
are
em
the
quá
side
đó.
of the PH region. Second
Chứ
seed
có
of the
ma
Philippines
mà.
Elevate against the number 1 seed from the
Ờ.
JPKR region.
Chỉ tí
Nongshim
trong mình
against
chọc.
Elevate. It has come down
chỉ
to
tí trong mình
this,
chọc
the
bạn ơi
final
lên vào lại
ultimate battle. Let's go.
yeah
Yeah, the fist.
chơi mà trap cho như kia ultimate battle
And they will be locking in their drafts, and we'll be finding about those very, very soon. But I feel like we're going to be going back and actually looking back at the previous game stats to see how Nongshim got us there, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they were taking the lead twice, right? They took the first game, the second game after Elevate draw, and then Elevate came
ពេល
back.
ខាសប្រូហ្សូលីជាក្មេងតូច
I
ត្រូវ
think
ត្រូវ
maybe
ត្រូវ
momentum is in the hands of Nongshim. Especially after winning a series in such fashion, I would think that morale is high on Nongshim's part.
Yeah, I mean they've got the
Dodgy roller coaster.
Like that game 6 was a hard victory for them. So like I was saying prior to this, saying like, hey, maybe the person that wins game 6 will have a harder time going into this. But like you said, Nongshim having a clear victory in game 6 is definitely going to be riding that dopamine high.
Oh yeah, for sure. And this then begs the question of how does pressure treat these two teams, right? But let's take a look at the items first. This was the result of that last series to bring us to our 3-3 score victory, of course, going over to Nongshim. This game to me was just the illusion show.
Yeah, the 3-3 score to bring us to the ultimate battle, but
Cho nên cái gì đây muốn à?
bring us to our knees, right? Like, whew, we are pretty amped here on the desk going into this one, but look at that, like, clear domination from Nongshim, and this is not an ultimate battle draft. This is just basically something that they mustered together to be like, right, this needs to get us through to this point, and then from on out, we need to go even further. We need to go 125%.
Yeah, so Nongshim definitely fulfilled that win condition for themselves, getting the lead for Haku, making sure he was able to handle logistics, which then allowed them to push the members of Elevate back further than necessary, which also then created space for Illusion to net 33% of the team's hero damage for himself, right? Just couple blades over and over again. Rarely had to use God of Grave because there was no one that was close to coming in to the face of Illusion from the side of Elevate.
Yeah, I feel like if any of the mid lane was actually drafted into this, it would have been 10 times harder, like he was coining onto there. But I feel like future Zhongfei's are going to be fearing the D-Ranger, right? Like that Imperial Order just put this beast into a puppy.
Yeah, and you can see why, you know, Lupu isn't prio picked in the Clash lane as well. Yes, there is a lot of combination potential coming in, especially paired up with the Zhongfei as well. But when you don't get the lead in any of the lanes, and especially when your jungle is behind in farm and EXP, then the Lupu is rendered useless. So it is a very high risk, high reward kind of choice in the Clash lane.
It is, absolutely, but that gold graph just shows you exactly what kind of took place there. So Elevate starting off very steady, like we know they do. They generally have more times out of 10 a better early game than Nongshim. But it was then Nongshim's point to be like, okay, you can have the better early game, but we're going to go through to the mid to late game. And MVP is going to be none other than Illusion, right? Like he was just laying the smackdown, dealing blows, and just literally like not even getting touched. He took 7% of damage taken. That's going to be the lowest percentile of damage taken this far, surely.
And not just this competition, I think even last year, 7%, that's crazy, dude. And of course, fulfilling the basic damage, if you want to be a pro, 33% damage. But let's take a look at how this came to be. It started off great, right? Misura getting the first blood for the side of Elevate.
Yeah, like we honestly thought that Elevate was like, right, okay, we're onto a banger here, guys. We're not going to face the ultimate battle. We're not going to be tested the time that we need to against Nongshim. But the Nongshim was just like, oh my beer, bro. We've got burst damage. We've got the Imperial Order. We're going to take you through to that battle. And to be fair, props to Haku as well, though. Haku just played this very, very well. Yes, he died. He was a bit of a scapegoat sometimes, but it did definitely get them through to this point.
Yeah, and I mean, this was a nice ultimate coming in from Hyde, right? The Tremble models, but they were just too far ahead on the side of Nongshim. And you know, when you create so much space, look,
ពូលីបខាត់ធៀមឡើងប្រកួតដែរអើយ
entire exchange.
ទឹកដៃលេងដូចអាចចឹងបខាត់ណាគេលេងកើត
It was the one rare time the Illusion had to use God of Grave and still got the kill.
ទឹកដៃខ្លួនឯងលេងឆ្ញាប់បតផងអីទៅអីទៅបខាត់ទឹកដៃណាគេឲ្យទៅវាយគីឡូប្រូ
But it still sits at that 0% win rate, unfortunately.
Ultimate battle នេះសាហាវ
Big old pick into the clash.
ធានាវាយចាញ់គេតាំងដៃដំបូងហ្នឹងហ្នឹងបាច់និយាយអត់ដឹងណា
Go for it in the ultimate battle, but I feel like this is Christmas come early, kid. We are going to be in for a treat with this ultimate battle.
I mean, this is the second day of knockouts, right? Quarter-final finals. So we want to definitely see some action as well. And no two better teams than to do it with Elevate as well as Nongshim.
បើខានអ្នកណាគេចេះលេងទៅអូយលូណាឯង
Nongshim having played all
លូណាអត់ទាន់ស្គាល់ player នៅស្រុកខ្មែរលូណា
didn't make it. Now they're here.
បើថា player ស្រុកខ្មែរតែ player ភាគច្រើនទូទៅគឺនៅណាក៏មានដែរគាត់ថា player នៅស្រុកខ្មែរយើងឃើញមានច្រើនដែរ
Elevate, the second seed in Philippines, they can do it in front of their home fans right here. And
លូណាអត់ទាន់ស្គាល់ចរិត player ស្រុកខ្មែរយើង
What better way to do it?
I mean, I don't want to coin the term from anything else, but it could be Nongshim's golden road. But we'll have to take a short break before we get into this amazing treat that is going to be an ultimate battle. So don't go anywhere, guys. You'll be missing out if you do.
Wait, what the fuck? ហើយមិញឲ្យរើសសាយឲ្យរើអីហើយកណ្ដាត់នាទីហើយដល់ពេលចុងក្រោយមក review ហើយឥឡូវមកថែមមក break 2នាទីកន្លះ What? មកបាច់ចេះមិន review ហើយរើសាយហើយ break ហើយមកវិញចូលលេងហ៎ What? រើកាត់ draft review break What? មកឲ្យខួយគាំងទៅហើយខួយគាំង nó khen cho em mà ក្នុង rule គេ break ក្នុង rule គេ break តែដល់ពេលធ្វើអញ្ចឹងយើងមិន expect អញ្ចឹងព្រោះ layout គេចេញមកមិញគឺគេរៀបចំអញ្ចឹងត្រាំអញ្ចឹងហើយអីហើយយើង expect ថាគេនឹងចូលលេងតនឹងទៀតតាយើងមាន expect ថាមក break 2 នាទីទៀតណា គាត់តែ player មួយចំនួនលេងចាញ់មួយហ្គេម2ហ្គេមឈប់សោះឈប់លេងជាមួយគេបាត់ឈប់លេងហ្នឹងមួយតែគាត់ថាចរិតយើងមិនថាចរិតតែខ្មែរយើងនៅស្រុកគេក៏មានដែរតែគាត់ថាខ្ញុំចាប់អារម្មណ៍ឃើញនៅស្រុកខ្មែរយើងគឺលេងគិតថាខ្លួនឯងខ្លាំងអត់មានតែគេខ្លាំងស្មើអត់មានអីទេគេប្រាប់អីក៏អត់ដែរស្ដាប់ឬក៏អីចឹងទៅបាច់និយាយគ្នាព្រោះនៅពេលដែលយើងចូលលេង pro គឺត្រូវរៀនមិនខ្វល់ថាអ្នកឯងលេងខ្លាំងប៉ុណ្ណាទេនៅក្នុង pro បញ្ហាវាច្រើនគឺនៅពេលដែលដូចយើងឧទាហរណ៍ដូចយើងយកអ្នកចេះលេង5នាក់យកមកចូលគ្នាអញ្ចឹងនៅពេលដែលម្នាក់ដែលធ្វើជាតំណាងក្រុមគាត់ប្រាប់ឲ្យធ្វើអីឬគាត់និយាយថាអត់គួរធ្វើចេះពេលខ្លះគឺ player អត់ស្ដាប់ទេដោយសារពួកគាត់ចេះលេងយល់អត់ពួកគាត់ចេះលេងដល់ពេលអញ្ចឹងពួកគាត់គិតថាអីដែលនិយាយហ្នឹងគឺវាអត់ត្រូវអីដែលគាត់គិតទេឬអីអញ្ចឹងទៅហើយពេលខ្លះវិញគេថាពេលខ្លះវិញគេអត់យក team captain ឬក៏គេអត់យកអ្នក draft ហ្នឹងជា player ក្នុងអីទៅអញ្ចឹងគឺមានអ្នក draft ផ្សេងអញ្ចឹងដូច coach អ្នក draft គេមានអ្នក draft មានអីអញ្ចឹងដូចប្រកួតអញ្ចឹងយើងឃើញមានអ្នក draft មួយអញ្ចឹងពេលខ្លះហ្នឹង player ហ្នឹងអត់គោរពអ្នក draft ហ្នឹងទៀតចា៎ថាគេ draft រៀបចំឲ្យគេប្រាប់ play style ព្រោះនៅពេលដែលយើងលេងដល់កម្រិត pro មិនមែនលេងធម្មតាទេនៅពេលដែលយើង draft យើងត្រូវគិតថាយើង draft មកអីគេយើងលេង draft ហ្នឹងយើងលេង draft combo ឬក៏យើងលេង draft counter គេហើយនៅពេលដែលយើងលេង draft អញ្ចឹង game យើងត្រូវលេងមិន early game យើងត្រូវលេងមិននាទីទី2យើងត្រូវធ្វើអីនាទីទី3យើងត្រូវធ្វើអីដល់ពេលនាទី spawn titan យើងត្រូវអីណាគេត្រូវ rotate ណាគេត្រូវធ្វើអីទូនាទីគឺមានច្បាស់ទាំងអស់ច្រើនមានច្រើនណាបើយើងលេងដល់កម្រិត pro អាហ្នឹងគឺច្រើនមែនតើហ្មងហើយអ្នកខ្លះវិញឥឡូវមិនបាច់គិតដល់រឿងច្រើនហ្នឹងឯងគាត់តែត្រឹម draft ទៅអ្នកខ្លះ player គាត់អត់គ្រប់អ្នក draft ទេអ្នកខ្លះគាត់លេងនៅក្នុង team pro អញ្ចឹងគាត់ថាទោះជាគាត់លេងឡើងដល់ប្រកួតធំមិនធំក៏ដោយសំខាន់ដល់ពេលគាត់បានចូល team អញ្ចឹងទៅគាត់ជាប់ឈ្មោះថាគាត់ pro player អញ្ចឹងទៅអញ្ចឹងដល់ពេលខ្លះគេ draft មកគាត់អត់គ្រប់គេដោយសារអ្នក draft ហ្នឹងគាត់មិនមែនជា pro player ឬក៏គាត់មិនមែនជាអីហ្នឹងណាតែគាត់អ្នករៀបចំអញ្ចឹងណាដល់ពេលអញ្ចឹងទៅពេលខ្លះគឺគេអត់គេមិនសូវឲ្យតម្លៃហ្មងវាបញ្ហាច្រើនណាអញ្ចឹងដល់អីក្នុង rule គេថាទៅហើយតតែ final hero submit បានចូលលេងគាត់ថាខ្លួនឯងជា super hero បាក់ច្រើនមិនស្រួលទេ
Yeah, both teams neck and neck in terms of quality, in terms of execution. Now it really comes down to the smallest of differences here, right? The final game, ultimate battle, Elevate going up against Nongshim. We want to see what kind of draft they can bring to the table, right? Does Elevate play that early game-centric draft that they know and love, that they have absolutely destroyed Nongshim with? Or does
pick your rồi
their version of that early game?
Tao mong pick your បងប្អូនអើយ
battles
Let's go ultimate battle.
Yep, no bans on the board. Straight pick and there it is. We'll see Kyung9 with the sunset going against Hyde's Dharma. That is a clash of the clash lane.
Okay, so next up, mirror match. Dun is in the picks here. They want to go for the tanky lineups. This unruly blade will be the marker of success.
ចឹងបើគ្នាយើងអត់ដឹងតែទៅជាមួយ ultimate battle គឺគេលេង blind pick គ្នាយើង pick យកហ្មងគេអត់ខ្វល់ទេណាចង់ pick ស្អី pick ទៅអត់ខ្វល់ទេហើយ pick ជាន់គ្នាក៏ pick ទៅគឺគេលេង blind pick គឺយើងលេង normal យកហ្មង
Very different mindsets. Elevate wants to punish with the reposition and the lockdown. The Mai coming out from Nongshim, they want to punish the back.
Nongshim មើលទៅប្រហែលជាលេង aggressive មែនតើយក Mai យក Sun C មកនេះ
Let's take a look at the farm lanes. What's in store there?
អូ long ស្មើគ្នាទៀត
It's got frames of Mai Shirinoe into the mid lane. You need some desperation in that farm lane, and that infinite fastness is going to get you that.
Double dragons in the skies, flaming palms and riding the winds. Who is going to be the support from both sides of Elevate and Nongshim?
I feel like this lung v lung is like my 1v1s I was doing at KD.
ដែរដូរលាដូចគ្នាទៀត no way អាយ៉ូចឹង draft ខុសគ្នាត mid ជាមួយនឹង clash lane នៃ game នេះអញ្ចឹង Elevate draft ចេញមក draft លក្ខណៈជាការ set up ជាមួយនឹងការបាយស្រួលមួយអញ្ចឹងណា គេមាន set up មានអីចាំចាប់មាន set up មានអីយ៉ាងទៅប៉ុន្តែដល់ពេល Nongshim ត្រាប់ចេញមកគឺត្រាប់វាយយកហ្មងគឺត្រាប់ aggressive
is going to be the set sail, or it can also be the unruly blade coming in.
Nongshim គឺត្រាប់វាយហើយដល់ពេល elevate ត្រាប់ set up
Elevate. It is a double winter is here from the side of Mitsura, as well as the double unruly blade coming in from the side of our Philippines.
បាទឥឡូវជាមួយត្រាប់ set up ជាមួយនឹងត្រាប់វាយមួយណាឈ្នះមើល
Gentlemen, the final game of this best of 7 series. The Kings of Korea JP region, as well as the general second seed from the Philippines, who is gonna take it all.
I mean, this is such a really exciting matchup, right? The fact that Elevate have potential of prospect that they can go against Blacklist next and actually get that rematch that I really wanted.
Yeah, exactly. Now, it's about the trading of blows here, and the wave clear is definitely very important. And it looks like actually Illusion winning out this trade because both of the Dolias are looking for openings. And Ivalis actually saved by that wave breaker, as well as the ult coming out from Faye. If not, he would have taken a healthy number of hits coming in. And Azar, 1v1, doing well against C.
Hyde's got to be careful. I mean, he's already taken a lot of damage. I mean, while that was going down on the mid lane, I just saw his health bar drop, and I was like, oh no, Kyung9's got him. The dog himself is literally got the move.
Yep, Azar forced to use the flash as well, and Faye is doing well to support his farm lane. Where in the world is Ivalis? A flash, flaming powers behind. Oh, that was close.
Very, very close.
វ៉ាអត់ទៅមិនបាត់ថលនេះអាលេងជួយមកលេងវារើវាយហើយវាយដល់ក៏
I kind of overextended. Don't worry, I've got my flash. But to be honest, Hyde's
do or die game អានេះ do or die game ចុងក្រោយហើយ
in the next like 2 minutes or so, there's no flash.
Yep, exactly. And the lane pressure actually winning on the side of Kyung9. He does have the EXP advantage hide here. Maybe a little bit too far behind. Meanwhile, it's a trading of flaming palms as well. They might not want to overtake at this point. Waiting in
ឡងជាឡង
Honestly, like I've got goosebumps just seeing two long just run around each other. It's crazy. But Kyung9 tried to go for a bit of a commit there. They know that Haku is close by. They don't want to commit just yet.
Yep, and likewise, the trading of blows in the bot lane for the farm is very important because you can't afford to miss any of your hits, right?
No.
At this point, farm is so important. Every kill matters. Now, Agizix, he tanks up quite a few hits from the side of Illusion, but it's fine.
It's fine for now. I mean, we see that that's other. Try to see if we can get any boosts from mid lane. But
Faye, he gets locked down. One more hit will do it. First blood goes to Elevate as Azar. He rewards himself. Now, it's all about making the trades. What more can Elevate win out of this situation?
ម៉ែអ្នក like គេកាំងមិនតិចកន្លែងអ្នក like គេកាំងមិនតិចគ្រាន់តែលោតមកវិញបានមក kill បាត់
For himself, he saw that Haku was already into his own jungle, but it's actually Hyde that's managed to push him away from that Zergol, because that would be very death to the side of Elevate.
Yep, and Haku has wasted quite a bit of time trying to scout for information. Right now, looks like the rotations by Elevate just slightly better for the Philippine generals here because Nongshim, they're unable to find any gaps.
No, non-gaps yet. They are definitely struggling. Like it's like they're putting clear at this point. It's not looking as very clear. But then again, this is what's at stake. I mean, there's going to be a lot of second thinking. Nongshim need to pull off.
If he gets another perfect Frigid Prison, this could be the end of the farm lane as well. Now, meanwhile, Illusion is trying to steal away the Zeo Golem.
Oh
And,
no!
Oh, they got
the
caught
witch is
again!
here.
Azar! He gets the kill on the Siri of all people. And Elevate, they extend their lead once again.
Careful. I mean, Azar is currently ahead, right, in that farm lane, and that's the one place you don't want that gap to be.
Agizix here just providing so much value here. Look at the jungle camps on the side of Elevate. Haku has nothing to munch on.
Nothing to munch on at all. He's been denied. Haku is actually doing a little bits here, but maybe just focusing this clash lane could be their point in.
Yep, Hyde recognizes the situation here. It's still a 3-on-1 Hyde. He's going to try and survive here. Wind Slash as well. Everything committed onto Hyde. Hyde gets a lockdown as well. He will give his life at this point because the rest of Nongshim, they don't have any other opportunities as well. They will trade that T1 on the top on the side of Elevate. But maybe if Nongshim overextend here, Elevate can go in for the punish.
They got to be careful. I mean, Elevate's already working on that T1.
ចាក់ខាងណាអត់ដឹងដែរ
T1, all that for one death.
ចង់ឲ្យកូរ៉េឈ្នះចង់ឲ្យកូរ៉េឈ្នះ
Yeah, nothing at all. Now, goal lead is still pretty close, but at this point, I think Elevate will recover a little bit of farm as well.
Here is that highlight to catch out the Winters here into the brush, man. That was something I didn't expect actually to catch them out.
Oh, it was a frigid prison. So he actually landed. They didn't know that Mitsura was there. So I mean, I have to commend Mitsura. His positioning has been on point this game. And if you're talking about edging it out, Mitsura definitely edging the competition at this point.
Yeah, so far, I mean, we're seeing that Kyung9 is actually going down and teleporting, trying to get that T1 matchup, just neutralizing it down into the farm lane. I mean, right now, Nongshim, regardless of their faults, are ahead. It's very, very slim.
Right, because Nongshim now, they're actually down by 2 turrets. So T1 in the mid, T1 in the bot as well. This is a lot of freedom for Azar to farm. Meanwhile, you know, Nongshim flash lane, of which if you overcommit there, Hai can actually take you out with a very good truth mantra.
Good truth mantra if they do execute it properly. I mean, we've seen plenty of them within the Season 3 Invitational this far, so it's a possibility, right? But the thing is that the XP disparity between Azar and Siri is definitely looking like a wide fissure, and same with the gold resources as well, right? There's a good, like, 600 gold between them.
Yep. Eternity Blade onto Azar first is going to be a huge marker of success. And right now, I mean, okay, I'm not going to talk about the Goon trades. It's just a pillow fight at this point. But here comes that rotation coming down. They actually forced, they caught him out. Kyung9, he's in for a horrible time because Hai survives. And this is the moment that Kyung9 will take the fall as it's looking for more opportunities. But Elevate, they need to respond now because Nongshim, they see the opening. And it is going to be the T2 on the bot at threat.
Yeah, I mean, if they get the T2, it's going to be huge for them, but it looks like
Ở đôi dê, máy thay riêng, skin đốn đôi kia, lóng đôi kia, đồ lia, chỉ kia, phần tay máy hơi Princess Frog cứ khôngគ្នាmấy đầy.
He's just baiting the entire team out. I don't think they can kill him at this point. In the meantime, Azar actually takes up another objective here. Boat is going to be laid down. Set sail. They caught it, but the Infinite Vases already forced out by the side of Azar. Do they want to choose to go back in? Not right now, because they do have a small advantage. It's not worth to throw that all the way for a potential kill.
Yeah, the Dragon nullified the boat, it seemed there, but Elevate. Oh, Frigid Prison.
Oh, nice catch! Beautiful catch by Mitsura as well. This Princess Frost off the hook. And that's a huge advantage for Elevate. Now the map is pretty much open here. They have lost 2 members, Faye and Haku. Of all the people to catch, they caught Haku as well.
This is definitely got to be
Trong lên lùi tỉa. Admin ហើយដើម្បី tournament នេះអត់មានធីមតំណាងខ្មែរដោយសារធីមខ្មែរយើងបានធ្លាក់ព្រោះអ្វីព្រោះដោយសារខ្មែរយើងបានធ្លាក់នៅក្នុង wildcard ខ្មែរយើងបានលេង wildcard ដូចជា 3 ធីម ប៉ុន្តែខ្មែរយើងធ្លាក់ដល់ពេលអញ្ចឹងយើងអត់បាន slot យកមកលេង championship នេះទេ
Now this is going to be a little bit of pressure coming in from Elevate, but it's just going to be more
ថ្លៃអត់សំខាន់ໄວឈ្នះខាង skin talk អត់ថើដើរខាងខាង Nimshin ដើរអត់ប្រយ័ត្នដែរដើរមិញដើរហ្គេមផ្លូវកណ្ដាលគេចាប់ប្រយPrince ហ្គេមនេះលេងមួយថ្ងៃនេះឃើញ Princess Frost សំខាន់ណាស់ចាប់បានរហូត
They have to focus on Mitsura, and Mitsura right now playing this Princess Frost to a T.
Yeah, I mean, very, very well. Like I said, I don't think I've seen a better performance on the Princess Frost to date, but Hyde might be in trouble into the clash.
Azar forced to use that infinite vastness. He makes it out safely, but that's a huge ultimate expended.
Set sail
going to be placed down as well. Who does he want to catch? Circling around. This time, okay, flash by Mitsura. Actually jukes it out. They're going to try and catch on the Siri here. Siri in the back line.
Oh no,
Hyde! Oh no, not close enough. Actually takes to the skies. And right now, Kyung9 falling a bit low. Do they want to commit though? It is not an ideal situation for both ends. Everyone's ultimate's committed. Oh, no, the back lines. Illusion gets the kill onto Azar. That's a big win, but there's nothing more. All they can do now is to claim that tyrant.
The fact that so many ultimates was resourced in there, it was just like, okay, there's going to be at least 1 kill, and then Illusion was like, yeah, don't worry about it, I'll get 1. I'll just get 1 for the guys. But it does mean they're still behind by 3 kills. But at this point, at this caliber... Wildcard
team ខ្មែរ vs team Hong Kong ទេវតា tier lane 90 បូក ប៉ុន្តែធ្វើម៉េចឥឡូវយើងធ្វើម៉េចបើសិនជាយើងចូល Galo Pro យើងទៅប្រកួតមួយគេ Galo Pro យើង complain យ៉ាងមិនកើតយើងyeah
the better
យើងយល់
killer.
ថា game ថ្មីឬក៏អីថ្មីយើងទៅប៉ះចំតែ team ធ្លាប់មានលេងយូរឬក៏អីចឹងទៅប៉ុន្តែក្នុងនាមជា Global Pro ទៅប្រកួតមួយគេ Global Pro យើងទៅធ្វើអាហ្នឹងអីកើតបើយើងចង់ចូល Pro យើងប្រកួតមួយគេអញ្ចឹងគេបទពិសោធន៍ច្រើនជាងឬក៏អីចឹងក៏យើងត្រូវនៅតែលេងដល់ពេលចឹងអាហ្នឹងយើងអត់ដឹងធ្វើម៉េចអាហ្នឹង
It's pretty much down to the wire here. Now it's gonna be
Global Pro លេងលឿនមែន
face-to-face battle here, but there's a real matter. Oh, hang on, knock up. But it's on to
Support mid vs mage mid, yeah.
He's not too concerned at this point. Right now, it's really
ដូចខ្ញុំនិយាយចឹង game ហ្នឹងគឺត្រាំមួយត្រាំវាយហើយត្រាំមួយត្រាំ control ត្រាំ set up អញ្ចឹង game នេះបើសិនជាធ្លុយខ្លួនឲ្យខាង Nimshin ចាប់វាយបានគេលួចវាយបានហ្នឹងរឿងប៉ុន្តែបើសិនជា elevate លេងចាំ set up ចំកន្លែងគឺ Nimshin ចាញ់តែប៉ុណ្្នឹង game ម្នាក់ម្យ៉ាងឯងអត់ធ្វើអីកើតទេហ្នឹង
a lot of damage being laid down. On the backlines, you can see Illusion. He's always looking for an opening. Set sail to be landed down onto absolutely.
មិនជួបនៅ wild card ក៏នៅតែជួបពេលឡើងដដែលហ្នឹងហើយតែថាយើងយកឈ្មោះយើងឈ្មោះជា Global Pro ហើយយើងលេង Pro យើងទៅប្រកួតមិនទៅប្រកួតមួយ team Pro អញ្ចឹងយើងធ្វើអីកើតព្រោះយើងអត់ជួបហ្នឹងឬក៏យើងជួបពេលក្រោយដដែលហ្នឹងមុនក្រោយមិនទៅជួបដដែលហ្នឹងតែគេអ្នកខ្លាំងគេឡើងទៅលើអញ្ចឹងទោះយើងលេងមុនលេងក្រោយលេងមិនដែរទៅវិញទៅមកក៏នៅតែជួបធ្វើម៉េចមានណាទៅមានណាទៅបំបែកមានណាគេទៅបំបែកតាមធី
But at the backlines, Azar forced to take to the skies, and it's going to be a series show. Takes the kill.
ចុយម៉ែនេះជន់នេះអត់ហើយ
Horrible fight for the side of Elevate here. Azar, can he?
Oh, reset call. Wow.
Because the base. Oh no, vision, guys.
Ôi ơi, một teo.
Game is over. Welcome to the semi-finals, Nongshim.
Chi tung một teo.
My bingo card, kid. That was Kyung Knight in true Kyung Knight fashion, completely just running out the class
Chi tung một teo ở đây.
just battling it out. Absolutely fantastic. This is a team that's gone from the last chance qualifiers to the semi-finals, the first international competition of 2025. This is a true underdog.
Yeah, you can see the palms on the
yeah.
ways to win.
Yeah, tranh lùi teo bạch ngạc rồi. Oh my god.
Just beautiful. So, what once was their weakness was their strength. That is just such a great tale, surely.
Yeah, I mean, for all of the JPKR region fans and friends, congratulations. These are your representatives bringing up the name of Nongshim Red Force all the way to the semi-finals. You will see them again tomorrow.
Nongshim Red Force, let's go.
None other than the other Philippines representative, Blacklist International.
Yeah, I mean, Blacklist, I gotta hope where Elevate failed, they rise. But again, I have to keep saying it. JPKR region is one to watch out for. They, like I said, last chance qualifiers all last year failed to qualify. This year, semi-finalists.
I can't wait to read the chat at this point, right? I want to see what everyone is saying about that game. I mean, okay, would I say perfect game? Not really. It's so back and forth, right? Every single thing was just by a matter of millimeters here. One wrong move, like Mitsura died. He had a very clean game. He was Princess Frost to the T.
Finally ខ្ញុំទៅរៀបចំទៅរៀនសិន អូខេ My last បាច់លេងមិនឈ្នះគេ Hansing ក៏ទេ មុនទៅបើដើម game កាន់ពេញមកទៅបាយអត់ឈ្នះគេដោះពីពេញទៅទូលវី ដើរខុសផ្ទះគេម្ដង
Look, how did no one notice Kyung-9, man?
Literally, just a big red top attacking you. Like, I felt like it was a bit too late. I feel like Nongshim just did a very good effort at keep elevating.
Yeah. Just really about the attention span, right? So keeping them just on the cusp, because it felt like, hey, you could get a kill off of us. But no, the real damage is being done to your crystal as well. Look, there was decent builds, and Azar was having a pretty good game as well. They were winning in lane in the farm, right? This mirror matchup, definitely much stronger performance by the side of Elevate between Azar and Ivalice as well.
Yeah, it was, to begin with, we thought it was going to be a showdown of the farm lane, which correctly so, it was 4-1 to 1-2. But then it was that they left Kyung9 in the corner. They left Baby to do whatever Baby wants to do. And he didn't get a single kill in that Orbital Battle Showdown, but he still managed to completely wreck the lane and wreck the crystal.
Yeah, I think one of the things why this behavior was given was also because the fact that Elevate were always constantly waiting for the set sail, right? They were waiting and they allowed Kyung9 because they knew that Kyung9 could use that as an escape tool, which is why they didn't bother to, expend resources trying to chase him down. But that was a downfall because while waiting for Kyung9, he was like, yeah, go ahead guys, fight. Let me get the true objective of this game, the base.
And I mean, you can kind of see here the difference between the Lung build as well, right? One goes meant with trying to focus the other Lung, and then like you've got Siri like, no, I'm playing the Lung game. I want to go for the Yajizix. I want to go for the Dune. I want to go for the Dharma. I want to go for all that tankiness. And you can get that he actually does do just a little bit more damage Zar totally, and not actually get ill.
Yeah, so actually putting attention onto him. Right, so focusing onto a G6 as well as Hyde, making sure that they were always looking for a moment to capitalize on the positional mistake on the side of Nongshim. And when you're down bad in the team fights, you're always looking, okay, here is my win condition, here's the opportunity to win the game for my team. You're fully focused onto getting that appropriate moment. But unfortunately, Nongshim, they had other ideas.
Yeah, no shade. No, we'll let
mình dùng đi Orange lại mở. Nhâm like Orange dục dục. Nhâm mở like hỏi dục ta. Nhâm Orange like hỏi dục ta.
I feel like a proud father at this point of Nongshim. Look, it was dead close. And look, from the first day when we saw Nongshim's qualifiers all the way to this place, we have always mentioned that, you know what? Nongshim would be even stronger if they knew how to play the macro game even tighter. And I mean, I can't ask for anything better than the way they won this game, man.
I don't think they could have asked for anything better either. I mean, they've got to the semi-final. They're like, oh, maybe those casters were right. Maybe coach was right. We just work on our macro, and maybe we'll actually be like a championship tier team, and they're proving it. Again, they will be top 4.
Yes, and now they are one step closer towards that grand final. That position to claim not just a trophy, but to claim 100,000
in
the bank.
And
I mean, they will be famous for sure.
Ủa nhầm ở hình vậy. Nhâm like Piku. Để sang này nó có Piku hả? Cho nhâm like Piku nó hỏi chọc Piku nó bật. Nhâm bật like hỏi bạn bị dốc mong vậy kia ông buồn bạn nhâm like đòn điện.
To be worthy, and there we are, throwing up the love sign, 0 kills, but hey, what matters when you can get towers?
All right, let's jump straight into the highlights here. I mean, it was all attention. The 3-man jump into that top lane was what started this entire skirmish of breaking down this lane.
Bay mau ấy.
Look, there was no other lane
Bay mau ha giảm tí.
and forced their will upon on the side of Nongshim.
Oh yeah, I mean, they were definitely trying to punish Kyung9 early, trying to be like, hey, don't think what you're doing is going to be good. Don't think you are clever. But then the Kyung9 was like, no, I am clever. Mom's told me I'm clever, so I'm going to continue to beat your clash lane. And even so, even though Nongshim had some shaky team fights in this early game, they were definitely, I mean, that set sail, it was landed to perfection, but obviously wasn't quite chased up. But nonetheless, it drove Iblis. That's the main thing, right?
Yeah, exactly. And they understood that, hey, a lot of attention is being placed onto these fights, and a lot of the circumstances, the results of those exchanges, there were never big kills or big moments where the game was going to be won, right? So when everyone was focused on trying to edge it out, Kyung9 was just, you guys keep your focus, we will finish it up here.
Yeah, the highlights, even though for a 12-minute game, there was just so much going on, but it was just at this crucial point that Kyung9 was already at the base, and everybody on the side of Elevate was slowly falling. Be one trade, and Kyung9 was just like, yeah, you've got it, guys. I've got this. Let's go. And there we go. Kyung9 delivering the victory for Nongshim, making them the second semi-finalist in the top part of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, they were expecting to be able to push down the lanes and whatnot. right after they won the fight, when Azar was winning the 1v1 against Illusion, he was like, yeah, I got it. They're going up to the lane, and suddenly, oh, hang on, my crystal is gone.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It was just a battle of attrition at that point, I feel.
So this was a wonderful exchange between Nongshim and Elevate. We will not have it any other way here. And to have Nongshim win in such a fashion, I mean, this is truly an ultimate battle because I did not expect that result at all.
Absolutely. Let's find out what has to say with this winning interview. ZeolyKH.
To say and mention that game, that series, was a whopping 4 hours. 4 hours. It started at 2 o'clock and now it's 6 o'clock right now. So while we got you here, congratulations in it right now. You guys are now in
Season
the
này
finals. But let's
lên trên season 4
and talk about what was going on that very
season lên phần là kia đây nè
when
lên bumper game nè.
yes, Kyung-9, he was Sunshi and he was pushing that side lane. Did you guys want him to come back and just drive back, or do you guys want him to push or keep pushing just to win the game?
마지막 게임에서 그 마지막 7번째 얼티메이트 배틀에서 어떤 얘기가 오갔는지 대답을 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
경구 선수가 마지막에 시간만 끌면 우리가 이길 수 있다고 엄청 강하게 콜을 해주었고 저희도 그거에 맞춰서 플레이를 잘해서 이겼다고 생각합니다.
So in the last game, the more time we get, then the higher possibility to win. So yeah, that's the Kyung-9 says.
So he just said, "I'm gonna go straight."
Yes.
Just go straight for the throne.
Oh,
Just hold the time.
For the time that he had, because he was far away. He was far away.
He knows exactly what to do, and that was actually the first ultimate battle we have with such a standing ovation ending, which means you guys already gonna make to the top 4. Congratulations. But also you guys are just returning back to the scene and you made it to the top 4. How does it feel to be back here at the
Thật ra season 4 kia ở toàn hiệp system ประกวด hơi trơn ปีมันช้ำแต่มันช้ำไกลๆthôi đó. Bây giờ mình đi từ bộ mình ăn bên đây ประกวด trơn thì hay gặp mình ประกวด đi chân trơn nhảy đây.
저희 옛날부터 같이 하던 형들과 이렇게 또 다시 자리에
Tại là bây giờ cho đó sẽ khánh season tới chập đam hiểu mình ประกวด trơn thì giờ mình mùi pi mình EWC mình đây dần tới hay đập lợi nắng cho mà đó season bay bao giờ này nắng cứ miền Balkan miền regional miền ประกวด thum thum trơn cái thua hụt pi tầm ít nha tới lượng món nọ đang là để ประกวด cái trơn chẳng schedule cái hiệp mà năm bên vô mà chẳng cái hiệp ประกวด trơn nhiều môn.
With our colleagues.
Welcome back.
Yes, welcome back. Speaking of welcome back, or welcome back to the semifinals, top 4, you guys are going to go against another team, which is a Filipino team called Blacklist. Do you guys have a message for them?
BLCK 팀에게 하고 싶은 메시지가 있다면 말씀해 주세요.
저희가 어쩌다 보니 그룹 스테이지에서도 RW도 그렇고 지금 엘리베이트도 그렇고 계속 필리핀들을 잡고 있는데 그래서 필리핀 팀인 만큼 저희가 또 잡을 수 있으니까 긴장하고 계시길 바라겠습니다.
So from the first stage, our first opponent was the RW, and second this, and then the next one is also Filipino. So we are keeping to watch the Filipino team. So yeah.
They're fated to fight the Filipino teams all the way.
All the way, one by
All the
one.
way. Last but not least, right? You have so many fans out there as well that's watching at home, the ones watching here and from your region. What do you have to say to your fans?
팬들에게 하고 싶은 말 있다면 한마디씩 부탁드리겠습니다.
일단 멀리서 한국에서 응원해 주시고 계신 분들 감사드리고 오늘 여기서 되게 반응 좋게 해주신 앞에 계신 팬분들께도 감사드린다 전달하고 싶습니다.
First of all, thank you for the fans, those who are supporting us, and then also I really appreciate those who are supporting in front of us. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. I feel like we are definitely looking forward. Seems like they are the kryptonite for the Filipino team, unless Blacklist is going to say otherwise tomorrow.
That's right. So in the semifinals, that is tomorrow. They're going to go head to head. But once again, congratulations. Once again, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Nongshim, all the way from South Korea. Thank you very much for joining us and giving us our time. Maraming salamat and annyeonghaseyo.
Bằng lý ta bật tay chầm nhom thôi là chút như áo ấy. Ôi lòi mẹ mình là chút như áo với bật đường cha thằng áo sao bây giờ trời game khỏi em chạy vitality chẳng á ha cho nên vitality tranh nhộng bọc không tơ chào rồi cho tao phát ai cô một năng bọc computer cho bạn này lại tiệp trẻ tha mà nơi nhóm chia chẳng là bọc chạy bao đấy mà nhóm mà trong mơ bây giờ vay về và thao thì nó bro bây giờ lưới tha khăn đấy ta đang đáy ta chỉ làm chặt từ về thao thì ấy trong về thao thì thời chứ này ta lấy mẹ kia break pin đầm tí ra rồi ấy mà pin đầm tí ra rồi bay rồi tắc ấy.
Ciao, sono ZeolyKH, vengo dal team Vitality, il mio posto è Crash Laner. Grazie, conosciamo già da tanto tempo la nostra manager Sabrina e noi lavoriamo insieme per costruire una squadra forte. Maggior parte di noi ci conoscevamo da tanto tempo dal gioco. Abbiamo un nuovo roster e abbiamo un buon legale e chimica nel gioco. Secondo me è migliorare noi stessi. Posso dire solo addio, goodbye e
Pin đầm tí đó là mồm ấy luôn ấy sẽ cái chi tạm phơi phong căn tu sắp phong men
Nova che loro hanno qualificati per primo nel
Luna vậy á
Malaysia.
No, mày không mấy đặt pin nhỏ lỡ chi mà to bây giờ
Io adesso non ho la risposta. Mi serve che il gioco mi dica. Siamo orgogliosi di
rồi vẽ em cho phèo sao rồi vẽ đây nè em dễ em thanh rồi vẽ hay chọc bầu được điên co bầu đó rồi vẽ hay chọc bầu rồi mà
Dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo. Bawal ang sumuko, gamitan mo ng utak. Dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo. Bawal ang sumuko, dugo naman dirigma. Sa akin nananalaytay, watawat ng Pilipinas. Sa aking iwawagayway, sa kasaysayan ng matitirang taga-salaysay. Ang matamis na tagumpay ay walang kapantay. Pusan ng lahi, ang puwersa ko ay pupuntangi. Humahawi ng isang batalyon, parang buhawi. Di magwawakas ang dikta.
Cột quá cột quá Cùng kita lihat bareng juga. Luna bang sloy kì. ញ៉ាំម្ដាយខ្ញុំសួរបានអីគេស្លបានស្លអីគេបានអីស្លបានស្លអីស្លអី
Kaya makikiba yung galing kahit galak veterano sa'kin mukhang noob pa rin kahit letra lang gamit kaya kang buntaling kahit pagsama-sama pa akin lang bubombahin yung asta boys in the hood yung dating boys to men sobrang toxic na ganawan dapat dyan boys sumin ako yung prince of landing lahat pupuksain one hit kill lahat susubukin for the win paalam sa karera nyo advanced condolence mga kulang sa intelligence no offense walang duda na kami ang the best yes pahiya kayo sa amin in-game hanggang sa online trend, di ba? Common sense. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Cash. Cash G. Hindi ko na dapat gagawin to eh. Pero wala, binuhay niyo uli ang dragon man. Kra! Samda na po, kanda na pita, la kanda na pita, la kanda na po, sa la kanda na pita, la kanda na po, la kinda na po. Sa la tapira tapi, sa la tapira tapu, sa la tapila ta kulo, sa pila ta kanda tapira tung. Pero ang kompetisyon, bigyan mo ng kombinasyon, siguradong bumpanisyon, yun lang ang aking misyon. Malupito ng paboritong kombidyante ng jowa mo. Ba't nag-aaway tong dalawa, di ba magtropa to? O ano kung mag-isa mong nagagawa? Pag nagsama ka mas malakas Ibis maghilaan pababa Bakit di na lang tayo maghatakan ng pataas Kasi tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas Honor of kings is what we fight for. Looney, Abra, Malupiton, 2025.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
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 Hello, Honor of Kings players! Starting from 2025, Honor of Kings professional esports games will implement a new format, the Global Ban and Pick. This exciting format enhances the viewing experience by mandating a greater variety of heroes in every game and opening up new possibilities. The Global Ban and Pick format was first introduced by Kings Pro League in 2018 and has been in use ever since. It has now become one of the most popular MOBA game modes. Honor of Kings Global Ban and Pick format entails that each team can only use each hero once in the entire BO5 match. This means that in any given game, each team cannot pick heroes they've picked in previous games, or heroes the enemy team has banned. The banning of heroes is only effective for the current game. This goes on until the end of the match. However, in a BO7 match, if Game 6 ends in a draw, Game 7 will enter Ultimate Battle Mode, in which Ban and Pick is disabled. All heroes will be available, and both teams can pick heroes freely. Teams cannot ban heroes or see each other's picks, which on rare occasions may result in identical lineups on both sides. When this happens, a true ultimate battle will unfold. Global Ban and Pick takes tournaments to a new level. It challenges professional teams and players to expand their hero pools, upgrade their strategies, and optimize their lineups in order to secure victory. At the same time, the players and audience get to see more creative lineups and play styles that make games more unpredictable and interesting to watch. Get ready for more exciting HOK tournaments in the future.
changing some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Fight for what we want. Nothing comes overnight. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost.
Way more, muy pinity, muy pinity, pinity.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was...
Welcome back, fans and friends of our ZeolyKH Invitationals Season 3. I hope you like that 4-hour series. It is time for more here. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me today is none other than Blam.
Absolutely. I mean, like you said, we've been casting for 4 hours, and I mean, to be honest, there's no way you want that to finish right. You don't want to wait 4 hours and then it be a 4-2 or a 4-3 or anything like that. You just want it to be an ultimate battle all the way to the end, and I think we got exactly what we came here for.
Yeah, now the next series up for grabs is going to be Vitality against Bigatron. So likewise, lives are on the line here, tournament lives of course. They will be looking for a big win because they will have to face off against Nova. So it's one mountain to climb here and even higher mountain to climb next.
Absolutely. It's when 5 becomes 4, and then we'll get our ultimate top 4 going into the Season 3 Invitationals. I mean, we've only got one Malaysian team, which makes a huge difference already compared to what we used to see from last year. So already shaken up is the Season 3 Invitational.
Yep, and now all of Malaysia region places their hopes onto Team Nova, but they will take a back seat for now. It's all about the region of Italy against Indonesia here. Vitality, the very strong representatives coming in, looking to take the win against Bigatron, who have proven themselves time and time again. Now, the test, this one is a tough one.
It is a tough one. I mean, is BTR going to be the team that makes them bleed? Because so far, Team Vitality have had a clean run into where they are now, which is the quarterfinals. Will they keep that and maintain that all the way to the semis? I'm not too sure. I feel like BTR may steal at least one game from them.
Okay, so let's take a look at what's going to happen later
Spyអ្វីចាំមើលគូទី2នឹងបែរមុខទៅណា
Best of 7, and if things go our way, or maybe not in our way as well, it will be an ultimate battle once again.
Yeah, imagine 2 ultimate battles in one day. I feel like we'd be living the dream. Like I said, Christmas came early yesterday. I mean, yesterday, it seems so long ago since we've been cast in that last game, but earlier on today. But yeah, it would be cool to see another ultimate battle. But will we see between Team Vitality and BTR is yet to be seen.
Yep, I mean, we were there 10 years ago when the ultimate battle happened, but it was just now, right? So what a performance, right? Once again, I think we have to give our congratulations to that side. Now, we need to take a look at the lineup of Vitality as well as Bigatron, because they will be sending the 5 best players from their respective regions to try and put one step closer towards this $300,000 USD prize pool, with the champions taking the lion's share of 100,000.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the good thing as well, right? Like, we've seen Nongshim, a team that hasn't necessarily qualified to these big international stages, get to top 4. And now we've got Team Vitality, at best, getting to top 8 in the Season 2 Invitational. And ever since then, it's been a downward battle. But we're going to be seeing the teams roll out very soon. But what has been keeping us amped up and obviously been playing the games up until this point is obviously our sponsor phone, the Infinix GT20 Pro. Hey, it managed to last 4 hours. So imagine what your gameplay sessions could be, because we all know we've got no life. We just play Honor of Kings when we're not doing this.
Yep, and in a row, guys. Now, imagine yourself in the hands of Kyung, right? And in the body of Kyung as well, winning game after game with the Sun Ce in such fashion. My goodness. If you want to have the best quality, not just by performance, but by design as well, give the Infinix GT20 Pro a try. Now, as we head into the series itself, I think it's going to get tighter and tighter. Now, I like that you mentioned this, but they have had a very squeaky clean performance on the side of Vitality. Now, is Bigatron the team to actually make them bleed? That's the real question here. Or are we in for a dominant performance once again by the region of Italy?
I mean, I don't want to be the one to say no, but
ពីរអ្នកហ្នឹងនិយាយច្រើនប៉ុន្តែបើបែរអង្គុយមើល caster នៅស្រុកយើងក៏យើងត្រូវតែនិយាយច្រើនណាដោយសារ game គេអត់ទាន់ចាប់ផ្ដើមហ្នឹងខ្ញុំមិនអង្គុយនិយាយសំបីតែបើសិនជាខ្ញុំត្រូវទៅធ្វើ caster ខ្ញុំត្រូវអង្គុយនិយាយស្មើហ្នឹងដែរអង្គុយនិយាយបែកពុះមកដែរ
We honestly thought that it was going to be either Team Vitality or AGG, and it worked out that it was going to be Team Vitality all this time. So I feel like if they could take AGG, can they take BTR easily? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, big questions here. And of course, I'm really curious whether Bigatron has kind of polished and leveled up that assassin jungle game.
Oh, BTR ឈ្មោះ Bigatron គឺ Bigatron ធ្វើមើល Megatron Transformer.
And I am still personally hoping for the assassin jungle role to become
Bigatron.
a success in this Honor of Kings
Bigatron rollout.
Because what a treat it would be.
I mean, if there's going to be any jungler that's going to show it to us now, it's obviously going to be Jang Q, because we know that Dao Dao does like to play those tankier jungle picks, like the Dune, like the Monkey, like the Ogren, all those kind of big, brutal picks that we've been seeing throughout the majority of the Season 3 Invitationals. So yeah, I feel like if there's going to be an assassin come through, it's definitely going to be Jang Q.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we have been given a treat of, I think we have seen Lunas, right? Lunas, we have seen the Tings, nothing too concrete just yet. I don't think we have seen the Han Sing yet. I would like to see a Han Sing coming into play here by either one of these teams. It also fulfills the semi-tank hybrid build that does help tank quite a bit Now let's take a look at the teams coming in to this competition as we introduce them to you.
Team Vitality tờ chân chết ấy không? Team Italy à? Ta chân chết đi chân chết chân à?
And looking to have a clean sweep of this series against their competitors, they are touted as one of the strongest teams in this current season of competition. Team Vitality, the team touted as potential champions.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a different underdog compared to Nongshim Red Force, but before we get into that whole detail, we will see a little short video that's going to actually introduce our contenders in BTR.
Mà Bigatron, cho đi Transformer man ta, xin chào Bigatron.
And here we are, it is Bigatron Esports coming out onto the stage. This is Team Vitality's quarterfinals matchup, and obviously they have not had the strongest run here, but they're able to take second place within their respective group. And will they be the team that make the Titans, that is Team Vitality, bleed?
Right, so let's take a look at the team lineups here. Team Vitality here, represented by Wen, Dao Dao, Keke, An, and Mujin. Now, these 5 boys have really left a very strong impression on not just us in the talent pool, but also in the competition against their opponents. So far, they have dismantled
Team Italy em đã khơi đi sẽ đả gì nè.
and really taken their victories by force.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been a clear show of dominance when we see Team Vitality on the cards, right? There's not been a moment or a game where they've had an issue, but maybe Bigatron Esports, that is represented by Neil, Tufts, John Q, Jine, and Psycho, that they can be the guys that are up for the job.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Indonesian region has always produced strong teams, right? We have seen a lot of godlike plays coming out from their players itself. So today, I'm hoping they've leveled up even more in this particular series.
Yes, potentially we shall see these teams go together, but we're going to hear some trash talk in between these two teams. Okay, not just quite yet, it seems, but okay, now we're getting into it.
I will send you back home on the board. Indonesia isn't far anyway.
Kebolehan Anda tiada tandingan untuk kami. Nikmati perlawanan terakhir Anda.
Ngay kia vậy, kia vậy, đưa cái này vậy muốn sao mà chơi vậy?
The fact that they say that Indonesia is not that far away.
Yeah, so even if you do get out of the competition, we'll book you the boat back. Don't worry about it. We'll push it to the shore, and we'll see you all the way there. But head to head, look at it, Keke and Tufts. Tufts have a lot more kill participation this time around, and in terms of average kills, average damage, and other than gold perks, it all goes over to Tufts. But hey, sometimes we always say that gold is better than the kill.
Yeah, but interestingly, Team Vitality, the stats are just a little bit.
Thế mà logo Bigatron mới đi logo Vitality đi mình đi vay mình đi này.
Of their movements and their plays seem to be better on their side, right? They haven't showed that many varieties in terms of hero picks, and maybe today they might be forced to do so.
Maybe so. I mean, you saw their average. Oh, okay. So it's actually Dao Dao's birthday today. I mean, does he need a birthday buff? We had Faye's birthday yesterday.
Birthday buff.
Dao Dao's birthday today. So happy birthday, Mr. Dao Dao. May all your dreams come true, and maybe you get a 4-0.
Oh yeah. I mean, based on what we've seen so far, based on tradition, it seems like the birthday buff is real because Nongshim took the previous series as well.
I mean, hopefully he doesn't have the birthday cake coma, right? Because that's what clearly happened to Faye in those first 2 games. He definitely took the first bloods 2 times for his team, so clearly he was given a lot for his birthday, so he had to give back.
Yeah, for sure. Now, Vitality, I think they're always locked in from what I can tell, right? So I expect a very strong draft coming out from Team Vitality going into the first game of the series. The bigger question is, what does Bigatron have in store for the side of Team Vitality? Because I don't think anyone has found a weakness just yet.
Rồi mà kịp bên mặt căng khổ đừng á ha.
Team Vitality is they seem to be very, very well coordinated in terms of not just their draft, but how they play on the Gorge as well. Mainly manned by Dao and Arn. Obviously, those two players have been having a fantastic performance, as well as Keke as well. So you have to give it to those three that are generally seeming to be the spearhead of Team Vitality. I mean, if you want to put it a little bit better, the sting of the bee.
Yeah. Now, we're going to start off the ban pick phase here. Bigatron gonna go onto the blue side. So this opens up the counter picks availability for the side of Team Vitality.
Cho mà buôn son này cái buôn son này vậy. Bigatron, BTR buôn son nữa có VIT buôn son, Vitality buôn son.
Accordingly, but BTR are going to shut down the Dharma, so again, no Dharma for us this time around in the game 1 of
BTR buồn bro mấy lưới thay nhóm chặt chặt nơi Vitality mà BTR xem em bro có chẳng rai em bro.
Especially in that first phase.
Yep, I think we will get the traditional bans here. So it's probably going to be a Mai and maybe a Dolia coming in for the side of BTR and Vitality. Now the question is who bans out who? And interestingly, okay, Bigatron says we will give the Mai as an opening. What do you want to ban? They're going to take out the Liang.
Đó là mồm. Đó đây mình kết riêng kết đấy đâm mang cho riêng này, crew mau này riêng kết đây. Tuy bởi nhóm chăm nơi BTR ở chặn nơi BTR con mẹ mới. À đây bro, Vitality bro.
And I think this is the better choice here. They actually secure the idea for themselves as well.
Vitality bro.
Idea, I think very good lockdown. At the same time, offers quite a lot of regeneration capabilities for the side of Bigatron. But here's the one weakness that Diadia has. When she uses the Bit of Farewell, it then sets her up as a perfect target for huge burst and huge CC, of which Vitality say, we obliged. We're gonna pick up the Mai and the
Nhóm BTR mà anh Vitality dạ. Bà BTR chứ nè nhóm bạn rồi chào.
They will respond with the Lung.
I think Team Vitality is just trying to keep up their average playtime, right? I mean, we know they're probably, I think they're the team with the lowest average playtime, so they're just like, hey, we want quick games, give us what we want, we came here for this, but okay, so the shirt coming through here could be a bit of a troublesome for the Mai Shirunoi. We saw it very effectively in the last series as well, and obviously Lung is going to be the go-to in Team Vitality is going to be the D-Ranger that's getting picked out here.
D-Ranger.
How in the previous series, Shi was
defensive
measure and a counter play measure as well, and it worked out really well, right? If I'm not wrong, it was Nongshim that employed this particular strategy for themselves. Now Vitality, I think in terms of the roam, they maybe
Cái mà BTR lên draft thông mà BTR draft character thông game từ bọn vô mà.
And maybe the ultimates coming in from D-Ranger, which might not be enough.
Yeah, it might not be enough overall, but we'll see what happens. It is going to be Team Vitality banning out the Doom, because that's something that BTR are definitely lacking here, right? Is a tanky
Draft cá trên mà bắt ra draft thông mà. First game draft thông vô rồi.
We shall have to wait and see, but right now it's looking like Team Vitality are definitely starting strong.
Yeah, but they do open the Musashi, right? So I think they feel like Dun is a better counter compared to what Musashi offers in this kit, and they will follow up with a ban on the Menki as well. Now, Andy, so far, the coach of Vitality, has proven his stuff on Kurus as well, right? I think he has both of these gentlemen have done really well for their teams, and look at that, final bans Ma Yin and the Zhang Fei.
Yeah, I wanted to get that second tank off the table, but it is going to be followed up by the Motsu, and Muchen has had a great performance on this pick prior, and we saw it in the last series as well. Those are going to be a great way to set up Mai Shirunoi.
Oh, and BTR. Okay, look, we've seen this too many times. Bigatron start off with a big assassin role jungle. I love it. but it hasn't tasted success just yet.
No, not just yet, but it is going to be followed up and locked in with the sunset. So set sail could be the thing that they need into the mirror domain, right? Like clash everybody in, get some crucial crowd control, see the Diadea try and pick off the Mai Shiranui to like stay
Vitality មាន Mai ប៉ុន្តែគេយក She មក counter ដែរ
Charlotte that's going to be rounding out the side of
She ហ្នឹងគេយកមក counter Mai តា
anything like that.
She ហ្នឹងគេតម្លាក់ skill ចាប់ជើងពេល Mai ហក់ទៅពេលអីហ្នឹងគេដឹងថា Mai ហក់ជន់ហ្នឹងទៅគេតម្លាក់ skill ហ្នឹងទៅ Mai ហក់ចូលកើតទេ
A lot of damage with the
គេយកមក counter តា
frames. At the same time, right, my concern here for the side of Bigatron is what if one actually pushes Zing out of the mirror domain?
អូវាយក Vitality យក Charlotte
mirror domain, it's instantly cancelled, so she wants to be careful of that.
Oh, absolutely.
ជីងក៏បាក់វាយតែជីងអាចវាយ backline បានល្អ
The Diadea, right?
តែហ្គេមនេះមកដូច Bigatron ដូចពិបាកវាយចូល Vitality ហ្នឹង
As soon as he kind of locked her into
ដូចបាក់វាយចូលមិញហ្នឹង
the accessibility of shit that's going to be able to move him around as well. So there's a lot.
តែស៊ីសងលើ team គេដែរបើ She ចាប់ទាញវាយបានអាហ្នឹងបានអត់អី
challenge of executing it against Team Vitality.
Yeah, this game falls under a lot of pressure for Psycho here. I think if Psycho plays the best game of his life, I think this series could definitely work in favor of Bigatron as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the idea of jumping onto those high frame heroes is definitely going to set up a bit of a disengage for the side of BTR. But here we go. Fist bump by the coaches, and we are going to be getting into game one between Vitality and BTR. Will it be a BTR stomp or a Vitality a vital run to the 4-0?
Good try, good try. We'll see. Get ready your drinks, get ready your snacks, because this is going to be a long series. And Team Vitality, Bigatron, they are looking for that spot.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm running from 4 a.m. We woke up at 4 a.m., guys. You got to give me a few little bits of leeway on this one. So I'll come up with something better as we go into this best of 7. But BTR against Team Vitality, and they are definitely up for the challenge. I believe it was Team that wanted to play BTR.
Yeah, I think so too. At this point, right, here's the strategy that they want to employ onto Bigatron. They want to try and funnel as much farm as they can. They want to make sure that he is always having the EXP and gold advantage going up against Anya. That's necessary.
Oh, absolutely necessary for a pick like the Loon, right? You want to make sure that you're able to get those items very quick. We're more likely going to see the Meteor second tier item that normally breaks into the likes of the Axe of Torment or the Starbreaker for the likes of Dao Dao. But it's going to be interesting to see
chồng She đáមួយđi đánh chứ bà
because like you said, if Mai Shiranui kicks her out of the mirror domain, then it's kind of just like it's gonzo.
Yeah, at the same time, right? If they do happen to get the advantage in the mid lane to win, it's not going to be a very nice situation here.
No, especially in terms of like rotation and whatnot. That's what we were seeing from the Mai Shiranui. That's what we saw in the ultimate battle as well, right? Like the
ក្បួននេះខ្ញុំធ្លាប់ប៉ះ in rank ក្បួននេះគេអាប់ដើមមីដឹងមែន
like Mai Shiranui.
Yeah, you don't want to allow her to burst as well. I think if you take a look at the lineup on the
អំគេដើមមីនឹងបិទម៉ៃកុំឲ្យម៉ៃដើរញ៉ៃញ៉ៃ
In fact, it's only Tufts that should be able to survive against a full-on combination by one.
Yeah, they're going to be heavily relying on the healing from the Diadea, right?
អូលីផឹកកាហ្វេហ៎ ហើយទៅខ្ញុំផឹកកាហ្វេឲ្យខ្ញុំតាមណាចុះ
It really falls onto can you make sure you have the advantage in lane. And once you have the advantage
អំពី lane អំពី lane ស្អីអំតែមួយ lane ហ្នឹងមិញ clear នៅ mid ហើយអត់ទាំងដើរទៅ clear ក្រុមផងហ្នឹងមិញ clear នៅ mid ហើយនៅ mid ហ្នឹងនៅ mid ហើយបាន rotate ដូរគ្នាដូរមួយឲ្យ mid មកក្រុម clear មក wave ដដែលហ្នឹងមិនមែន whole lane ឲ្យផងហ្នឹងពី lane នេះទៅមួយ lane ហ្នឹង farm បានទៅ wave ដូចគ្នាហ្នឹងឥឡូវដើរមកក្រុមវិញហ្នឹង wave ធម្មតាហ្នឹង
Yeah, I feel like with the Lung though, he can't be left too long alone down into the farm lane, or else he will get punished, and that's the problem. The whole of BTR is if Lung gets behind, then it's kind of like it's a hard show.
Yep, and this might be the potential first blood here. If they actually get the bit of farewell onto any one of the members on the side of Vitality, they also have a decent burst as well.
Okay, Neil using the silk threads. Okay, there we go. The bit of farewell does land the flaming part.
Yeah.
On, but it's not going to be enough just yet. The combos are kind of like they're not as consistent as they should be if you're trying to claim the kill.
Yep, and Zen also committed the flash for that. So that's a big common spell down.
flash
Bigatron, which means he does not have an escape mechanism.
Nhà Tam Vinh. Ok, nhà Tam Vinh em chưa. Chẳng on lỡ đối cái buồn in rang nhóm pa tê nhóm pa hàm ấm pi len để tí tìm pa cặp all.
But based on how Vitality is kind of pushing their progress around the map, it seems like he's
Trong lên farm pi len đó tờ ao mid thua đâu.
also helping him out.
Ai mid thua đâu hay râu môi tiết dương vô râu lui bảng cô phải các bạn này râu chẳng phải cô phải các bạn. Hello bro Walker. Đánh rồi.
Beautiful start from the side of Bigatron, and this is exactly what they need to do, right? You need to provide space not just for your farm lane, but for ZeolyKH to really get that advantage going. Oh, another lockdown.
Okay, yeah, the bit of farewells are kicking into place. Psycho is having a field day.
Dạ nó lên mũi si rồi nhóm dễ dàng. Bỏ si trong là kia bay bán cứ cho bay kìa. Chẳng si xong lửa si kìa, nên băng si vô mà. Si cho bay bán. Mid clash đã clash lặng tục.
Big elements by ZeolyKH not available as well. This is not
Okay, kick up for the Mitre Noi. Oh, the flash happens to be used by Psycho there.
Đánh đà.
Oh, the flaming bombs from Zane.
Bị chạy bên hỏi.
When once more is BTR there in for a challenge.
Right, interesting. So Bigatron actually
Nếu mua toàn đắng hay early game à?
Vitality at this point.
Oh, and some more. We do see the set sail come through as well as the Destiny.
Dạ, cài tờ, dạ. Mới cái ban tay bỏ lên clone ai ta si kia ngọc pi tự bay đong trắng cho qua vô mà.
The amount of TPs you stop will impact the farm rate as well. This was a very nice first blood. They couldn't capitalize even more after that. And this was interesting. They actually forced out the flash for the side of Neo, which means he's in danger for the next, at this point, maybe 70, 60 seconds.
Yeah, it's quite a
But class by
Kings, I'll tell you that much. But the Cannon Blasters connect onto ZeolyKH. It looks like they might try and push this T1. Oh, it's going to be Wed taking down Neil as well. The Mirror Domain does get procced here for ZeolyKH, but Cannon Blast landing there keeps Psycho away from the squishier heroes.
Game nó early nhưng mà toàn đắng hay game. For trap này trap Vitality lên game Vitality bay ấy. Actually lên game sai kia với mình nè. Mình em giá si sau là cao setup. Tao bảo thay lên game Vitality vì miền tan vì miền ấy cô chọn riêng ở BTR. Mà kill early game nó bị early đây mình ta lộ cái pro giống kia mình sơi từ ở tranh game nó thì kia open lại hô tô đo lên game đó đấy.
Oh yeah, and now we're just poking and prodding, right? They're looking for this opening, but somehow I think one of my biggest surprises is the fact that Neo has been consistently able to get that silky beauty onto different members on the side of Vitality.
Yeah, he's landed the trick shots. It's kind of just like a bit of a love letter to Midsora's Princess Frost that we saw in the Ultimate Battle. It's definitely what they need going against Team Vitality.
Tam là bong bot lên mô dĩ kháng triển du mình tiệt đã trong cái đã trong nhá mọi người tiệt. Trong dưới tặng đâu người nó bot mình mà có thể on nè, bot biết phát lên 2 giây nữa điều, 2 giây ngày. Team Bro Park này. Chậm mơ tới tiếng. Giờ mới sầm khăn băng lửa si à.แต่si chập này cái ban thở nó ngư ở đây. Giờ mới แต่ si chập ban chởn này. แต่ si chập ban chạm vậy kìa. Bạn lên si chập ban cái chạm mà.
Yeah, but very good game sense from the side of Vitality. They didn't overcommit. In that situation, I think the set sale would have been a very valuable move for them to capitalize on. But what?
Kind of blast. Oh, and gets the kill onto Neil. He's like, no more fretting to you, sir. I am going to take you down. So a kill going over to Team Vitality makes it 2-2, but we are seeing a Tufts going for a bit of a macro play here. He's not going to get the T2. We are seeing Keke, we are seeing Muchin and Wen here. It's a 3v1. The Cannon Blast doesn't quite connect because that would have been
for the side of BTR. Bác tuông tay kia tôi cho nó một tuông chỉ tuông tranh gì. Đà.
And we're seeing two fronts attacks right now into the mid lane. John-Q takes down Wen as well, so 1-1 trade across the board. Taking the T1 into the mid lane is Team
ชิงเอาโอเลยชิงเอาโอไว้ของปลอมเรา
Still on the run with Dao Dao here as well. He's trying to finesse. He's trying to get as much damage onto Dao Dao from the turret, but it's not going to be enough. Path of passing come through. Can they claim the kill here?
Yeah.
Ability there is not going to slow down John-Q for now, but they're still on a bit of a chase here. John-Q mirror domain here. He is definitely out. Must get stopped here by John-Q. Finally, his Houdini gets knocked down, but it is not going to be ended there for the side of Team Vitality. They take off KK as well, so a 1-1 trade overall. That expanded over way too much time for Team Vitality.
I just love the fact that you had to talk for so long. But in any case, what was that? It was a great escape coming in from Zhang-Q. Yes, he did die, but look at the amount of time that he fought for the side of Bigatron.
Trình định chơi mình Chiên mình trình định lo coi
Give you a bit of a break, so I thought I'd talk a little bit more on that one. Completely give the whole dictation of that chase.
Yeah, and here's the benefit, right? So for all of you that are questioning whether Bigatron can stand up against Vitality, look, for all of the damage that Vitality has done against Bigatron, they have taken 2 turrets away from the Vitality lineup. And I think that's no mean feat. It's really difficult to play against a Vitality team that has dominated pretty much this entire duration of the Invitational Season 3.
Yeah, I mean, playing a solid macro up into the clash lane here. We've got Zhang-Q and we've got Tufts here, but he may get caught out. On looks pretty low as well. Set sail onto the back line. Oh, down goes On. There we are. Dao Dao going into it as well. Maybe it's biting off more than he can chew. He gets the knockdown onto Neil as well. Could we get Lung? Oh, it's going to be Zan using the infinite master speed, extending it, but KK is on the run once more. He is the man of chases right now.
Oh, hang on. They really want to chase into this? I mean, I think Vitality, this is why they're so scary, right? In most situations across the competition so far, we don't see too much chasing in and chasing after.
Tôi coi Chiên mình lôi đằng Space
Vitality, this is also a psychological gameplay that they're playing against Bigatron, right? At any given moment, you're so
The first sip of coffee so damn good. True. The first sip of coffee so good ដល់ពេលបាន1វិនាទីក្រោយ first sip of coffee បន្តមកមួយទៀត first sip នៅលើបន្ទប់ទឹកវិញក្រោយ first sip on WC ដែរ coffee បងប្អូន WC
also just try and enforce some errors coming in. They want them to burn those ultimates early, or maybe make the very small minor mistakes here. Radiance on both sides.
John-Q, we have the pass in. Oh, is it going to be a steal? No, it's going to be KK getting the last hit there onto the Tyrant. It's not going to be trading for anything thus far for BTR, but quite a few of the members, especially Dao Dao, are looking pretty low in terms of their health. The set sail is not quite up to scratch yet. I mean, we've seen Tufts here going for the frigid charge. So it Look, Vitality, they're just edging these exchanges out, right? Look at the amount of ultimate abilities that they're trying to put down. Ooh, okay. Oh, a 2v1. Zan takes the double kill. I mean, not double kill, but it is a 2v1 there onto the side of Team Vitality. They are definitely trying to get the pickoffs, kid. Yeah, but a rare mistake from Dao Dao. This is not the same Dao Dao we have seen across the competition just yet. And hang on, Zen. Yeah, maybe 1 year older is just enough to take down Dao Dao, but right, but we can hope for the side of BTR that is the case. But Zan here just trying to just get some of these jungle camps, but having to be forced out of the enemy jungle, which is definitely the. And so far, the Vitality they have recovered quite a bit. It's just that one more extra turret in the mid lane, so mid T1 taken down as well. But BTR, they are very good at recovery here.
Oh no!
Shadow Overlord goes over to Arn, getting stolen by their marksmen. They do pay with Wen's life, but they're able to take that neutral objective away from them, which is a big trade. Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at it over time, this is still a big win for the side of Vitality. So not only do they have that gold advantage, now they're going to have even more of a lane pressure if they can take the T2, which I think shouldn't be an issue here. I want to take a look at the growth of the items as well. Look, Zen has pretty much been untouched this game. At level 14, he is very close to his Siege Breaker. He already has a Star Breaker, so there's plenty of burst. So I think at this point, Vitality, they need to be really careful about the way that they approach fights, especially when they have no vision. I mean, for what we've seen so far, they're just trying to draw BTR away from these lanes, right? A lot of these fights are taken, like, in place of the jungle, in the neutral objective pits as well. So it's kind of seemed like a clear strategy here for Team Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, hiding the brush is definitely one of the main strats you can use, right? But ZeolyKH, I think he has done really well in surviving as a Jing. But ZeolyKH...
Considering everything, yep, there is set sail, goes straight onto Arn. Is he going to be into the backline? Is he going to take out Tufts? No, it's going to be ZeolyKH taking down Arn, as well as a double kill going over to Dowdell. Using the infinite fastness is Zayn, forcing them away. He's going to have to try and do this to keep that high ground turret alive. He'll be right in his own death.
No.
Takedown is Zayn, but they are going to take down KK as well. High ground turret once more going over to Team Vitality.
Unrelenting.
End game here.
Do they really want to end this?
End game ơi, end game ơi, end game ơi. Yeah, GG.
But it's not going to be enough. Team Vitality at the Crystal, taking a 13-minute match, potentially their longest game yet.
It's crazy. 13 minutes is the longest potential game, or longest game that Vitality have played in this entire tournament. And I have to say, look, Bigatron...
Nhầm tha hơi. Early kill không chưa chạy thằng P, early kill lăng vô chỉ cardទេสำคัญគេក្លោប្រូគេចេះលេងអូកាឡាលេងអីគេដឹង character គេលេងដល់ពេលចិត្តដល់លេង game គឺគេវាយការដែរ
AG Gamers Global, because they were looking like they were struggling, whereas Team BTR was definitely bringing it toe for toe. It's just that Team Vitality was dragging them away from the lane.
ហើយនេះឡើងឆាឡើង present មែន
Such a useful tool, right? So they tried to play the macro game, but end of the day, Vitality, they were like, no, let's fight. I want to have that fist fight with you. And unfortunately, because of the way the
ម៉ាសូយ៉ាកន្លែង low ឲ្យគេលួចបានឲ្យ DRNG លួចបានមែន
because they had to defend the T2s, T3s, and when you are brought into a fight like that,
ត្រាស់ចាញ់ឲ្យលេងចាញ់ទៀត ត្រាស់ហ្នឹងលួចត្រាស់ C អ្នកលេងយកហ្មង C អ្នកចាប់ទាញវាយហ្មងតែមាន C ទេវាយចាញ់បាក់វាយ
especially with the Maishirunoi, we saw that Wen was obviously struggling in the early game there, and even on the DRNG, it was like he got a few like little moments where he was able to claim a bit of victory, but overall I feel like it was
ហើយនេះក្រុមគេហើយយកមិនថាឡើងឆាចុះ
but Team Vitality, they got the win. That's the most important part.
Yeah, I mean, itemizations wise, you already had the Glacial Buckler on Psycho. I think Psycho understood that, hey, I needed to be tanky to be able to just eat some of the hits coming in from Wen or Muchen, because there's a lot of stuns coming in, a lot of
វាត្រាស់បាក់វាយត្រាស់បើយើងមើល Team Vitality ត្រាស់មានអ្នកមើល front line មានអ្នកមើលមានអ្នកគេ back line មានអ្នកចាំ CC មានអ្នកចាំជួយមានអីគេត្រាស់គេមើលឡើងមក team លេងហ្មងហើយដល់តែបើយើងទៅមើល BTR វិញត្រាស់មើលទៅដូចជាលេងអត់សូវចូលគ្នាហ្នឹង
But there we go. The damage dealt there. It's been. This is the one thing.
Clash នឹង jungle គេតាពីរហ្នឹងបើក map ចេញ yeah.
Amounts of damage coming from that team, not just one singular source, which made them a lot more viable in.
Vitality វា draft លេងកើត
basically there was no real.
ចាគេលេងគេមានអ្នកវាយគេមានអ្នកកោគេមានអ្នកមើលមានអ្នកអី
Just yet will BTR be the team that takes them.
ពេល BTR draft អត់បាក់នឹងវាយមិន
Take a very careful look at this goal graph, right? This really shows and represents the standards that they have. But let's talk about Dowdell first. The MVP, keeping the tradition alive. To be MVP, you need to have 30% in something. And this is Dowdell tanking it up 30% in damage taken, 6-1 and 3. Coming close to 25% in hero damage as well.
I mean, was it really his play, or was it just the fact that it was his birthday?
Yeah, true.
Maybe that's a defining factor as well. You could not deny Dowdell a MVP on his birthday, but no, yeah, it was definitely the play style. There was a few little hiccups here and there, a bit of an early death precipice within the mid part of the game, but other than that, he definitely came back, especially with that double kill.
Okay, we have to give a shout out to ZeolyKH for his absolutely beautiful performance on the Jing, right? I think he's a great escape play that was
BTR ត្រាប់ចាញ់ support កាចហើយ pick ក្រោយចាប់
whatever methods they could, but there was one singular moment in the game which kind of broke the spirit.
ត្រាស់វាយគេចាញ់ត្រាស់
And that was right at
ត្រាស់បាក់វាយ
the left-hand side of the map.
តែដល់យកណាចាយកអីមកលេងយកស៊ុនស៊ីមកទៅដូចសើចំណេញយកណាចាយកអីមកហើយដូរ jungler ចេញទៅដូរ jungler ចេញទៅអានោះប្រហែលជាអាចរៀងគ្រាន់បើ
Not only that, but the steal of the Overlord as well. I feel like we might be getting like an extra 2 minutes on the game if we got that into the favor of BTR, because they wouldn't have to defend against the Shadow Vanguards or the Vanguards themselves. But this team fight up into the Clash lane was definitely all she wrote.
Game នេះបើពេលវាយគ្នាទៅយើងសម័យចេញឥឡូវមើល សុនស៊ីអ៊ុលដេញអ៊ុលសុនស៊ីអ៊ុលចេញបុកគេឬអីចឹងទៅគេជីងហក់វាយគេទៅឡងអាចអ៊ុលវាយគេដែរទៅអញ្ចឹងសល់តែស៊ីឈរម្នាក់ឯងអត់មានអីចេញនៅមួយយ៉ាឌីពីណាខ្លះឆ្នាំចាំងក៏បើខ្លះឆ្នាំចាំងក៏វីដេអូខ្លាំងតែអត់ចូលត្រាស់
As we've been seeing for them, BTR definitely stepping up to the challenge there, whether that was just thanks to the Jing, thanks to the draft, but they don't want to go down without a fight.
Yeah, so here's a silver lining for the Red Robot fans. Look, this is as close as the longer series.
វាធីមកវិញលើកនេះសាហាវមើលឲ្យមិនសាហាវបដូរមនុស្សអស់លេងហ្នឹងសល់មួយដកអស់លេងលេងមកធីមដកខ្ទេចខ្ទីអស់លេងណា
As for Vitality,
មកធីមដកខ្ទេចខ្ទីអស់លេង
be a wake up call. I'm not saying they had a bad game, but this is closer than I think most Vitality fans would have expected.
I think it's closer than what we expected, to be honest, because I mean, so far from what Team Vitality's displayed has been pretty brutal, so I have to give it over to the side of Team Vitality and BTR. I have to give them the
Vitality vs Black លីបាញ់មកដឹងដែរខ្ញុំមើលជាក់ស្ដែង
Maybe in game 2 they'll be
ខ្ញុំមើលជាក់ស្ដែងខ្ញុំមើលជាក់ស្ដែង
but they don't have the Jing anymore, they don't have the Loom.
Okay, so I think we will take a short break. When we're back, let's see if Bigatron can polish their draft even more and maybe take one game away from Vitality.
2 នាទី 40 វិនាទីកុំតွားចាំមើលហ្គេមក្រោយ បានហើយប្រូ one hit 1500កាក់ហ្នឹងទៅប្រៃហ៎ប្រូ ស្គាល់ប្រៃហ៎ស្គាល់ប្រៃហ៎
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold and pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with you.
បត់នៅលយចុយអើយមកមៀង ណាចាក៏បានដុនក៏បានត្រាំមិញតែគេយកសុនស៊ីមកស្បៃអាហ្នឹងសម្រាប់យើងកាត់ទេយើងអត់ដឹងថាខូចគេឲ្យត្រាស់មកអញ្ចឹងឲ្យលេង play style មិនយើងអត់ដឹងដែរហើយសម្រាប់យើងកាត់អញ្ចឹងតែគេណែនាំនឹងគេកាត់មិនដែរ
All right, welcome back to our second best of 7 series for today. These will be for the semi-finals position. They want to be a semi-finalist, and this battle is between Vitality as well as. They're looking for 3 more wins to close the series to go up against Nova. Of course, Bigatron, I think they have other plans. Let's see if the Red Robots can make this a reality.
Yeah, will the Red Robots take red side? I feel like that might be the stars aligning there for BTR to try and take game 2 from Team Vitality. But like we were saying before the break, they definitely gave it the
កាលណាគេប្រកួតនៅខ្មែរធ្វើឆាកប្រកួតនៅខ្មែរចង់ទៅអង្គុយមើលផ្ទាល់ហ្នឹង
within Team Vitality, and if Team Vitality go through, will they struggle even further with Nova, or will BTR be able to close them out here? But they are going to be choosing the red side this time around, so the reactive role for the red robots.
Okay, I want to take a peek inside Kurus's brain, right? Right now, I think many times they have tried the first game with assassin role jungler. I think maybe just to feel out the competition, right? How well do you handle the pressure, especially as someone as mobile as the Jing? I think Han Xing has more mobility compared to what Jing offers at this point, so maybe they would want to try that instead. It seems to work.
Yeah, I mean, his recent skill buff, has definitely gave him a bit more of an advantage, the Hanxing, because in KC 2024, he was mainly built as a tank, but now he's definitely got the sustainability of being more of a warrior, kind of assassin-like jungler. But it looks like Team Vitality, they got their Maestro in game 1. They don't want Neil to be picking up this pick, but I do have to give it over to Neil. On the shirt, he played a great game.
Yeah, he was very clinical. I was very surprised at the amount of silky beauties he landed, because no one else so far in this competition has landed as many in a row.
Yeah, I think somebody should tell Neil he's a silky beauty himself after that game, but that's not for us to do. That's for the people at the stadium to do. But the Ali ban and the Liang ban has been pretty strong throughout this entire thing, and BTR are doing the same treatment as the Mai. We're banning out the Diadea.
Yeah, I think Diadea is really scary in the hands of Vitality, especially when you place it into the hands of Muchen. Now, they are going to go with the Dolia, so we might, once again, this opens up so many avenues, so many doors. Shangguan, Ganemo, Dun, even Sun Tzu with the set sail.
Or even Kaiser. Even
Yeah,
Kaiser
exactly.
as well. Yeah. So there is a lot of potential going here for the team, for Team Vitality, but BTR starting strong. It's the Dharma and the Zhang Fei.
Yeah, this has to work for the side of Bigatron, right? I mean, if there's any time you want to really just make the Giants bleed here, it has to be this game, especially when you have someone as clinical as a Dharma, King of Catchers here.
King of Catches is met by the movable object that is Dude, and he's paired up with the Lady Sun, so we're going to get on his Lady Sun pick, which is going to be pretty good for the side of Team Vitality, but they're going to have to try and pool all their resources into this pick, right?
Yeah, at this point, I'm just curious whether, okay, it is going to be Deerens here. I think, yes, legal immunity definitely going to be very useful against Dao Dao if he's playing this Dun. I mean, Dun is a flex character, right? So he could definitely go into the clash lane as well. And we'll see. What other ultimates do they want to give as an option for this Dolia for Muchen to refresh?
Yeah, I'm very shocked they didn't go for the Lung here, right? Like, they could have easily had 2 Infinite Vastness kind of bait the enemy into it, especially when you've got Tufts on the Dharma. That would be a great kind of counter for that. But it looks like they're going to be banning out the Huan, so they don't want to ending Sorrows, and I can't blame them. I can't blame them. There's already a lot of soakiness on the side of Team Vitality. You don't want the healing to be accompanied by that.
Well, there's still an opportunity for the side of Vitality to really pick up the Gun and Mo, right? I think Gun and Mo also pretty much destroys Bigatron. Look, Dharma is a good hero at catching, but he dies instantly to a full-blown coupled blades from Gun and Mo.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen it. We saw it in the last series where it was just absolutely eating the Zhang Fei, was the Gan and Mo. So I don't see any problem why they shouldn't go for it on the side of Team Vitality, especially if they want to try and get back to their usual standards of that match duration, right?
Okay, it looks like Cruz understands that, hey, Vitality are really just trying to ban out all these early game assassin-style heroes as well.
Yeah, I mean, he still has Organ for grab, so we could see the Zhang Q goes onto the Organ. They are going to pick up the Yi Xing into the mid lane, so again, some great control here, paired with the Unbridled Outburst as well as the Truth Mantras. Could be really good for the side of BTR.
Yep, I like the synergy here coming in. And Yi Xing, I
មាន
mean, like
support
I
ពី
said,
នឹង
he's
ល្អ
really
មើល
quick,
ហើយ
but
អឺ
he does have his limitations as well, right? The unruly blade
Vitality
is
យក
not
Kaiser
allowed to
មក
get off the
ចុះ
board,
យក Kaiser
and it pairs really
មិន
well
ងាយ
with
យក
Gun
ទេ
as well. And likely said, look, Gun and Mo, I think, is the perfect answer to what BTR is drafting at this point. It looks like this will be
ចុះហ្គេមនេះលេង Kaiser បានមែនតា
Locked in, but are we going to be seeing the
Damn, yeah.
into the clash lane, or are we going to get something a little bit different here? But yeah, the burst damage is definitely a more welcomed thing by the side of Team Vitality, and it is going to be their lane. So 2 dual death at sunsets is going to be the way that KK gets in onto the back line.
ហើយយកយីស៊ីងមុន vitality
for this particular match itself. He is going to be constantly on the run, especially if Kirker actually gets his farm up in the lane. So Tufts, he has a very huge responsibility to make sure that he shuts down this lane.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So they do knock it into the Masashi there as well. So trying to get in onto the back line of Team Vitality or even the Lady Sun. We could be seeing the Masashi go into the duel at death just to try and take down a lot of their damage, because you know for a fact most of their damage is going to be coming from Ganamo and Lady Sun in this team comp.
Yeah, and also it also prevents that situation where there is a potential steal, right? With the illuminating slash, it gets rid of all the different projectiles coming in, especially when you have people like Lady Sun and Ganamo. I think that's very critical.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We'll see how this is actually going to go through in this game 2 between Team Vitality and BTR. Will BTR get a bit more of a solid run? But in terms of execution, do you feel like this draft's a little bit easier for BTR to execute, or do you think they had a better chance with last game's draft?
I think it's a safer pick because you get to react against the movements of Vitality. The only thing that I think is a real danger is just one on this gun and more, right? Everyone else, there is a slight delay before movements are made. Unruly Blade, there's a slight delay before he jumps in. Lady Sun,
draft Bigatron ត្រាំនឹងឡយឯងប៉ុន្តែសំខាន់ពេល team fight បាន set up ចឹងអត់បើថាបាន set up អត់អីទេសង្ស័យយកមកបាន set up ហ្នឹងចាប់ប្រោអត់គូតែអាហ្នឹងគ្នាចាំង fight ជាមួយនឹង Yi Sing ហើយជាមួយនឹង Dama មួយណា set up មុនក៏បានដែរព្រោះ set up ទៅ combo តាមក្រោយគ្នាទៅវិញទៅមកបានដូចគ្នាហ្នឹងអត់អីតែសំខាន់ប្រយ័ត្ន set up វាមិនចាញ់
We want to see them going out, all guns blazing, no Marco Polo on the gorge.
Yeah, and I think the farm rate is definitely going to be very important here. I think let's talk about if you are on either end, right? Which lanes do you want to fortify? Which lanes do you want to give the advantage to at this point?
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to really be fighting up into the clash lane. You don't want to let Dharma go behind, right? Which could be the case if we see a bit of some actual presence from Dao Dao go up into the clash lane, which we've seen time and time again, but it looks like there is. There's going to be a bit of a blow for blow up into the clash lane, it seems.
Yeah, exactly. And the mid lane as well. I think these are the important lanes coming in, because if you give one the advantage, once again, you open up that opportunity or that chance to get the huge burst down, which will definitely be a huge detriment to the side of Zen in the farm lane. Likewise, in the clash lane, if you allow Tufts to have that advantage in terms of levels, he's going to start rotating much faster. He's going to be able to catch out your backlines as well. That's really hard to deal with.
Yeah, so playing on a little bit of a ticking time bomb there, especially if they do lose their clash lane. So I suppose it is in Team Vitality's best interest that they don't. They try and give as much aid over to it as possible, but right now we're seeing a little bit of tit-for-tat here. Wavebreaker does come through, just trying to scare away Zane in the farm lane.
Yeah, right now in the farm lane, it really is who takes lesser hits, right? So An and Zen, every single interaction, be it by the roams, be it by the mids, every extra hit matters in this, that they will have a very huge difference as the game progresses.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every shot that's going to be landed onto An is going to be held up by Adolia. That's the whole point, I realize, here in this one. So we'll see how they do, but it's looking like a bit of a tit-for-tat here, but Jagyu is up here. KK is able to dash out of there, so there's going to be no duel of death connected onto KK just yet.
Yep, no point, right? Because KK actually does still have his death at sunset, so it's not ideal to burn out the duel to the death without a guaranteed chance of killing him.
Yeah, you don't want to sort of bait that ability too often, because like you said, you won't have, you don't want to be using that, especially if you're the side of BTI. You don't want to be using the Imperial Order onto the lane, and then it's then given to Dao Dao. He's got the full steam ahead, no damage reduction go through. Okay, so the Wind Slash does connect there, but nothing coming out of it as just yet. It seems to be a bit more respectful in game 2.
Yeah, so there's quite a few things teetering on the edge, right? So nobody has managed to burn out Neo's passive just yet. At the same time, they haven't had exactly...
Hey, ដល់គុណបន្តខប់ខឿនជាមួយនឹង Academy $1 អរគុណច្រើនបាទដោយសារនេះ live នៅលើ live ចាប់អេក្រង់កុំព្យូទ័រដល់ពេលខ្ញុំអត់បាន set up អា notification អញ្ជើញស្អីបាទ
then get to
តែខ្ញុំ
explore
ទទួល
the
បានការ
weaknesses
donate
and
1 ដុល្លារ អរគុណច្រើន brother អរគុណច្រើន
Especially already using the duel to death as well as World is my board. He gets the knock up. He's not able to exhaust the passive, but he's able to exhaust the TP. So the flash actually gets taken off by Neil.
ប្រាប់អំអំប៊ីអយកមកកោក៏អែមដែរយកមកកោមកតែលេងឆាប់ងាប់យកមកកោលេងមិនកើតបែង
right now Dao I mean the unruly blade cooldown
យកមកកោមកហក់ចូលមុនគេមុនអីឬក៏ហក់មកក្រោយបន្តិចហ្នឹងគេវាយបកវិញងាប់អស់ឥឡូវហ្នឹងចឹងយកអាណាដែលមកលេងខាងក្រោយ combo គេវិញគេ combo ហើយយើងអំវាយតាមក្រោយល្អជាង
Yeah, you become a little bit more susceptible to ganks, right? I mean, that's going to give Dao the go-ahead to try and just go in there, but right now we're not seeing any conclusive
ជួយ promote page មិន
either of these teams just yet.
ជួយ promote page ឈិនសបឲ្យខ្ញុំមួយបានអត់ promote page man
netting for themselves, right? So unless it's a guaranteed kill, I don't think
ជួយ
they will
promote
over
page.
die at this point. The lane with the highest potential of a first blood, to me, has to be either the farm lane or the clash lane, right? These rotations so far hasn't been finished up just yet. Here we go.
Oh, the Unbridled Outburst does connect onto
Oh, that's job.
just miss ever so slightly onto the side of Team Vitality. Roland, that is going to be on just to clear out the minion wave, but who got the neutral objective? It is going to be Dao taking the Tyrant there, but Musashi looking to try and steal the Azure Golem. Keke is on him like a bad itch, but he's able to get the Azure Golem for now. He takes the Death on Sunset onto the backline there, but it's not going to be enough damage.
ជួយ promote អត់ការទេដល់ដល់លុះត្រាខ្ញុំដឹងថា page ហ្នឹងសុទ្ធភាពត្រឹមត្រូវអីត្រឹមត្រូវ
Dao very clever.
ជួយ promote អត់ការទេ
for the trade, right? He goes to work on that.
ខ្ញុំអត់ដឹង page មិនអីមិនផងដឹងអីផងខ្ញុំចេះតែប្រាប់ឲ្យគ្នាយើងទិញមិនកើតមានបញ្ហាណាគេអ្នកធានាទៅ
A bit of a fight on all fronts. Arm may get actually hit by the Truth Mantra, but it's not going to be up the right just yet. Oh, Wave Breaker coming through as well as the ultimate shot. There. It is pretty low once more.
The passive.
Forcing
Whoa!
Oh, it's going to be Wave. Getting the first blood as well as another one from Psycho.
Yeah, it looked so close for a moment there, but Bigatron just being out macroed and once again being out microed as well by Vitality.
Just for now, yes, absolutely. I mean, that was it. We was waiting for the first blood. We got two.
Yeah, it's a difficult position to be in, right? Because it seems like every single movement that Bigatron makes, they always have the answer on the side of Vitality. It looked like he was making it out, let's be honest here. And at this point, Neil, if I was Neil, I thought I was safe as well. And the corresponding blow, the leaking of the couple of blades also caught onto Psycho as well. So his farm is dwindled, and when Psycho is low, it's not ideal. Board is going to be laid down again.
Yeah, we do see the Death at Sunset is used there just to make sure to get rid of as much damage as possible. We do see Jiangqiu into the backline there. Oh, he's able to take down Wen, so that's a big amount of damage for the side of Team Vitality being taken down. We almost lost Moochin as well, thanks to
Yep, Tufts, I think.
កុំតាគិតអញ្ចឹងយើងមើលឃើញយកលេងនិយាយអញ្ចឹង
would be in a very different position. Now BTR would have been in front in terms of kills and EXP and gold as well.
នេះមិននិយាយយើងចាំមកដល់ late game ទៅ
Right, Muchi, not Muchi, sorry, ZeolyKH doing well to make sure that he does time and synergize his duel to the death correctly with the members on the side of BTR.
Oh yeah, it's fatal, right? I mean, we see here a little bit of phase check from Psycho, just trying to draw Dao into Neil, just to take a little bit of damage before they get into any kind of team interaction. We are seeing a little bit of Keke surfacing around into the top side of the map as well, into the enemy jungle, just waiting for that minion wave to crash into the T2.
Yep, and very huge aggression here, but it is going to be matched up. I think Tufts is going to do a good job if he can manage to kind of match the pacing that Vitality are giving right now and push down this T2 on the bot.
Yeah, I mean, they played Jing in the last game, but they're definitely mirroring the Team Vitality's playstyle this time around without any Jing. So no mirror dimension, we are getting a mirrored playstyle. We are seeing Jiangqiu especially stalking the back line here, goes onto Dao, just the extreme speed, but then uses the duel to death. There's actually not going to get a knock-up from him, but it is going to be Wen that gets taken down once more. So caught out, a bad position there.
Yeah, but this is a big win. Bigatron, this is impressive because now look, there is no huge burst potential. There's no steals available on the side of Vitality as well. But Bigatron, they are funneling the farm differently. This time they want to pass it all over the Zen and they want to start working on the T1 on the top. This is going to open up the map and it forces rotations by the side of Vitality. They cannot take a 4 and 5 fight here.
តិចដូចខ្ញុំជូនធីអីល្មមខ្ញុំជូនធីលុះត្រាតែឈ្នះហើយចាញ់គេវិញខ្ញុំជូនធីមិនខំបែកណាខ្ញុំជូនធីឈ្នះគេហើយចាញ់ឯណា តែ BTR បែងចាញ់ដល់ដើមហើយមិនឈ្នះណា
take the first overlord for this game itself. It will go into the hands of BTR.
For now, yes. We're getting almost into that 9-minute mark, just past the 8 minutes, but definitely a stronger early mid.
Hello, there, bong dong, bay dong. Hello, there.
Just pop off just yet.
Hello, there, dong.
But you know, immediate trade 1 is going to help secure the Tyrant. Now, saving grace, I think Zan already has the Doomsday, so he's going to be able to deal quite a bit of healthy damage onto Dao Dao. But his positioning is of utmost importance, so it really requires Neil and ZanQ to have the appropriate setups for him.
Yeah, you can see Zan here just trying to keep his passive all procced up there as he goes into these team fights. He wants to do his maximum attack speed and movement speed as possible, being as agile as he possibly can, but he's just not quite landing the shots. But when, however, he's absolutely phase checking these bushes like a goat. Psycho's taking so many hits on the chest, but if you're going to be hitting anybody, you want to be taking, especially if you are BTR, it's going to be the Zhongfei, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it helps to gather his passive as well. Right now, he doesn't.
Well, he has
access to his unbridled outburst.
They're
looking for that opening, right? They want to set the scene.
Will
be clinical if it's paired together with Neil's The World Is My Board, right? That could be the ideal situation in which they flip the entire fight onto Vitality and force out a couple of ults.
Yeah, John Q's playing this Masashi feel. He's always strong on the back end. He's always on target as well. Sometimes definitely knock up, especially onto Dao. We always see Wengo. Oh, okay. There's a truth. Oh, the depth. Oh, it's gonna be enough to say. We see Psycho debuts. Through.
Yep, that's a big opening. Now there is no counter initiation coming in. Bigatron onto the side of Vitality.
Lên role bao nhiêu để dừng pin lên role này dừng lên role năng tới hay dừng lên hero môi pi tới cùng lấy hero chuẩn tới lên dừng đảo môi na khang lên đảo môi năm tới của Lan thầm kể master mày tới chơi lên trở này chơi lên tầm hero pi hero tới ba này hay chơi lên role được luôn này nhỏ cho ba lên tầm hero pi hero năm tới ba này chẳng tôi chọn ban cài lên năng tiết là chăm hiện lên thêm điện ta thầm cái master cho tầm pi hero đó ba này.
Yeah, they've got to try and clear these even try and go objective, but that's definitely damage over the side of BTR.
Yep, and right now we are close to, I think at this point, right, Psycho is actually going to be a huge tank in the next maybe 1 to 2 minutes here. Very close to that ominous premonition. And that's going to dwindle the amount of damage that An, as well as Keke can dish out.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to slow them down as well, so Wen's not going to be able to get out as quick as possible, but he's going to have to heavily rely on
that. Cái master nhầm tới được nhóm Lan cái master hết tất cả hero nó không normal nó không ai tới bên này bạn cái miền bạn normal là dương tới hiện lên đã hay dương tới bay cao đi nòng ràng lên nòng normal rồi.
Yeah, potential fight here into the mid lane potentially. Oh, let's have a look. Okay, well, World Is My Board used very early.
Not
quite trying. I was only crapping Dao there. I mean, he was able to get the Imperial Order from Zayn there, but nothing's going to come from this engage just yet.
This is a beautiful play coming up from Bigatron. Okay, but the sprite, the jungle sprite actually ruins that. I was just about to say, if they actually, you know, reposition themselves.
Tha chết tầm lẹ ràng. Nó ai chơi đây ta? Thì lẹ ràng ngay phèm. Lẹ ràng ngay phèm khai khỏi.
Absolutely, but they weren't able to get that. I think that was to Team Vitality's own skill there to try and keep that team.
Đây đây ăn bãi à. Đấy tới đây bãi tay à.
Yep. Now they're gonna start working. Dowda's gonna start working on their overlord, but I think ZanQ is already prepped for it. They don't know that he's there though. Not going to be of any importance at this point. It's really just feeling out the competition. And once again, ZanQ, he repositions himself. I like the way that he's playing the map. And once the action starts, I think
it's not
gonna be a fun time. On the back lines.
Oh no!
Oh.
right moment. It came into his frame, and it was definitely get down there. Just come through. They need to make sure this wave. They can't let that team one for the side of Team Vitality.
Yeah, such a rarity, but Vitality looking for the punish, but once again gets countered.
Oh yes, with it is the world is my board comes okay. Well, KK over into the back and
Thôi mà Musashi quay mình anh shot vô mà.
That is a 3-0 trade for the side of BTR. Muchu trying to deal more, trying to keep from that T2 is Vitality about to bleed.
Oh, so many openings right now. They can start working on the Overlord as well, and it looks like it's going to be a double-pronged approach.
Miền kia lên 10 sủa, thế miền kia còn lên sủa. Tay vào theo thầm cái Master lên solo bên này bạn. Thầm cái Master ọt bạn lên chọn để còn ai lơ cái Master. Lơ cái Master cho pin hayแบบcai lang tới bọn miền kia lên tới ban điểm sủa rồi. Tay vào theo thầm cái Master dừng lên solo của gió bán này đấy thì.
Yeah, this is a refreshing scene to see, right? Because at the end of the day, Bigatron, I think going into this series, they were struggling quite a bit to reach this stage of the competition. Now I think they have a newfound confidence about the way they play the game, and the fact that, look, Neo today has been exceptional to me in the mid lane. And paired up with it, I think ZeolyKH is just feeding off of this growth from Neo.
Đại chăng là bị ấm chế em chế ấm.
Performances. I mean, if they played like this in the rest of the tournament, would they have been second seed? Probably not. They probably would have been going forward and trying to do more with how they stood within the knockout stages. But hey, they're here. They're in the quarterfinals, and they're trying to do as much as possible.
Yep, and this is going to be a good position for the side of Bigatron.
Mình ban chấp Lady Sun mình.
3,000 goal lead more or less across the map. They've taken the lanes down.
Chấp Lady Sun sủa, chấp Lady Sun mình máu sủa quay rồi.
Well, so this is a very dark map for the side of Vitality.
Yeah, they've got to make sure they hold onto these high ground turrets. If they let these go, then it's going to be such a harder game for Team Vitality to come back from.
Solo rủa chiêng. Solo rủa chiêng ca. Lên kia rủa chiêng ô ráng kết solo rủa chiêng.
Look at all the ultimates. Neo does have the world is my board, so this could be a big situation for the side of BTR to capitalize on. Lay down, catch Dao
there it is. It's catching Dao in the vicinity, but they're able to wipe down the minion wave. We see the Enlightenment Mantra come through just to clear those minions from the high ground turrets. Come through, Unbridled Outburst does catch Dao. Down goes the high ground turret.
Trời ơi.
But it is going to be ZeolyKH into the backline, takes it on. Where did he get there? But there we go, Sage's Sanctuary.
Oh,
he makes it out. It's just about. He's got to be careful. I mean, Wen is still alive. The couple blades connect. He goes down, but still, ZeolyKH is alive. This could be Team Vitality in the midst of their first loss within the Season 3 Invitational. There we go. It's once more Tufts coming in, takes down Muchi. It is going to be BT down from Team Vitality.
Welcome to the new era here. BTR, the Red Robots do it, and they take one game off of Vitality here. What a surprise.
Oh yeah, massive surprise. I mean, I don't know what's a bigger surprise. The fact that they took a round from Team Vitality, or how ZeolyKH got into that backline so quick.
Admin này kia top admin này kia mơ tròn.
Of the 5 members on the side of Vitality, and then use his duel to the death to go all the way to the back. So I mean, this is why a good Musashi is so scary. An was not having a good game at all.
No. He was
Đây chăng là nó bị name đôi chân.
Best pick for this one, I don't feel like, especially with the support she was given. ZeolyKH, yes, great for refreshing the ultimates, but in terms of keeping the Lady Sun alive, it's a lot harder of a task than you think.
Yeah, so that's one of the weaknesses on the draft on the side of Vitality, right? So there was a very huge focus on counter initiation, but it also means that you're providing that dive to the front, meaning a lane is not going to be there, your Dao on that Dune is not going to be there. So now you're missing two big damage dealers and tanks in the form, and they are going to be all the way at the backlines on the side of Bigatron. And that gives ZeolyKH the freedom to go on a 1v3, of which he has no problem because it is a Ganemo, Lady Sun, and a Dolia, of which his kit just works wonders against them.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, definitely a non-stopping game for BTR, whereas it was a non-starting game for Team Vitality. They really tried in the early game. I mean,
Hai game này bảo ấm tên nhà thâm thanh mới lọ bạch.
You want to be giving over the resources to that pick just so you can get her a little bit further, but Just
Trời mà ơi, Musashi buôn độc khe à.
from the Musashi, right? I mean, whether it's just Team Vitality saying, look, Jungkook, you've been denied Musashi for the majority of this tournament. We're going to give you him to see what you can do, and this is exactly the resulting product.
Yeah.
Một chân sang Q sang Q. Nó sẽ sang Q tại vì sẽ sang Q.
Okay, no wonder. But in any case, you know what?
Sang Q. Sang Q.
I think they understood the weaknesses. There was nobody to control ZeolyKH on this Musashi, and they really took full advantage of it.
Absolutely. I mean, this gold graph was definitely going into the favor of Team Vitality for quite some time, but then it was just like, hey, someone hold my beer. Jungkook goes in with a Musashi, and we saw him, we blinked, we missed him, he was into the back of the line, and there we go, getting that MVP, getting the 6-0 1-kin. Yep, not even once, he almost died at the end there. He got out alive.
Yeah, he played it to the absolute limit, and let's take a look at the highlights, right? Starting of the game, it was all about Vitality, the refresh coming in, they got the kill on the new, a double kill actually onto Psycho as well at the same time, and it looked like Vitality had this game pretty much under control from the get-go. But this combination coming in from Neo, as well as a full-on aggression by ZeolyKH to successfully find not just Wen, but An throughout the middle stages of the game was what really changed the plane of what was happening across the map.
I mean, considering they had the Zhongfei, right, I feel like Psycho's unbridled outburst wasn't always on point, so I feel like that might just be a waste of the draft into this one. I mean, they were able to get the victory, which is great, but I feel like if it weren't for Jungkook actually being on the Musashi, it would be a completely different story, because he was the clear carry in this one, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, at the end of the day, it's about a long-term strategy, right? This is a long series, best of 7. So at this point, you know what, Zhongfei, yes, out of the picture, but there are many other ones, other Roman supports to really try and win the series over to their side.
Yeah, I mean, look at here. It was Jungkook just literally holding on by the skin of his teeth there. I think it was down to the blood rage that really kept him alive, as well as the leaping savior. So Psycho not quite in the pale with the bridal outburst, but with the leaping savior, he kept his jungle alive.
Yep, and I mean, that last desperate attempt to save the game by Wen, I mean, that was quite painful to look at for Vitality fans, right? Even using the guard her grave. Good attempt, but it's not good enough. And
Team P the draft.
Up 1-1. So with that being said, now this could be very interesting because, you know, when we entered this series today, I had some hidden expectations that it was not going to be as close, but Bigatron continued to surprise me day after.
Kênh early game tranh tay trong biểu tay trong mơ late game mất kìa.
If you take a kill or a game, but they are the only team this far to actually do. We have the Indonesian.
Okay, so here's the formula, right? So they have tried assassin role junglers over and over again in the first game of the series across all the days that they've competed. Never really worked out. And now they finally have found a formula where, look, the tank jungle is the answer. So maybe they should just stick to that. Now, Guru's, I don't know what his mindset is in terms of a long series like this, a BO7. But if he keeps doing what he's doing right now in terms of provision of tools and equipment for the members on the side of Bigatron to really make full use of, I think we could be in for a very tight series.
So we're going to go for a break.
Biết cho anh em China mình chú. Đắng. So chân mình khổ bà so nó chú mua chắn này bạn. So chân mình khổ bà so đi ăn lại đây nè. Game I dumper game. Đăng đã sẵn sàng đã. Lên game TP cho dumper game đít bạ. Cái rồi. ชูอันทาเชอเชอโชโชชื่อไอ้บาคลังต่างปีทำไมเอาเวียคลังนั้นทำไมcoi mơ rồi mơ đong game bao tiền nào mà nó
Welcome back. It is going to be the third game of this best of 7 series. Right now we're tied 1-1. Vitality just lost the second game of the series, allowing Bigatron to even the odds at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we can only hope that Vitality either come back here or esports actually come with a 2-1 victory. Well, not again the point here over Team, which is more of a team can say they've done this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they handed the first loss to Vitality, if I'm not wrong. I don't remember looking at Vitality lose too many games in the lead up to this point of the competition.
No. They've lost no games. No games to this point. Now going to be, it's the Indonesian representation that's going to be seeming to take that undefeated them.
Yep, so we dive into the mind of the coaches and the managers on the side of both teams. And it looks like right now, I think Vitality haven't really hit their stride yet, right? This is not the same performance just yet, but also it could be the long game where they want to exhaust the picks on either side first.
I mean, when we saw the earlier, it was the fact that actually displayed more heroes than Team Vitality. It could be the fact if they do go to TR could take it.
Yeah, I agree. Right, and that could be a surprise install from the side of the Red Robots that Vitality may not expect. Now, I'm just curious to see if Bigatron will go back and try that Assassin role jungler once again. But let's take a look at the global ban picks. A very big hero pools taken out. Ogren, Mai, Zhang Fei, as well as the Yixing, Dharma, and Musashi. Now, these are all very huge game changers. And right now, they're out of the hero pool because of the global ban pick format.
Oh yes, quite a few of those picks have been taken out, and it's going to be BTR getting the reactive role once more. They're deciding to go for the red side once more. But I mean, that Team Vitality lost game 2, so they've chosen the blue side for a
dạ mình do mà combo do Trang Phi Di sinh do ấy mà combo tới trong khỏi lên next này sao một Musashi chọn back lại do combo tới combo trên nhở.
Now Andy is the coach here, and so far I think they're pretty much even. Omkuru's also doing very well to match up the pacing that Andy has offered.
Yeah, he's definitely seeming up to the task, right? So, Omkurus
Giờ mà combo lên trong khỏi combo trên.
BTR, and he's definitely putting the mastermind Andy to in his paces for now. So we'll see what they decide to draft. It is going to be Maestro and being banned out for the first time again for Team Vitality. Same with Yali. They don't want to give it over to An.
Okay, so both teams actually keeping very big drafts and picks away from each other, right? I mean, the fact that Vitality have already used Mai, they just want to stifle that growth, and they ban out the Liang. So we might see a more assassin-style jungler coming in from the side of Vitality.
Potentially, I mean, Liang was a banned around, and the come through, it definitely has come into fruition, especially with the role suppressor on Blacklist. Yes. So again, it's a good counter pick for more assassin type the Gorge, but the prio pick is actually going to be the Yixing this time around. So Juan getting that pick for himself.
Okay, Yixing, I like this pick, right? Taking liberties unexpectedly has a lot of damage. At the same time, if you get the ideal world as my board, these passive damage coming in from Sliding Stones is quite a bit to handle. Even the tanky heroes will suffer a great deal of damage.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw it used for BTR in the last. It definitely works for Camp. It just depends on how else they're going to out, because Dao Dao has lost his Aura and lost his duo. Are we starting to see the show of Monkey and actually go for a jungle pick?
Vitality di sinh mau anh
Interestingly, I think,
hơi.
you know what, Lam works here against the side of BTR, right? It works wonders against the Mozi as well as the Lady Sun, but that's just my personal guess. Right now, they will secure the Lung for themselves, so this is a must-win for both sides.
Lung
Lady
à?
Sun, Lung, you don't want to lose games when you play these
Cái
two.
caster âm rịch ní kia ăn tam tông chân ăn luôn dương ăn khmai lỏng à khlong à khlong à khlong
So that BTR had in the last game.
à khlong.
It's not last game, first game. They're going to use it this time around. So Vitality looking for the clapback.
Yeah, and interestingly, Bigatron, they tease the Liu Bang. It's not locked in just yet. We'll see.
Liu
This
Bang.
opens up quite a few avenues, right?
Cái anh tam chân tâm trơ Liu Bang rồi bây giờ lui
There is a
Bang.
great mobile hero
Lui.
on the side of BTR. I think it pairs really well with the Liu Bang as well.
Oh yes, Liu Bang coming through for BTR.
Liu Bang, Liu.
Liu, we saw him
Liu.
for, I believe it was
Liu.
Nongshim that picked him last time.
I believe so too.
Yeah. So the Battlefield Command coming through, very, very good. I believe it was the game they lost though, so maybe BTR might not be onto a winner here with this one. But the Motsuba pick here is pretty good. Obviously, we saw it from Team Vitality in Game 1. Great shot caller. And Psycho, nonetheless, is definitely up to the pale when it comes to
BTRអាចខ្ញុំចេញ Musashi ទៀត
like Muchin in the support role.
Okay, so let's talk about a counterplay here, right? If I'm
ចេញ
not wrong,
Musashi មិនបើលេង
Vitality
ហើយ
haven't
ហី
exhausted their Byron just yet.
លេងហើយម្ដងហើយចេញអីគេកើតទៀត Musashi Global Ban Pick គេលេងម្ដងហើយឈប់លេងរហូតដល់ហ្នឹង
Kind of get that Dominator shield effect gone. And Vitality, they understand what's at risk here. They will take away the Guan Yu.
Yeah. Yes, taken off the cards here. So, I mean, the Clash lane pool is looking pretty low. I mean, we've got the likes of the Byron inside of Keke, or it could be something a little bit different that we're not seem to see. I mean, Mieux be debuted before, but it out. Room for a treat in Dofu.
Oh yeah, I love it. And right now,
មើលរឿងចិនហៅរកខ្លាំងខ្ញុំហៅតាមរឿង
Luna
ហៅ
fantastic
តាមរឿងតែហៅតាមរឿង
but
ត្រូវ
also
មែន
at risk of once she gets stunned, when there is a
Ban.
lot of control coming
បាន
out
ក៏មកគេលេងហ៎
she is in mortal
លេងមុនហ្នឹងគេលេង Lady Sun លេង Musashi ចាប់គេអញ្ចឹងឥឡូវខ្លួនឯងលេង Lady Sun ហើយប្រយ័ត្នតែគេយក Musashi លេងចាប់វិញដឹងប្រឹងហើយណា
Might be helpful there to catch up, but it is going to be the Prince of Land Ling Q. That is going to be for the style through onto some of these just a little bit more.
មក Luna មួយ Land Link
Yep, and bear in mind, Zhang Q has shown his prowess in being invisible during rotations, and he plays really well into the kit of Prince of Lanling. I mean, if he can catch you with someone as
Hansing
sneaky,
អត់មានអាគេលេង
but not as
អត់មានអាគេលេងគេខ្ពើមលេង Hansing
like the Musashi, can you imagine what he can do with the Prince of Lanling?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, patient though. I suppose does his patience expand or extend to another, like I don't know if it will do, like he's definitely got to have reset to be like, right, okay, I've got to play exactly the same game as game 2, and that will get us the game 3 victory.
Interestingly, I prefer BTR's draft at this point. Look, BTR has longer reaching arms. They have Psycho on the Mortar and they have Neo on the Angela to really just poke down onto the different members on the side of Vitality. And they can react based on, number 1, the vision given by the Prince of Lanling, and number 2, whether those skill shots hit. I can assure you, I think once a Cannon Blast or a Chaos Cinders land in the appropriate timing, we will see Zhang Q just pop off.
We can only hope, right? They definitely need on another point on the board of Utron. Esports would definitely look like a better prospect for the Indonesia over Team Vitality right now. Team Vitality are not going to be pulling any blows in this game 3 because they need on top right.
Yeah, they definitely need to protect the jungle on both ends itself. Simply because assassin-style junglers, look, I would take the gamble as the side of Bigatron and try and stifle the growth by invading, and which is why you see both Mushin and Wen actually working their way around the Azure Golem camp.
Yeah, absolutely. They're looking Rockets. They were like, okay, be there? No, she's not quite there. They're going to actually try and jump on top of Dao. Not quite. So we'll see how it goes. I mean, we've time and time before that teams have just starved the Luna of the Azure Golem, and it's not been.
Yeah, which is why she actually goes in for the Crimson Golem first. I think that's a really smart idea. Now, Psycho is going to catch wind of this information, and that information is going to be passed on to ZanQ. We'll see what his decision is at this point.
Yeah, no, just a lot of rotations at this point. It is the early game, but in terms of the Motsu here, looking to try and just equalize the Lung in this farm lane, right?
Yeah, mid lane Wen taking a little bit of damage, but I think the growth of the farm lane is what is more important here. Oh, actually gets the right
the win.
Oh, that was close. Yeah, An is just having a decent game here. I think Psycho hasn't been really successful in landing those cannon blasts here.
Yeah, he's definitely trying his best to land them to keep the Lady Sun alive. But right now in the mid lane, we've got a 3-man rotation. They're definitely trying to put Wen in his tracks.
Yeah, I think having Wen as a mid lane that's behind on the farm also matters a lot, right? Because then, number one, you can really just go in crazy without having to have too much concern over the fact that sliding stones and taking liberties are of concern. The damage.
Okay,
But
yep, taking liberties comes through as well. First blood is going to go over to Team Vitality this time. It is BTR, Zhang Q going down for the first time. This maybe not as clean a game as the Masashi we've just been seeing.
And that's the risk of taking an assassin jungler, right? Because then, look, you're not as survivable. Yes, you have huge bursts, but if you get caught out, positioning is of utmost importance here. I think they were just a little bit too zealous. Curious as to why they were walking together like that, but you can't blame them at this point. High stakes match.
Fatality.
Small mistakes will cost you quite a bit.
Maybe they're just forming a conga line. We don't know. Well, let's see what they have in terms of response to this, because I mean, BTR definitely need to come back from that first blood. It does put them behind in the resource lead as well.
Yep, now they're gonna start gathering on the bot side of the map. Oh, can they get the catch just in time? Psycho, that's really smart. Actually, you know what? One of the things that Psycho should be in charge of doing is to try and bait out that the world is my board, right? If there's able to successfully get that skill down, burn that ultimate out before the fight starts, I think it could really go well in favor of Bigatron as well.
Yeah, they got to make sure they try and approach these team fights as best as possible. But when you've got somebody like the Motsu that's able to like basically just create that distance, I think it's going to be very difficult for the side of Team Vitality to try and get on top of. But right here, Muchin and An might be a victim here, but not quite. There's no setup. They have the minion wave. They're just kind of trying to maybe just give a bit of a mental scare.
Yeah, you will see this later on. Actually, the ideal combination here is actually going to be Psycho. Hang on, Wen.
Gotta be careful. The silence, not quite hitting just yet. He does get the wolf aboard his so caught. It's gonna be Keke getting the kill onto the side of Team Vitality, and they're not done there. It's Wen picking up another one.
Landing chop the cannon. What the heck?
Look, the draft is really good in terms of getting catches if you land the cannon blast. But so far, they have not taken full advantage of the fact of Psycho's cannon blast into Chaos Sinners by Neo, and then maybe...
Vậy chạm Vitality, man. Cho nhóm theo tắt là nhóm chạm Vitality.
I didn't want to be the one to say it, but Unbridled Outburst is a little bit easy to land on a cannon blast, right? And he's still with that one, so it could be at the detriment of Psycho. He needs to improve his aim, but it is going to be the bit of farewell onto the Psycho.
Trời mà ôi, Di Sinh đi ult tui lo nè. Di Sinh nha, mình tin ult thôi, mình tin ult tui.
We were gushing about Neo, about how good his mid lane was, and now I think Wen, he wants to prove that he is the best out of the best as well. But here comes the next marker here, ZanQ, waiting for that backline rotation.
Looking to steal that Crimson Golem, it seems. He's like, oh, no one's there. They're all in my jungle, stealing my Azure Golem, so I'm going to steal their Crimson Golem. So a little bit of a trade there.
Yeah, but this is a risky play to have, right? Because, look, almost anyone can burst him down. And unfortunately, just use his Flaming Palms to get rid of the Task Force. So, ZanQ...
Yeah,
no, not exactly where you want those Flaming Palms to land. Some meat coming through for the side of Team Vitality.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the position of Vitality, they're looking for an opening, right? Right now is the perfect time for a pickoff because they have neutral objectives available for them to take. 5.5 minutes, it's not really the biggest timing to falter. But if you can get an advantage, you want to squeeze every single bit of advantage that you can. You're trying to put pressure in the mid so that An now has the freedom to take that T1 on the top. And very nice rotation. KeKe actually just stops the entire aggression coming down onto that farm lane T1.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a typical trade, but it looks like KeKe had his head screwed on there and was able to stop it, which is really good because that means that Vitality coming out on top of that whole thing. But it looks like Neil is in a bit of a trouble there. Flaming Palms do connect, but the Ride of the Wind isn't going to quite hit when you've got that CC immunity from the Blazing Brilliance. But right now, Dota are looking to give a hand into the mid lane.
Okay, not ideal. They might get the catch. Oh, hang on. Psycho gets caught.
Psycho is in the thick of it. We do see the KK dives down on backline. Oh, takedown of Neil as well. That's a great play by KK. Somebody that was seeming to just have a little bit of a lack of pizzazz in that last game.
I mean, you give them an inch and they take a mile on the side of Vitality, right? They got a kill, they got the Azure Golem buff as well. Tubbs does well to try and make a trade here on the T1 on the top. Rotations will be made by KeKe, not really to get a kill, really just to maintain wave management here. And you know what's funny? Every time they see the notification that Zankyu's around, I don't think one is worried at all. In fact, one is more, all right, I'm gonna get a kill.
Yeah, it's like challenge accepted, but once more, Psycho getting caught. This is not how you play the Motsu, especially when you're playing from behind. You are down by 4k gold. You do not want to let this slip even further.
Yep, they have absolutely shut Zanky up.
Neil. The Blazing Brilliance just to clear off the minion wave, but there's another one. Okay, Zanky coming from behind. Takes down An. That is a good start to a team fight. But what more can BTR do here?
I mean, not much, right? At this point, they really are just stemming the bleeding, right? The wave management's just simply better on the side of Vitality. So Bigatron, they have to find an opening. And this catching out of An is a rare occurrence. It's not going to happen all the time in this match.
I mean, he's been flying under the radar a lot in this game, right? We're almost at that 8-minute mark. So I feel like because he's flying under the radar, he's able to just not die but get the resources at the same time. So this could come back and bite Team Vitality in the behind, but only time will tell.
Yeah, but at the same time, look, the way that they're catching
oh my gosh, that's like, what, 4 for 4? Welcome to my world is my board onto Psycho there. That's another shutdown. Thinking Cyberbox is going to be used to commit there to get the escape for the side of BTR.
Yeah, this is just one's game, man. I have not seen so many The World is my board land right on the edge as well.
No, he's clean with it. He's definitely locking in at least one hero at a time, which is a very high success rate.
And right now, 6-2, right? It's a 5,000 Vitality. Look, there is a Frozen Breath in the kit of one, so it's if you get caught out, there is essentially no escape. And we're about probably a minute or two away from Muchun actually getting that Glacial Buffer, which means he's gonna have a huge amount of heal potential coming in.
Yeah, no, they don't want to get to that point because he's already seeming pretty frightful so far. But right now, we are seeing a bit of a push into the farm lane, getting that T2 for the side of Team Vitality. Definitely a stronger start for this team in Game 3. Maybe just a little bit of nerves after claiming that first win was what was happening here with Team Vitality, because they seem to be bouncing back, especially on Luna, something we don't normally use. But John Q here does get the knock up. He is going to be falling potentially here to KeKe. He's hiding in between the turrets. That's a what a get out of jail card. Unfair. But in the mid line here, the welcome is my board. World is my board, sorry, comes through. Traps Neil in, but are they going to be able to close the gaps to get this through? There we go. Flaming Bombs connects. Team Vitality on getting the kill.
Oh, they're just so clinical on the side of Vitality, right? Punish every single minor mistake. It's not even a big mistake here. And then once again...
Yeah, fight between turrets here. They're definitely in for the thick of it. Oh, Dow getting the kill onto Zan. It's going to be a 3-1 trade for Team Vitality just for now. Psycho has to book up his ideas because once they get those minions around, that T1's going to fall, and he does use the Cannon Blast to stop it, but they're not stopping there. Team Vitality is a wrecking ball.
Yeah, it's unbelievable the amount of damage they can deal and tank as well. And look, Zanky, he's trying his best to stem the bleeding. He's looking for farm around the map. And look, if he's able to steal the Azure Golem, that's a big deal for him. But traded out for the Tyrant, is that the best trade available, right? Right now, I think Bigatron, they're just squeezing whatever value they can find from across the map.
Yeah, they're just trying to get their like, minor little victories, right? But like you said, I don't think it's a trade they need because there's so much damage coming out from Vitality. I mean, on the Lung, Dao Dao on the Luna, as well as even Wen on this Yi Xing as well. It's just been so hard hitting, and you don't want to give any more damage over Team Vitality because it's going to be harder to get a comeback.
And right now, I mean, Vitality, they're doing so well, and it's muting the growth of ZeolyKH. He's being a ninja, but okay, maybe this is the one.
I think inside the box, Blazing Brilliance. Is it going to kill him? No, Dao escapes with the dash. That is so close, but ZeolyKH is on the prowl. He is like a lion, but speaking of lions, he does roar. KK getting a kill onto Psycho once more, but Dao having a dash. Lands on the ZeolyKH, gets another kill for Team Vitality.
Yeah, full creep punish here by ZeolyKH. He thought he was getting a freebie, but look, the level discrepancy, the gold discrepancy between the two teams is too huge to ignore at this point. 8,000 gold ahead for the side of Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, that's something I don't want to even see in my pub games, but let alone a competitive game in the quarterfinals. Team Vitality looking like they're trying to roll this one out. I mean, it's an 11-minute game. Can they survive 13 minutes? That is BTR I'm speaking about.
Yeah, I don't think so. It's not going to be an easy game at all. So far, even if you can land the Cannon Blast at this point of the game, it's no guaranteed kills.
Yeah, those flaming palms, man. It just takes Psycho out of the whole team fight. He just gets hit by one skill. It's like, guys, I gotta go back.
Yeah, and ZeolyKH, he's trying his best to pull attention, but look, I don't think Vitality are too bothered because there's nothing else on the map that ZeolyKH can do without putting himself at risk.
Yeah, no, he can't be that wide open because he's one, not a tank. He is an assassin, and right now, his best point of call to try and catch out anybody so far is Wen and An. I mean, you have to wait for that Infinite Bastards to be used, though, right?
Yeah, and the longer the game goes, as more itemization comes onto An, this also dwindles the efficiency of ZeolyKH, and it's already at the 12-minute mark. He is falling off. He's going to try, his only value here that he brings to the team is to try and slow down the waves, cut the waves so that they don't have that ability to really crash into the towers on the T3s across the base.
Yeah, no, he's definitely doing a good job at that, though. ZeolyKH, I have to give him props when it comes to this wave management. It's definitely doing it, but the wave clear coming through at the front part of the team fight is definitely happening with the Blazing Brilliance as well. It's trying to stop the Team Vitality from taking these high ground turrets. I've already got one. They don't want to claim anymore, but ZeolyKH coming from behind. Blazing Brilliance is going to be the Splendor coming through. Ward is my board as well. Misses everybody on the side of BTR, but it is back on the line. KK is not making sure borders exist. He takes down Neil, takes down ZeolyKH as well. Down goes Tufts. We have the Vanguards at the Crystal. It may be game 3 going over to Team Vitality and a triple kill for An. Woo!
Yep, a much better gameplay coming out from Vitality. They understood what the strength of their draft is, and all they did was to out-survive the growth of ZeolyKH. Once that early game aggression, once that early game lead was gone, the game was in the bag for Vitality. It was just a matter of time of when they will win the game.
It was just a ticking time bomb. I mean, at that point, we saw the didn't actually quite connect the way it needed to. The silence not quite landing, but I feel like this is the knock-on effect of having the Motsu, right? Like, if you're playing on the back foot, those Cannon Blasts aren't hitting the same. You're not getting that same setup that you need to counter the comeback from Team Vitality.
Yeah, I was hoping for more of the initiation where there was a double whammy combo, Cannon Blast into Chaos Cinders, and then maybe you get the kill with the Blazing Brilliance, or maybe even ZeolyKH can flank the back, right? There were a couple of moments that did come out very strongly for ZeolyKH, which was a solo kill onto An, but like I said, that situation does not happen often, especially right after that moment. Look, Vitality started grouping around An. It was like a big shield around his body.
Yeah, no, it just wasn't quite getting where he needed to be. But to be honest, Vitality did draft a really good Game 3 draft. I mean, they had the Lung, they had the Diadea, they had so much in now. I mean, even Dao Dao pulling out the Luna, that's how much he was under pressure from BTR, which is going to be a little bit of a flex from BTR. It's like, hey, everybody else played against tanks on Dao Dao. He had to pull out the Luna to stop us.
Yeah, and now let's take a look at the items and the build itself. I actually personally was really scared about Dao Dao's because there is quite a decent amount of control, especially coming out from Psycho as well as Neo. While it isn't as easy to land hits on Luna, it does. You know, Dao Dao was a guaranteed dead man there.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, we saw no Azure Golems, at least as far as I was aware, that was stolen away from Dao Dao. He was pretty much all over it like a kid over chocolate. But we are seeing a lot of damage come from the side of Team Vitality. A really strong team game because they're all within that same kind of damage range. I mean, to see Lung, one of the lowest damage in a team of Team Vitality, is pretty much unheard of.
Yeah, I mean, it also speaks volumes about the way that Vitality is playing, right? You now know that he was always looking for those big burst kills, and if it doesn't, it doesn't matter. He will not overcommit.
Yeah, another 13-minute game in the notch for Team Vitality. So BTR lasting an overall 26 minutes, which was pretty much close to whatever their average game was, but it was definitely when they deserved that MVP. Those World Is My Boards were just connecting like no man's business.
Oh, he really put it to the absolute limits here. Catching the member, especially Psycho, I mean, unfortunate, but catching Psycho at the edge of the World Is My Board every single time.
Literally just catching him right on the tip of the board, which was huge. And I mean, this starting team fight, the first Blood Run win, was really just showing the potential on this pick. So clearly, the Yixing, if Team Vitality do advance through to the semi-finals, that's one of the picks that these teams going forward have to focus on, because this is definitely one of the better performance of their mid lane.
Yeah, especially the angling in which he used his World Is My Board has been phenomenal with the way that it was done. Just the appropriate size to catch the correct members on the side of Bigatron, and really just opening up the map and space so that the rest of the members like An or even Kirker could really just dive in, use the flash, Storm Strike, get the kills as well.
Yeah, no, this was just a beautiful fight around these two turrets. Like, how many teams can you say would take a fight around two turrets and then come out on top? And you can honestly say, hand on heart, not many, but it was just, I feel like BTR, even though they went for the Motsu and it's such a great setup playmaker, it just did not actually have that effect that it needed because they were just so far behind from the word go.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons why they didn't want to allow Vitality to have the idea. Muchen has just been on point with the heals, with the jumps as well. The hard links were always at the correct timing. Bitter Farewells saved specifically for ZanQ.
Oh yeah, I mean, he had him literally whipped out his back pocket. He was like, I know what's coming. The Prince Online Ling is around here. I know what I gotta do, and just literally lay it out.
All right, so that is going to conclude the third game of the series here. And Vitality, I think this was a much more convincing performance. Bigatron. Now, here's the big worry that I have, because the way that Vitality have drafted, I think we might face some problems later part of this series. But first, let's take a quick break. When we're back, let's see if Vitality beats the lead or Bigatron once again will fight back.
Bigatron. Man, bro, one hit. Man, bro, one hit Bigatron, bro, man. Bigatron brother mày ha, Bigatron brother.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize I've been told. Ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked to the side. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion. I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink. Going here to the moment.
Hello, what's up? Hello, Robo Xiang. Hello, hello.
Welcome back into our best of 7 series, this time between Vitality as well as BTR, the Red Robots Bigatron. So far, it looks like Vitality have the upper edge against our Indonesian giants, but who knows? Bigatron, they have plenty more to offer, and I want to see them tie things up.
Yeah, I mean, if it's anything like how last series went, there was a lot more tit for tat in terms of you take 1 point, I'll take 1 point, you take 1 point. So if we go in that same respect, we could be seeing BTR taking a game 4. But here is your update on your global ban picks, and we're already seeing that both teams have used Lung, both teams have used the RNG, Motsu, as well as Diadea. So some really, really big picks already been expanded by both of these teams.
Yeah, I have big concerns over the roam position for the side of Bigatron as well, because look, these are very signature picks on just the role of the roam, and if you're not getting wins out of it, it could cost you very much later on in the series as well.
Yeah, it's nice to finally see Vitality go over to the red side and get a bit more reactive in terms of this one. So we could be seeing some really big reactive plays, or maybe a big prio pick from the side of BTR. In terms of a prio pick at this point, I mean, what we have left, could BTR be bringing out the Orgrin? Could they go for something else?
Okay, honestly, I want to see a Zhonghui. I think it fits what BTR is trying to achieve, right? BTR is trying to achieve pickoffs over and over again, and then they trade the kills in exchange for objectives. So they get a kill, they go for a tower. Zhonghui fits this particular style. But of course, with all the different bans so far, they're banning out the Dharma, they're banning out the RDs. These are heroes that really deal a lot of damage against Zhonghui. So, but this is just my personal preference. I want to see what they want to start off with.
You're just a big Zhonghui advocate, I think, at this point, Ken. You're just like,
look,
I've had my guy Gutsu, I just want McCoy.
It works. I mean, okay, look, it didn't really work out for Impunity yesterday, but it works.
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, we don't want to be disappointed by 2 of Kindofu's picks, but getting into the ban phase, we are going to be seeing the Dharma and the Liang drop once more, as well as the Mai Shiranui. We got it in game 1, and it's probably not going to surface for the rest of this best of 7, unless we get to an ultimate battle.
Yep, Vitality still doesn't want to let go of the Arlie. I think they are paying a lot of respect to Zen as well. I mean, Arlie is a very strong farm laner, and they are willing to take the fight against a Yuhuan. Now, Yuhuan, we have seen the flex can go into the roam, can go into the mid, can go into the jungle. So let's see what BTR has in store.
Yeah, it's a really good flex pick just to throw off the side of Team Vitality, because even though they got the reactive pick, they don't know how to react to this. Did they go for something in the jungle? Did they go for something else? Or they're going for the sunset into the clash lane. So Keke getting another backline brawler in this one. And wow, okay.
Yep, very fast pace from Vitality.
Vitality drop by high.
Or either the fast engage.
Vitality drop by high.
Clash lane, make life easier for Keke in the clash lane. Maybe steal one of the camps coming in from the side of Bigatron. So it's not going to be a nice sitting for Bigatron at this point. They're going to try to balance this out with the Byron. I like that pick. And wow, Marco Polo against a Pei, not ideal.
Yeah, if they start focusing down into the farm lane, it's not going to be a very good time for Zan on this pick. But the Byron, we've seen it. Keke played it very, very well. Can Tufts actually come up to the mantle and take that? Oh, even though there's other marksmen alive, they're going to go for the which, again, physical immunity is going to be good for if Byron tries to get on top of this pick.
Yeah, I mean, the vaulting shot definitely going to be very effective of making sure that the Marco Polo does not get his ultimate off, right? But I think in this case, Bigatron, at least for the side of Zen, he's probably going to take Purify as well, which kind of dwindles his offensive capabilities, because definitely Marco with stun makes a lot of value in terms of damage output. But it depends on the rest of the members then.
Yeah, we see the Dolia ban come through this time as well, so no Dolia over to the side of BTR. I don't know if it would fit into this draft anyway, in terms of what they're looking to achieve, but the Junk Fade does get banned out here, so maybe they need to try and find something else that creates range for Team Vitality, especially with Consort U. They need a more of a tankier front line now, because they've got the Pei in the jungle, Sunset as well. It can't soak up as much damage as you would like, so maybe something like the Liempo would come through here, maybe?
At least for me, in terms of Bigatron's draft, I think they need a little bit more magic damage in the roam role as well. So Da Chao definitely makes a lot of sense. But at the same time, we already have the Yu Huan. It does wonders against Consort Yu. While she does have the protecting winds for physical immunity, she doesn't do well against magic-based heroes.
Yeah, it looks like BTR have called to my response there of the Liempo. They've banned it out. It is going to be the Sakia, which does kind of create that distance, especially with the Mulberry power. You're trying to get the slam, trying to land it in, so then you can land those oak bolts from the side of Consort U. So could be a good combo here.
Yep, a similar combination to what we have seen across the other teams' gameplay, similar to the Mozi and Shouyue, even the Liang and Princess Frost. Things might go awry if Vitality get the initiation that they want. But I like this pick coming out from BTR. The Tianwei definitely matches the pacing of Pei, very high damage, and very tanky as well.
Very, very tanky, and that's going to be paired up with the Taiyan, it seems. So a lot of healing from both the Huan and the Taiyan, which is going to be crazy when you think about it. So much sustain coming over from the side of BTR, and Vitality, they are looking for their mid lane for now. So maybe something like a Princess Frost, Lady Jen could work pretty well here as well. Let's see what they go for.
I think they will want someone with a very huge AoE, right? One of the benefits of this is to be able to have the full effect of the Venomous Staff. And yeah, Flowing Side I think makes sense. It bounces between targets as well. And while it doesn't entirely stop Zhang Q on this Tianwei, it will slow him down, and it could also be a detriment and deterrence to Zen on this Marco Polo if his timing isn't right.
Yeah, I mean, it drives away a lot of that kind of access into the backline if you use a Destructive Deluge as well, right? Like, you're able to kind of just put that down, zone them out of the way, maybe even zone them with the Mulberry Power before dropping the Destructive Deluge. So it all comes down to that communication on the side of Team Vitality, because ultimately the biggest setup they've got on their roster is the set sail from Sunset, right?
Yeah, they need to stifle the growth on the side of Bigatron for the members on the side of Vitality, right? Because I think if you don't give that early game over to... if Vitality don't get that early game, I think it's going to be a tough match for the side of Vitality. Because BTR, I think they pretty much level 2, level 3, they're ready to start brawling with you already.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is literally just a time will tell in terms of Team Vitality, or a time limit in the early game. You don't want to be sort of getting into that late game with the Pei, and being behind on that pick as well would be crucial for the side of Team Vitality.
Right, so let's take a look. Now, Vitality, they have a chance to step ahead of the competition. If they win this, they are 3-1 up, essentially one
Chậm mơ game chậm mơ game rồi đó bạn. Mình game lên bro, Vitality đã rồi. Này game này hết game không biết này chi vào đây. Hello Luna.
Cleanse coming through as well, so if they land onto the set sail, they want to be able to get out of there, which is the Diane and the Marco Polo. So they're going to be using that cleanse to ultimate perfection.
Yeah, right now I'm just really concerned about the farm lane here coming in for both teams. It's going to take a bit of time to get the farm and damage
Vitality
out of
game này
Zen in this farm lane on the market. So till that
bay
moment,
môi hay tao nói game khỏi đặt mới buồn môi chi.
the art is going to have a much better time in lane.
Yeah, he's just going to make sure he's not open to ganks. But speaking of that, we got a 2v1 up into the clash lane. Tufts is just trying to make sure that, well, Vitality are just trying to make sure that Tufts isn't going to have a strongest early game as he expected, and especially not an easy one. He's probably going to get contested quite a bit.
Yep, and here's the thing. It also pulls away Psycho away from the lane. So Zen now has to deal with the fact that there is going to be a level and gold advantage going into the hands of Han.
Yeah, like getting the Phoenix onto the side here as well is not going to help them in terms of level advantage, and obviously gold. And that's the thing, as soon as Consort U starts to get that items come through, those Oak Bolts definitely hit a little different.
Yeah, so let's see the rotations here. The first few camps already cleared off by the side of Dao Dao. So both junglers keeping pace with each other, but Dao Dao just slightly ahead in farm.
Yeah, just ever so slightly as he's rotating. I mean, he's been given a bit of a hand there. We saw that Sunset was helping him earlier, as well as the Lady Gent. So just using his teammates to make sure he's able to match that farm of the Dion way. But, hey, there we go. The earwig comes through. It's actually landing onto 3 of the members of Team Vitality. Nothing being set up just yet, but I feel like there's a lot of CC on the side of BTR that they've got to be careful of.
Yeah, definitely. But for now, I think that's also negated by the existence of Muchen on the Sakir.
Oh yeah, the Sakir would be very helpful, especially in terms of healing, in terms of trying to maybe draw them away from the rest of the team, especially when there's flying into the bush and stuff like that. So,
yeah, in terms of damage output though, my concern is, look, I think ZenQ could be very well that hidden formula of which BTR can build their victory off of. Because ZenQ, if it's on even grounds, he's able to tank through quite a lot of CC, be empowered himself because of that CC capabilities on the side of Vitality. And with the Leap of Faith, he is essentially having a free execute as well.
yeah, no, they've got to watch out for the Leap of Fury onto these targets, right? Like, it's a hard-hitting move, and we've seen it on players like a Jizzix as well. Like, that's played very, very well on this pick, but only time will tell, I guess. They make sure that Team Vitality don't get the lead here, but BTR is definitely going blow for blow up into the Clash lane. Tufts is giving one heck of a display here.
I like the fact that Tufts recognizes the situation, maybe gets a kill here.
Oh, okay. Destructive Deluge doing a little bit of damage on Tufts. He's like, hey, we're going to force you away, but that's okay. Okay, what's not okay is Muchen getting caught out here. Dao Dao, not Dao Dao's, Zhang Hu gets the kill there, but is it going to be responded by Dao Dao? Not quite. So first blood is actually going to go over to BTR.
Yep, that's a good one. And they can go for more, actually.
Oh, yep, not quite just yet. That didn't quite get the knock up there. Neil is pretty much safe out of that one.
Yeah,
I
with
think
the
it's
rotation
as well.
Just about the rotations at this point. Muchen just overstayed his welcome right now. And lanings seem to be going in favor on the side of BTR, right? We haven't seen the punish coming in.
Oh, Mulberry Power as well as Destructive Deluge. Oh, the unending sorrow is going to be enough to save Neil there. But here is the replay of that first blood as we was a bit preoccupied up into the Clash lane. There's a lot of damage going on to a low-level Sakir. It's going to be enough to claim that first blood.
Yeah, and it's not ideal because he gives the first blood to Neil. Neil is able to clear the lane much faster compared to Wern simply because of the amount of damage he offers as a U1. Now, Vitality, this is a good opening to have. The set sail already used preemptively to be a deterrent.
My Vitality object 2 tranh vô mọi miền tục ơi.
Make a steal or try going.
Tranh vô.
Yeah, it's like, oh, yep, raise the flags, guys. The ship's gonna be crashing into shore at any moment. Let's not try and go for the tyrant. But we even saw that Zam was trying to do a bit of phase check in there with his splendid revolver, but it was actually not hitting anything or getting any intel. So BTL was definitely trying to take the measures to get onto the tyrant, but wasn't quite fruitful as they want. But here we are. Tufts is down into the farm lane as well, just trying to get a bit more of a aggression down there.
Yeah, aggression, I think it's okay for the side of Vitality. In fact, Vitality needs to make the first move. They need to have this initiation. Because if the game goes in such a way that we're seeing it now, it's actually BTR, Bigatron, that is benefiting off of it. Because you're not dwindling the farm on ZenQ. And Dao Dao's damage and overall value will start to fall off as the game goes late.
Okay, we do see that Neil's going around
Oh.
to aid to his friends, but okay, there's Dao Dao over the wall. The ending sorrow comes through. Oh, nice set sail over the wall. It's going to be on getting the kill onto Neil, and as well as Psycho goes down. That's a 2-0 trade for Team Vitality, looking very frightful there, but it is.
My.
Yeah, Tufts actually getting a little bit of that wave clear, wave freeze as well.
Yep, and the way they have actually initiated that allowed Zen no room to try and come with the turnaround of that revolver.
Ooh! What an overzealous flash there. That could be deadless, but John Q goes down as well. Tufts is into it. Can he get a kill for his buddy there? It's not going to quite come into fruition.
Okay, so they have definitely hit the power spike here, and it's not a fun sight to watch if you're coming in from the side of Bigatron, right? Vitality, they're starting to group up, and until they get this kill onto Dao Dao, this situation is not going to change. They need to slow his farm down.
Yeah, they've really got to slow him down. I mean, he's definitely putting up in the ante here, but Tufts is here with the knock-up as well. We got to see a 4v3 potentially, but we are seeing that John Q is coming as well. It is a bit of a dive here from KK. He's going to be able to get it alive. The set sail comes through, picking up a passenger or two here as well, just to get alive. But trading the T1 down into the farm lane is going to be good for the side of Vitality.
Yep. So
Ôi mà ôi, cái bác tục steal nào ơi.
For the farm laners on each side, but more importantly, it's a big win for Vitality. Hang on, Eva Barrage.
Oh, Zay, no, you're gonna give him a free kill there, KK. What are you doing? Wrong lane, buddy.
Punish coming. Can they reach him in time? That's a big question.
Wow.
Oh, they're trying. Oh, nice. Okay, so there is the Mulberry Power as well, setting up the Oak Bar. Oh, deleted. Zane in the farm lane.
Yeah, but BTR extract the value straight away. They make a beeline for this Overlord. They will get it. It's not the Shadow Overlord just yet, 7 minutes into the game. But Bigatron making as many trades as they can because they're trailing by about 2,000 gold.
So yeah, I mean, they've got it right. They can't be like, right, okay, so we've just lost somebody, but we're not going to get anything from it. They're trying to get the rate of interest come through, the ROI, just so they can try and keep in this game 3.
Yep, and they're stifling the growth here. Zan actually 1 level behind An. Just got his hands on the Doomsday.
Yes, that's when he's going to start to be getting that maximum attack speed as well, so they've got to be careful of the Marco Polo. He hasn't just quite activated just yet. The stun does come through.
Yep. Important marker here. If they lose the T1 here, that's a lot of gold advantage going in for Vitality.
Chắc chắn nữa. Lutra the thao thi ngay game nó hay sai game khỏi chứ bạn chọn. Lấy tầm pi môi nè. Hay cha tôi muốn lên mai thì nhắm bay tới. Win lose. Game này thao thi bay rồi, trảm máy à.
Yeah, but they're on a timer. So Vitality, this is their moment, but they need to end the game even faster here.
Oh yes, there is a set sail. Did it land? Not quite. Oh, maybe getting put.
Bành hạp rồi, châu Marco rồi.
Leap of fury into the backline, gets taken down. ZeolyKH is on, getting a double kill.
Wait, no way.
Huge for the side of Team Vitality for this comeback.
That was clutch though. Like from the side of Vitality, no one died. That's how close it was. One more.
Mai phải làm nè, sao chiêm tích đó bên này cái ngõ hay team BTR đặt up bình. What?
Insane aggression coming out from Vitality. And once again, look, the heals coming out from Sakira. Muchen is doing his job so well. Right now, they can reset and go for this T1 in the mid.
Yeah, no, even take a Crimson Golem as well, right? They're just taking little bits wherever they can.
Chập hỏi đo mong phụ lý Orange là mỏm. Chắc là mấy anh chưa? Anh chưa?
Foot straight on the pedal, going down the highway.
Trong này
they're gonna stop anytime soon.
Đo mong Orange là mỏm mình. Vì lại chậm mình, lại chậm đo mong Orange mình.
The buffs are taking away the towers as well. So this is amplifying their gold. Look, 4,000 gold ahead. And if you take a look at the growth of items on the side of An here, 3-0 and 2 already has the Eternity Blade, Shadow Ripper, closing in. Oh, hang on.
Oh,
yeah,
is
so
low. He's very, very low. He doesn't want to get caught out. There could be a little bit of a bait for the side of Team Vitality. Trying to get John Q into here, and oh, it's going to be a takedown. Dodo Dowdow gets the kill, onto the side of Team Vitality, but it is going to be answered in nicely response there by BTR. They get the claim of kill onto one, but it's looking very low here. They're able to get the Azure Golem, so yes, they lose some lives as an equal trade, but they're picking off these jungle camps.
Tôi cho hai mong phụ lý Orange là mỏm, phần năng vô là vô. Bạn rồi, bạn. Tôi bán mì.
So this is an open window for the side of Vitality.
Tôi bán em.
Shadow Tyrant, and this also then dilutes the damage that they're able to offer here.
They're looking for a way in.
Đo mong present to hai, okay.
Trying to deny them, but we're using the Splendid Revolver just to kind of keep them away, push them away, put some pressure on. But it looks like BTR might be trying to form towards the Overlord. I don't think it might be the best thing to take here, since Vitality are trying to get your number in. Like, hey guys, we know where you're rotating to, but when's gonna be careful.
Hey yo!
Oh,
hey yo!
The vision comes through from Sakir as well. John Q, make sure he doesn't want to get caught out here.
Whoa, backline!
Wow! From behind, we're getting a fight on 2 fronts. Tufts gets taken down, but it is going to be Keke being taken down as well. So both of the clash lanes now fall for both teams. But Team Vitality might be
nice play.
Really fight without these minions, but it doesn't stop on getting those oak bolts through.
Yep, still massive advantage for the side of Vitality. They definitely want to push this. Look, every single play that BTR tries to make, Vitality punish them and they take an objective. Look at the way that they're working on this T3 on the bot Radiant
Oh,
boost
no.
as well. This might be the end here.
Oh!
One ending, sorry, just come through, but it's not going to be enough for Psycho. Is then the new target for Dodo in that whole interaction. So there we go. A lot of healing already been lost by the side of BTR, as we're potentially going to be seeing another tier 3 being taken down.
Yep, they can take this C3, make the decision, do they want to go all in and finish the game, or
Set
go
sail
for
right to the back. Oh, crucial crowd control from Geke all the way.
Oh, what
from
you gonna
Zimbabwe.
do?
It seems
Thank
we're gonna
you,
go
bro.
massive Thanks to Vit and getting the kill onto John Q. And we're looking like Team Vitality want to finish
Ah,
this one. And they want the 3-1 win.
GG.
Double kill going over to Vit and as well. It is going to be a takedown here of all kinds. It is Dao getting the kill and claiming game 4.
Oh, this is really close. Vitality, they were shaky at the start.
One more,
but
one more,
now
bro,
you
one more.
really see the true dominance. Just one-upping the boys on the side of Bigatron, the red robots, unable to secure any footing in this match.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying, right? Like, they're definitely trying to trade in terms of objectives and turrets, but the team fights just aren't seeming to go in the favor of BTR anymore.
I think they kind of found out what the weakness is on the side of Bigatron, right? So when you play fast-paced, Bigatron seem to be under tremendous amount of stress, and they make these micro decisions that they're trying to make doesn't work out in their favor at all. Every time Vitality makes a play, Bigatron try to trade, but it seems like Vitality already understands this is what they're gonna do, and they immediately go on to punish that next move that BTR tries.
Yeah, they're trying to think 2 steps ahead, I feel like Vitality are. Like, you see them like, yes, we've lost a kill, but we've got ET1, we've got ET2, and they're just kind of just trying to monopolize from there. They're not just going, hey, let's get some kills, and let's just hope that our lanes are pushed as well. They're definitely thinking on like all 4 fronts. That they're getting the minions pushed, they're getting the turrets, as well as the kills, as well as the neutral objectives.
Yeah, and this is why the Sunsa is so scary. The draft on the side of Vitality makes a lot of sense because the rotation speed coming from Sunsa gets set sail has been quite quick in amplifying the growth
Spy
not
high.
only of just the farm but also lane control. Right at the same time,
I'll spy there, I'll don't spy there, but one hit. I'll don't spy there.
Because there was no more damage. Right.
I come back, now I come back.
They didn't even reach the late game. In this case. So with that being said, let's take a look at the
Hay
items,
chạ cạn này kia mà gặp chưa chạy trong bro á.
Vitality. The person that I want to focus on is actually Dao, because Dao was actually one of the main reasons why they won so hard. The burst coming in from him, hybrid build, a standard traditional build here, right? Axe of Torment, Master Sword, Cuirass of Savagery, as well as the Sky Dome, really just making sure not only did he have defensive measures, but also dealing a lot of damage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can see here that he was pretty much neck and neck for both Arn and Wen, but all over 70k. So again, like I said in game 1, they are that 3-headed Hydra that just seem to do a lot of damage out of different sources, and that's probably why Team Vitality are getting these victories over BTR, because in terms of the damage on side of BTR, it's seeming to only come from like 1 or 2, like not even like one player. We saw Marco Polo not really reaching his optimal there. I don't think he even maybe got a kill towards the end, and John Q there was just the leaps of fury were connecting, but nothing was coming of it.
Yep, and let's take a look at the MVP. Definitely is going to be Dao here, taking 20% of the team's hero damage and dealing 25% of the team's hero damage as well. 7-0-5. He made sure to play the map really well. And Dao, now, he and the Sunsa were trading the different movements, right? So at certain moments, the set sail was used as a initiation tool, and that allowed them to really snag the advantage here. This beautiful combination, knock-up after knock-up, and that's where, yes, they gave the first blood, but they got back their investment in waves.
Yeah, no, that set sail over the wall. Like, I didn't even realize the boats could go through walls.
China
but, hey,
China gay, China today gay.
And it does allow them, and it connects very beautifully. But like you were saying, that's the beauty of the Sunset, just the fast rotations. Again,
Hello, bro, B2KK. Hello.
Is just everything that you want and more.
Yep, and one of the things that they made so difficult for the side of BTR to initiate on was the fact that Zen could never find that optimal time to really go in with the Fever Barrage. That was one of the big things that really impacted the gameplay of Bigatron, because there was no comeback back then.
Yeah, no, there was no sort of like AoE overall kind of damage coming through. I mean, yes, we had the stuns from Neil, we had the stuns from Psycho, as well as the healing from both of these, but there was just no damage being dealt. Once Dunkyu was out of it, he was just like, right, guys, you're kind of just left on your own. Maybe try and stun them to death, I guess.
Yeah, and Tufts, I think he was one of the players that played the best from the Bigatron lineup. He did manage to get, you know, like those 3-man knockups at the back, but Muchen was just a little bit too far ahead in terms of itemization. So the heals coming in was so valuable because there was never a potential of dying here. Look at that. Easy burst damage from Dao Dao, and it made the game so much easier for the side of Vitality. So now, Vitality on the cusp of victory, taking this away one more round to make it and face up against the nemesis here, Nova.
Yeah, I mean, it's potential, right? Just like how it was a potential for Elevate to get that point, but then it took it to the ultimate battle. But hey, BTR could be drafting something very special going into this next game, and it could take it to a 3-2. You never know. It's like there's a lot going on between these two teams, but right now, we are going to go into a short break before we get into the potential match point of the day for Team Vitality. So don't go anywhere, guys. Catch you soon.
Flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. Taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. Taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold and pursue the prize of a toad. Ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this.
Sahana.
Enter the ring, all those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
Mới cái lấy mẹ làm tha khuôn anh nơi cả liệt trang mày bất tệ. Mới cái hỏi dân liệt tỉnh nơi bị kê lên tới.
Welcome back. It is going to be the 5th game of this best of 5 series. Vitality searching for that final round win. And of course, Bigatron looking for their way back into the series. How will this burn down? Let's take a look as we go into the 5th game of the series.
Yeah, getting ahead of yourself there, Mr. Kindo Fu. I mean, if you want to pray for 6 and we go that way, then we may as well be praying for an ultimate battle at that point. But here is your update on the global ban pick. So again, picks like the Huan on the side of a BTR, as well as a Dionwei, as well as the Byron have already been taken out. So we are slowly starting to see that BTR and Team Vitality's hero pool are starting to diminish a little bit. But to be honest, DAO started to pull out a few different things. Like obviously we've seen the Luna, we've seen the Pei as well. So these are not quite typically his picks that we normally used to see him.
Yeah, so the fact that he won all these different games in the series is actually a big win in terms of like testing of hero pools for the side of Vitality, right? My biggest concern now for the side of Bigatron is that, look, if I'm not wrong, I don't think Vitality has made use of their Musashi yet, right?
No, correct.
And
correct.
that is one of Dao's most proficient heroes.
Yeah, maybe they're going to go for the killing blow with the Musashi.
Final
there, but, yeah, I feel
game.
like it was actually even banned in the last 2 games, so that's really interesting. The fact that BTR may have not even coined onto that, or maybe just maybe Omkurus may have coined onto that trailer 4. He's like, you know what? Musashi's available. Let's not give it to him. But Dolia being banned out the first time here for Team Vitality, so already looking like a few different bannings going through.
Yeah, I think at this point, especially when you are going up against a potential last game of the series, the thought process would be different. I think at this point, it's really just what kind of problems do you face? Do you want to face, right? I mean, you can't ban everything, and there's no point in wasting 4 different bans onto one particular role. It's a team game, right? So
Yeah.
Bigatron now, I think they have to steel themselves and kind of recuperate and think, all right, if I really have to go up against in a difficult situation, what kind of difficulty do I want to face? At least it's something that we can expect.
Yeah, I mean, they've banned out the Dharma as well, so they're definitely noticing Keke on that Dharma. So again, the Clash Lane picks are going to be coming very, very little for him, because I feel like he's gone for Charlotte, Byron, Sunset, and I believe he played, who was the 4th he played? Was it Lubang or was that BTR?
Not too sure. My memory is seeming to fail me at this point, but first pick is going to be a Da Chao coming in for the side of Vitality. Da Chao, of course, Sea of Fate. A lot of control,
ខ្ញុំអត់ទាន់ស្គាល់ item អស់
coming from the first
អត់ទាន់ស្គាល់ item អស់មើលវីដេអូរបស់ខ្ញុំនៅក្នុង YouTube របស់ខ្ញុំធ្វើវីដេអូបញ្ចូល item អស់ឲ្យតែមើលទៅ
with the Sea of Fate.
ទៅមើលមក player ទៅមើលមក project ទៅស្គាល់អស់ហើយ
I mean, but to be honest, you've got the Princess Frost onto the side of BTR. They have the Wintries here. They can just drop that right on top of it, especially if the either Warpool comes through. Like, hey, you can come for the Warpool, but you are going to get 3-degree burns from these colds. But okay, the whole Yi coming out now for Team Vitality. Very interesting.
Yep, I'm curious to see what this kind of gameplay
បង Zoli មានវីដេអូតា bro
Now,
yeah
first and foremost, we already seen in the previous game
ហើយតែបងគ្នាយើងមិន
Vitality
ដឹង
were playing the map to a T
ដោយសារ
and
គ្មាន
very
អ្នកគេ
fast
អត់មានអ្នកគេឆែកមើលវីដេអូទៅវិញមានអ្នកគេដឹង
same kind of play style, because look, with Da Chao, you have so much potential of global movements around the map. So BTR, they need to match this with either huge bursts or very good control.
And speaking of control, we have the Liang. He's going to have the suppression to the message for the side of Team Vitality. So maybe they'll try and go with the suppression, lock down the whole Yi, which will be the majority of their damage this far, because is the Hue one going to go into the jungle? If not, they're probably going to want to pick more burst onto the side of Team Vitality.
I would presume that this definitely is going to be the Yuan jungle, another Dao specialty, right? My curiosity now is that
Hey, you're Liang
why
Chan
are
like
you
that?
playing the farm lane? Look, Hoi is not the most mobile hero, but late game his damage potential is pretty high as well.
Yeah, I mean, even if he's playing from the back foot and he's able to gain the resources as well, he can then just farm and get all the items he needs. But it's also then the Burning Sun Arrow, right? That's going to land and hit some hearts. And if it lands far away enough, it's going to land some really crucial stuns and maybe even set up some of these team fights. So maybe they need somebody that can dive on top of the enemy hero if they are able to land those Burning Sun Arrows.
Unpopular opinion, I think I found works wonders against the the starting lanes as well, because you have the burst potential from the target sided. At the same time, you can reposition yourself out of Yuhuan's ultimates, the Unending Sorrow. So plenty of escape tools. Not sure whether BTR will consider that, but they want to look for the backline first, right? So Charlotte, definitely very apt and adept at doing that as well. Charging in, I think right now, then puts a
lên
lot
ta
of
phu gì
pressure on
rồi
Da Chao, which should be
lên Mulan này sao lên ta phu gì
Mulan Mulan coming through here for the Clash lane.
អត់បានមើល live បងទេនៅភូមិខ្ញុំគេវាយគ្នាទៅមើលគេវាយគ្នាសិន អូខេ
Played against him, but it is going to be the Dion Wei that comes
ចូល Dion Wei
for the jungle. So we're actually going to get Wen in
Dion
the
Wei
lane, and then Dion Wei, which we've been seeing quite a bit. Dion Wei and Da Chao been quite a bit of a frequent combo that's been going on for quite a while.
Yeah,
Giờ Dion Wei đánh vai hả?
This Liang is going to be a support role in this instance. So even if he gets the control down, there are quite a few members on the side of Vitality that will be able to stop that movement. And looks like, yes, it is going to be a Fang. This initial laning phase is a little bit troublesome for the side of Vitality. And if BTR can play out of their minds, maybe they can start getting this comeback factor in the form of the farm lane trickle-down effect.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Obviously, the Fang here is going to be mainly used as a split push mechanic, especially if you're playing from the back behind here as well. So maybe BTR is able to clean this one out if they're able to go at the distance. But I feel like if Vitality are very vicious with the Mulan and the Dion Wei combo, I feel like it's going to be a quick match.
Yeah, I don't think we will see... No, hang on. That first rotation from the mid laner is going to be one of biggest impact, or the one where the jungle comes in probably will leave a lasting impression onto the financial situation on both teams.
Okay. Yeah, potentially. I mean, we do see the Huan actually go down into the support role here, and it's going to be the Da Chao into the mid lane, so that's going to be a Da Chao going up against the Princess Frost, so very interesting, a 1v1, but it does mean that it's easier for Dion Wei to be around the Da Chao, I feel, putting it in the mid lane rather than in the support role.
I think there's good compliments to both sides in terms of initiation, but it really comes down to how the positioning will be on both sides of the players, right? So I think they both have their benefits of how the drop will work, but one thing is for sure, right? They definitely need to get control onto this Liang. If they do, I think it's a pretty difficult game for Bigatron to really win.
Yeah, if they take Liang off the cards, it's again, like you say, it's
Da Chao up your skin.
side of BTR to
Still
come back.
can't
I suppose that's going to be the majority of here for Jung Q, right? Just going with the Unruly Blade, maybe soak up all the damage and then
Da Chao up your skin is still
suppresses them, right? So try and burn them down, burst them down as fast as possible.
And Zanky is already taking quite a bit of damage here.
Yeah, up into the Clash lane. He's not having a fun time here.
Yeah. But they do get that River Sprite, so that is going to help him amplify his farm. At the same time, look, the Tusk Boars on the side of Vitality stolen away by Neil. So that's a good start for them.
Yeah, trying to get the Princess Frost just a little bit ahead. Try and get those 3 skills going on. There's Psycho, just trying to do a bit of damage onto Arn. Arn's been left alone in the farm lane all on his own, but he's a big boy. He can handle himself.
For now, right? It's not an ideal situation because Zan definitely can have the burst potential onto Arn. And
Muchi gets the win slash hit onto him as well. Is he going to be able to survive? Okay, the Chao comes through as well.
Just in the nick of time there. And Vitality, they survived what was a simple but maybe very costly mistake.
Very, very, especially if they'll get the first blood as well onto the side of BTR.
No.
But okay, Dion Wei does go into it. Is now on top of Zay. He just forced the flash. Okay, the Koi Tides do come through as well. Oh, he's going to be first blood. It's going to go over to Dao Dao as well.
Yep, and they don't even get the kill onto Wen. Sea of Fate actually sends her back home just in time. And right now, Zhang Q not looking too healthy here. The farm is going to be dwindled down for the side of BTR as Vitality. They want to establish more control.
Keke up into the top lane gets a kill as well. The Mulan is showing its true colors.
Yeah, I think Mulan is a 1v1 beast, especially when she hits 4. The changing of skills and the control and burst is really hard to handle. And Tufts is not going to have an easy time in the laning phase now.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of these players haven't played many games of Mulan as well. So I think that's like a bit of a disadvantage for them. But this engage here, yes, to force the flash off of Zan, and he's able to get out of there. But Psycho going down. And
Mấy cái váy này em play beli mà đa.
A big bit of gold going over to the side of Team Vitality.
Thế là bây chẳng lỗi beli đa beli thua cha lươn.
Don't worry about it. I got a second kill here. Oh. On, maybe very close to getting taken down there. Is saved by Muchin once more.
The timing of Muchin's rotations are really on point. If Muchin was not there, they would have heavily dove in, and An would not be in this situation right now. And
No,
look, Tufts, he's not having a good time.
He really isn't. He's very struggling to keep up with the Mulan here, but KK is definitely playing it to a T.
Yep. Right now, as long as KK doesn't have his flash, I think Tufts still has a decent time of surviving, right? But that's not the news you want to hear as a Bigatron fan, right? Right now, it's really what kind of advantage can they squeeze across the map, because they're starting to trail in terms of EXP, they're starting to trail in terms of gold. It's not the biggest gold difference just yet, it's about 100 gold. So right now, it really is, can they play the map well? Oh no!
Oh no!
It's gonna be when bringing in the as well, straight on top of the side of BTR. That's Psycho kneel down as well. Donkey gonna be joining his boys in the graveyard. It is a 3-1 trade for Team Vitality. A vital kill going over to Arn as well. Tubbs looking like he has to retreat between these turrets, or else it's no holds barred for the side of Team Vitality. Zahn does actually rotate around as well. Will they get any more kills? Trying to get this stun onto the Fang there is going to be the vocal point of this, but Arn is hitting hard with the Ho Yi for now.
Wen was just unbelievable with that play. They actually timed the Hoi Burning Sun arrow and summoned him right after it hit with the eye on the wall.
That was a nice try there by BTR, trying to steal that crucial kill theft from the Tyrant, but it wasn't quite up to scratch. It seemed that Team Vitality pretty much worked that down very quickly, looking to help themselves to the enemy jungle as well. But okay, getting is going to be on.
Finally getting that combination right? So Psycho as well as Neil, the ideal combination for them was to actually just lay down control, allow the prison to be used, have the lockdown as well, and I mean, Tufts wasn't really required at that particular combination itself. They would have gotten the kill nonetheless, but it's something of a recovery farm, right? They need as much limiting of resources as possible to the side of Vitality, because Bigatron, they are not having a good control of the map at this point.
No, I mean, they're able to trade the T1 down into the farm lane, so it's a little bit of a start here for Bigatron Esports to actually try and get a foot through the door, but they've got to do more than that. They've got to try and slam somebody's foot in terms of Team Vitality in that door as well. But yes, the gold lead is still very much neck and neck. Team Vitality only ahead by a few hundred gold, which they want to be making sure they get farther ahead, and it looks like Zahn is trying to do that here. We're trying to push this T1 into the clash lane.
Yep, it's going to be a it's going to be a race here, right? So both teams taking the T1s on corresponding lanes itself. Now the question is, who is going to be the first one to try and make the defense, right? Then we will see where the difference is going to be in terms of the actual man power going into this fight.
Yeah, it's as if like both teams are trying to call each other's bluff. It's like, hey, I'm not going back. You not going back? No, I'm not going back. Well, I'm going to keep going. Dowdow here taking the T2 down into the farm lane, using the either Warpool into the mid there. Koitoid's coming through as well, catching out Zhang Q. That means that we might see Dune fall down pretty easily into this team fight. The Gal's Benediction comes through, but it's not going to be enough healing for the side of BTR. And Mooching gets that takedown on Tufts as well. Dowdow might be getting caught out there, but he's able to leap to safety, but that's not enough. Zahn's not happy. He might get the damage over time here onto Dowdow, and it is enough to claim a kill. So a 2-1 trade for Team Vitality.
But that's a sacrificial play that makes a lot of sense for the side of Vitality. Now they have access to all the different camps in the jungle. Now, of all the different camps, it is the Azure Golem that's going to cost them quite a bit, because Zankyu does require a bit of mana and cooldown reduction as well to be fully effective in the team fights. Now the fact of the matter, it has gone into the hands of the side of Vitality.
Yeah, no, I mean, definitely, as a Dune main, I know how crucial that Azure Golem is for my pick there, but again, Team Vitality are just making sure they get these little kind of victories here and there, even though they're getting quite big seismic victories as well within this game 5. They've got to make sure that they get the little ones as well. But again, like you said, it's a sacrificial play here from Dowdow, just driving BTR away from those camps.
Yeah, it's a very uncomfortable situation for the side of BTR, because if you take a look at the fights, right, when Vitality has all the common spells up, they don't do... Bigatron doesn't do well against. There's too many escape mechanisms coming in. Sea of Fate, they have a lot of stuns control. Hang on.
On Moochin there. He's able to use the Unending Sorrow there. He's getting the kill onto Psycho. BTR is though down one member already. Dowdow making sure work of Zhang Q as well. That is the Dion way that we know and love coming through. That's the third tier. Jungle item being built for Dao Dao, and they're looking to take this T2 once more.
And that's what's so scary about this draft, right? Look at the global map presence that they have. The rotations are really just super quick on the side of Vitality. And if there is trouble, CFA is just going to send anyone relevant back to the home base here.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what just happened there as well. It was Wen taking his own free ride ticket back to base. But Team Vitality are now 26k to 22 on the side of BTR. We see that KK is having to just take a short trip away from his team just to clear these minion waves up. It's not even a 10-minute match. The Shadow Tyrants aren't even up, and Team Vitality are definitely just having ham with the side of BTR's jungle.
Yep, and we have not seen the defensive items coming out from An as well. I think An will probably go for that Cuirass or Savagery, so just to increase his damage but survive the fight as well. And it's going to be a difficult situation for ZeolyKH because ZeolyKH wants to tank up the fights, but he needs to be able to set the fight.
Bro, one hit cho mấy cái coi comment đã hai là bro thầy.
Be in a appropriate
Mình đâu vậy bro.
burst in. So Neil needs to, work in conjunction with him. But right now, because of the growth and the lead that Vitality has, I don't think they're going to have an easy time getting those Frigid Prisons down. Like, even a combination of control from Psycho to allow Neo to land that Frigid Prison, it's not going to have any value because Vitality can just turn it around at any instant.
Yeah, I mean, the way Neil's playing this Princess Frost is not quite up to the same scratch as Mitsura earlier, right? I mean, he's definitely trying to land those trick shots. It's not quite hitting where it needs to. But oh, what is it? Is that Burning Sun arrow onto Psycho? No suppression for you. Go back to jail. And there we go. Neil getting caught into the thick of it. It's going to be KK just using his dash in as well. Not even using the flash.
Yeah, and right now, it's just Mugen providing so much value. So the range of the stuns coming in from the Mournful Temple, just making so much value, along with the Howling Wind as well. This T3 is done for.
Yeah, so much control coming to the side of Vitality. We might have one more team fight on our hand there. Mujin gets the kill, the high ground turret, as well. So that's already the base opening up as well as the T2. It looks like Team Vitality are just looking to close this one out in a moment's notice. But they're just putting pressure on. They may go for these neutral objectives as well.
Definitely. I mean, at this point, we might see the double neutral play here. But An
either
use
will
the flash.
come through as well. Dao Dao onto the back line, onto Neil. There is suppression coming through. Dao Dao going to fall down early parts of this team fight. Winter is here. It's already been exhausted. KK getting the kill onto John Q as well. So that is already a 2-0 trade for the side of Team Vitality. Looking to push this high ground turret down goes on as well. That's a 3-0 trade for Team Vitality as they push the high ground turret into what could potentially be the match point. And it is looking like it's going to be a ferocious ending here for Team Vitality. Semi-finalist number 4 coming through is Team Vitality.
GG!
No doubt in our minds, except from that first game in the series. Here we go, Vitality, congratulations. You are also one of the semi-finalists tomorrow. They will be going up against Nova Esports. And
Trời mà ơi, Vitality vay 10 Nova.
From the MY region here.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't able to get the flawless win as they thought they would, going all the way to the semi-finals. But hey, one little blemish on your record, that's going to feel good for Team Vitality.
Vitality vay 10 Nova, chặn lại cái
is definitely not one to kind of take.
Đằng đó có.
Now, of course, with that being said, respectable performance from Bigatron Esports. The Red Robots did try their best. They gave it all, but it just wasn't enough. So they get to try again in the next competition. But what a performance they have put up so far.
Yeah, I mean, we started off with, 6 teams today, and now it's gone down to 4. And Team Vitality is that last one getting through to the semi-finals. So already, if Team Vitality don't make it through to the grand finals, they've already done way better than they have.
Vitality vs Black, nhóm Black thôi.
Global esports scene of Honor of Kings.
Yep, so I mean, it's a long sprint or a long run here. It looks like Vitality does have what it has, what they have to really make it last the entire series. I think end of the day, they still kind of blitz Bigatron over in this series, right? It was looking a bit shaky. That's my worry for Vitality as they go up against Nova tomorrow, because Nova, I think they
Only
have
mùi
shown
Nova đó
that,
bro.
yes, they have had that shakiness in the previous days before, but Nova, they 4-0 against AG. That's no easy task.
It's no easy task at all. Like, no team has made them bleed this far, but Bigatron Esports was able to. But maybe it's just the birthday high. Maybe it's not the birthday buff for Dowda. Maybe he's just clearly got a little bit too much cake in his system right now. He's blew out a few too many candles, and maybe tomorrow will be a bit more clean-headed, a little bit more wiser, being a 1 year older.
Yeah, but I like the inclusion of Mulan in this draft. I mean, they played this draft to perfection on the side of Vitality, making full use of the skill sets of the Burning Sun arrow paired up with the Eye of the Whirlpool. It's something that, you know, you only hear it in theory during ranked games, but in the competitive scene, they put it to work, right? After the full duration of that travel between the Burning Sun arrow, the stun is incredibly long, and they cut down that traveling time with the Eye of the Whirlpool, allowing them to access all the different members on the side of Bigatron. And with Yanwei, who already has a massive lead, this really was just a door closing act on the side of Bigatron from Vitality.
I feel like that's the first whole year we've actually had for Season 3 Invitational.
Vitality chứ nè.
Yeah, it was debut game, and what a game to do it.
Yeah, I mean, going into the semi-finals, and this is your first.
Hay giờ cô team mới nào kế này phải bắt.
Pretty wild, but just looking at that itemization, very standard for the side of Team Vitality on here. So getting the Sparkforge Dagger, the Doomsday, the Sun Chaser as well. Like you said, looking to build that cuirass of savagery just for a little bit more defense, but close out the match before actually even needing it.
Yep, and this is where the gaps were kind of exposed, right? Because even though they had the Liang, they had a lot of suppression. There were plenty of stuns coming in from the side of Vitality that rendered that skill essentially negated or mitigated as well. So valiant effort, Vitality, once again, very team-based execution of their draft. Very equal amount of damage dealt, hero damage dealt across the board for the entire team.
Yeah, I mean, this seems to be their MO, right? The fact that they deal so much damage from different members of the team is just... It's the difference we see from one team being carried by one player to a whole team working as a function. Obviously, Wen's a little bit different within this one, but he knows his role. He knows that he was basically the get in, get out of jail card, and just the utility of capturing those that they were chasing. So even still, very vital to the team fight, which is why Team Vitality didn't drop a single round until this far.
Yep, exactly. And I think maybe they will feel a little bit confident going up against Nova, but that match, honestly, it's a 50-50 to me. And I want to take a look at how this game was like in terms of the gold. I think it's a very steady growth once they kind of passed that marker, which was at the start of the game. They had some decent controls, but once they got a hold of their gold advantage, it was all over for Bigatron.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they're able to finish this game in 10 minutes and 53 seconds, I believe this was the quickest game of the series. Not Vitality's quickest game at all, but we were thinking, wow, 30 minutes, very quick. But now it's like, wow, 11 minutes, just under. Very, very quick for Team Vitality, especially for a quarterfinals games. They knew what they were doing with this draft, and they knew how to execute it very well.
Yep, exactly. So once again, congratulations to Vitality. They are one of your 4 semi-finalists. We will have Blacklist, we will have Nongshim, we will have Vitality, as well as Nova. So these are the 4 teams that will be playing in the semi-finals tomorrow. Also a best of 7 to secure that grand finals spot.
Absolutely, but the MVP is going to be none other than Dowdow. That's 3 MVPs for his birthday. That's got to be a little bit of a treat for him, right? It's like, hey, I'm a year older, but it's not affected my gameplay. I've still got 3 MVPs in the bag, baby. I have to give one over to my teammates because they did not only a good performance, but I got to make it seem fair. But this is how MVP Dowdow got this performance, and here is the highlights of this last game between Vitality and Bigatron Esports.
Yep, the timing in which they came to look for the kills was just so clean, because at that point they had already exhausted a lot of utilities and skills. And this play here, I want you to pay attention to Wen, because Wen was actually one of the reasons why that fight could not happen for the side of Bigatron. The disruptions happening from the Severing Surge, from the Leaping Koi Tide, was what enabled Dowdow to break free of the control and really change the game of the fight here. And more importantly, they saved the flash, both An and Wen, just so they can get the kill onto Tufts as well.
Yeah, no, they definitely use their common spells to pure perfection here. Team Vitality, they're not kind of just willy-nilly with it. They want to make sure it has optimal use and probability in that they're going to win a team fight in a better stance than what they would without it. But there it is, that Burning Sun Arrow just landing right on Psycho. He weren't going anywhere for a good 10 minutes.
Yeah, and the fact that they put Howling Wind onto Michan allowed him to be a little bit more clinical in the catches as well. That Mournful Temple really made the world difference. And look, even when they managed to get quite a long duration of control, the moment the stuns came in, dude, it was over.
Yeah, absolute Jova for the side of BTR. But hey, they managed to get to the quarterfinals. They finished in, the top 8. So it's better than what the Kagendru were able to. So it's this that kind of improvement that these teams will take on board, I guess. And maybe next time they will actually get a little bit further. But like I said, Team Vitality getting to their highest rating they have since their inception of the global esports scene of Honor of Kings. It's going to be a big monumental achievement for them, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Right, so let's go over to the host and let them conduct the interview. We will see you. I think this is the end of our segment. Tomorrow I'll be back and it will be with Holler as we look at the semi-finalists try to fight their way for that grand final slot. It's been great. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me has been Blam. Let's throw it over to Eruption and Choo Choo.
It's combined a whole bunch of new members. How do you guys feel about that?
I think yes, because the team is created around 1 month ago.
Oh, wow.
And now our synergy is very good. And I think we have very strong potential.
That's it. He said it straight and clear. They've only been together for 1 month and already a semi-finalist already.
Team Vitality គេដល់បង្កើតជុំគ្នាបានមួយខែគេលេងបានដល់ចុងក្រោយប៉ុណ្ណឹងសាហាយ
Thank you so much. I'm also
គេ
the farmer of
គេហាត់សមយូរៗ Team Vitality នេះលេងគេជុំគ្នាតែមួយខែ What the heck?
Right now in this tournament, you are considered as one of the strongest jungler there is, but you're gonna fight against one of the strongest team as well in this entire tournament, which could be Nova. So your jungler opener is gonna be CY. Do you have anything to say to CY for tomorrow's game? 那叨叨，我们知道明天你也是被魏人就是成一个最强的打野对吗？那就是明天你们会面对那 Nova 也是其中一个最强的团队，但是他们的打野就是 CY。你有对什么要说给 CY 吗
？CY 等着我们进你也去吧。
Wow.
What did he say?
He said, "Okay, we wait and see in the game to see who's better at it."
Humble.
Yeah, I mean, humble, right?
Humble.
Today is actually Dada's birthday.
Guys, it's Dowdow's birthday today.
Can we sing?
So why don't we sing happy birthday to him in 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Alright, thì mình sẽ đi lên nha. Trọngគ្នាអញ្ចឹងទៀតគ្នាមកទៅគ្នាទៅបានអត់ផ្លៃទៅធ្វើម៉េច
Happy birthday.
Hip hip. Hip hip. Yeah, there you go.
Wow, there's so many people celebrating his birthday as well. But Dao, do you have any birthday wish? 那生日快乐！我知道今天你的生日对吗？
对。
有什么你生日愿望？
夺冠。
They won the trophy. That's it.
That's it.
That's the wish.
So it looks like we'll just see you guys in the next game against Nova. Any messages to your fans or your family back home or even to your manager?
Thank you for watching the game and support us. See you in the grand final.
Oh, not semifinals, grand finals. Oh my gosh. All right, let's take it away. Maraming salamat po. Magandang gabi. Back to you.
All right, surprise, surprise. We are coming back for a gank here. We're not just done yet. We're going to run through the schedules for tomorrow and what's at stake as well. So we have seen phenomenal performances by our 4 teams that were looking for that semifinals place. Now let's go over to run through what's going to happen tomorrow as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they did live up to their fighting words of Team Vitality, by the way. They did send back, well, not physically send them back on a boat, but they will be going back home as Indonesia is not that far. So hopefully they'll get sent back on a boat. They get first class or something like that, just to kind of like lick their wounds as they go back to Indonesia. But BTR will be out of the competition and will be going looking at the updated bracket very, very soon. So here we go. This is your updated bracket. Here is your top 4 teams.
Vậy ai năng Blacklist Nongshim hay Nova một Vitality.
Blacklist taking the fight against Nongshim to see who will be the first grand finalist.
Trong sai Vitality lên món sai chứ. Vitality lên món cú team muối. Hay Blacklist Nongshim cú TP. Trời mà cú team muối. Oh boy.
Spoiled. I mean, I'll be a viewer tomorrow because obviously Hall will be back on the desk. But hey, first game of the day, Nova versus Vitality, and then following it is Blacklist against Nongshim. So
Đó ơi, ai pin bập mà. Cái hai giờ chạm Blacklist để sao vay mùi Nongshim.
That'll be very fun to see that.
Nongshim khang đá đây mà tới đi dựng bên panh hai trận đây. Mà tới hai giờ ai Blacklist nè mà tới. Tại Nova mùi Vitality địch tầng á, tầng chạm này. Tầng kháng á, bị nạn nâng.
Take a look at what's going to happen, right? We want the best possible result for both these teams, but we also want to see all the action happen.
Absolutely, we want to be entertained, and as we go into the semi-finals, we expect nothing less. I mean, we've got 1 ultimate battle today, we need 2 tomorrow, and we need 1 just to finish off the competition. We need to go out strong, kid.
Okay, I like your energy at this point, and yes, we will definitely see you tomorrow on the broadcast, right? Bring your popcorn, bring your water, bring your coffee, whatever you want to eat, whatever you want to drink, because it's going to be a long, but it's going to be an exciting day of Honor of Kings.
Very exciting, and obviously I've been Blam, you've been Kin. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Take it easy. Or not. We're still here. We're not going just yet. Kin's just like, hey, go, just go out, just go out, just go out. No, we'll go now, guys. So thank you very much for joining today, guys.
Vậy mà tôi caster from home đó co.
I'm sure you are ready for all best of 7.
Quan tâm mình tên. Quan tâm mình tên. Ok. Ok, cho năm anh bật stream đây, nhưng bật stream sân hơi hai giờ là máu tiết maybe chất mà máu ấy bắn cho bắn lại một bên chân chậm chúc hay tiết ở con thì cho mình cảm ơn mình cảm ơn nhưng bật stream đi mua trao sân là sản stream stream championship trong p chop này hỏi bạn này trong stream mới tiết bạn stream lên xây về dục ở con thì bye bye.